How is it all going? How's it going? How is every little thing, guys? This is Professor Meatball. My name is Andrew, and we are here in the great casino we call the stock market. Thank you guys for joining us today because I am excited to talk about the pre-market analysis and the signals that you need to understand, as well as some, always some very, very luxurious DD, as we have to do each and every morning. Let me say hello to some of you. Let me say hello to, hold on a second. Let me pull up the live chat so we can watch it go by. Oh man, we had a lot of supers last time, specifically Brandon. Let me get Brandon a couple of places here. Let's go with a Cryptonesian. Melvin and friends are still in the house. Please stop this. We don't want you to get to 2,500 likes, but we are gonna get there anyway. Let's get this bread, like I always say. Come on, guys. So get rid of that, and now we are here. Professor Meatball and I are excited to talk to you. We are gonna open with a couple of thoughts about AMC, which is now trading at 2% up pre-market after being 15% up on the day. Whoa, eyes. Get the eyes out of here. We need to have GME. GME is already up to $220. That's 24 up 12% on pre-market after having 40% up on the day. That is insanity. Oh my goodness. GameStop is making a comeback. It's almost approaching my average price now. This is exciting. And who else do we got here? We got Dan Nguyen acknowledging that this is the 5 a.m. grind. How many of you wake up at 5 a.m. just to watch this show? It is pretty exciting. Thank you guys. We got I'm eating blue and green crayons right now. It says Bubble Gumpy. Yes, sir. We have my old house. Good morning, you diamond-fisted friends. J. Alfredo Cervantes. If you believe we go to the moon. Algo Gutierrez and Jonathan Lopez, Chris Gagnon and Chris F. Lottery Stocks, Bobby Ledger, Zion Visionary, Saad Malik, and 88 Bits and Bytes. Let's get going because I'm feeling like this is gonna be a long day. I got my big old water. I'm gonna stay hydrated. I'm gonna make sure that you guys have everything you need today to get started, because GameStop is already a huge amount up, and I think a lot of us are wondering why. What's going on here? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that every time I read DD from now on, I'm not going to have the price up. That seemed to have confused some of you. I'm so sorry about misleading prices in videos. If you guys ever had constructive criticism, I would love to hear it. That's 100% the truth. I'm looking forward to all of your constructive criticism whenever you are asking for it. And someone said in the comments that they do not want to see the price anymore because that was confusing. And that is easily accommodated. I am accommodating your constructive criticism. So let's see. Yeah, why does your GME show 195? That's because that's the price it closed at. And then the pre-market price, which probably your TD Ameritrade is showing right now, is 220. It's that smaller number right underneath. Let's see. We are moving through the space. Let's get this morning started with some technical analysis, and as well as we're going to build up a little bit of our data chops. Remember, data is king each and every morning. So we are working with our Crisco, putting it on the pan, and we are getting ready to get it started. Fire it up. Good morning from Germany to the USA, says Lily Berry. We have David Ferreira says Trey would put another 2K in AMC at 150K. It's about time. That man is about time. Good morning from Portugal, says Darren McKinter, and Taha Zach says morning, a family. That's our very first super, which means Meatball the Professor gets a quick little treat, and then we get right back into it. Here you go, buddy. The first things first, let's actually take a look at what happened during the pre-market. So we have GameStop right here in the top right corner. Stevie55, he shorted 500K shares this morning. It was up to 238. Wow, that is some good That is some great insight. Yeah, this is back when what is that? That's like my 2 a.m. Back on my 2 a.m. we saw 238. That's a breakout of from 195, which traded basically all day in the after hours. People woke up, people became woke, and they realized that GameStop needed to pass beyond this 205 resistance barrier. It seems like the brand new resistance here is 238, just as said. So let's put our line here. Let's see if it matches a couple more times, because right now it's not a strong resistance. It's just happened once, but every time we are reaching a brand new height, we want to be able to see if it does repeat history. Now, it did trade sideways after that for a certain amount of time, maybe like a couple hours, and then it decided to have a slight sell-off. Now, this sell-off might be a sell-off itself, or it might be selling shorts. It's just as Stevie says, there might have been 500,000 shorts this morning, and now we are seeing a bit of a support at 209. So that is a brand new level of support, because it is significantly higher than the 205 that we were rejected by yesterday. And now we are seeing just a little bit of a last minute push onto 223. That is pretty exciting. James Rudy, how's it going? Andrew, could you possibly add a date and timestamp for each video? That might help. Also, good morning, everyone. That is what I'm going to do for in the future. Every video already had the very first line in the description. It had specifically from this live stream. However, if that was not clear enough, I'm going to have the first line of the description be the date and time of when the live stream came up. Let's go. Matthew S. Still can't join. Not even a button. Will your Patreon give me that gorgeous green badge here? Oh man, I wish it did. Now, Matthew, one of the things you might want to try is upgrading or updating your YouTube app. And then maybe one of these days try on a desktop as well. Okay, so how do you think it will go today with GME? I think it is already going fantastic. Pre-market, we are already up 15%. Now that the $30 gain on top of that, you just imagine that, like, that's already half of the gains from yesterday, and the market hasn't even opened yet, and that's pretty exciting. Now, in terms of volume, only a million shares have actually been trading around pre-market, so that is a lot of movement for not a ton of shares, which is likely going to be one of the major tipping points, which is why exactly are so few people shifting so much weight, right? How exactly did these plucky little wacky kids who like extra butter and King Kong, how did we actually get to this place with a brand new resistance level and a brand new support level? Actually, 210 has been supported multiple times in a couple of short instances here, and that is exciting, because we want to see higher highs, and we wouldn't even mind to see lower lows, although that doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon. Young Lee says good morning from LA. Gorilla Knuckles Meatballs AB. Zach Amos, Andrew Mo Money is the real deal. Started watching on Sunday, and after yesterday's stream, I am highly impressed. Bravo. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. Good morning, says Harold and Tyler. Strap your seatbelts, kids. Rocket boosters beginning to fire. I already have some scissors in the chat. Hey guys, we are cutting out the paper hands who are afraid, who are opportunistic, who are just not cut out for the battle that is coming in just a very few hours. What happens today is very much what could happen that would change the rest of history. Live. Will GME and AMC squeeze today? Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Now, I've actually never seen that movie, so I would love to know what you guys think about Electric Boogaloo. If you had a thought about it, maybe. Okay, so I'm going to look at a little bit of the price, and then I'm going to do a little bit of DD to see exactly when people are trying to point to the mother of all short squeezes. The TTM squeeze explained for dummies. Ooh, we might be dummies. That might be cool. Not financial advice. Eat crayons. Let's see. Speaking of statistical significance, yeah, I hope you guys saw that there's some statistically significant action, and you know, we love significance. We love significance here. Ken Fabio, good morning. We got those scissors in the chat. We got meatballs in the chat from Mike Chung. Good morning from England, says Justin. Oh, man. Let's see. Good morning, Apes. Good morning from Portugal, says Pablo. And Brendan says it's an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia right now. Good. Let's go from Iceland, Bjarki. How's it going? I love Iceland. So jealous of you. Oh, speaking of crazy markets right now, I just want to give us a quick look. If you guys did get into Bitcoin early, congratulations. Bitcoin has seen some major gains in the past few days. Make sure that you have already used that BlockFi. Use that link to get yourself $250 of Bitcoin, which is starting to become fewer and fewer Bitcoin every day. So I would really think that you guys do not have any time to wait. That description is the blockfilink.com/Andrew Mo Money. Okay, let's talk about statistically significant action, because you know I love statistical significance. So this is statistically significant action. We have a warning, more confirmation for your bias ahead. It's important to be able to read this article, which is already a week old, and compare it to this article, which is the TTM Squeeze Explained for Dummies. Hold on 1 second. And again, like you see, I am covering the price so that no one gets afraid anymore about what exactly the price is if this does get reposted. So let's see, look at this. This is GME the past few days. Look at the TTM squeeze far right just beneath the chart, red dots. Okay, let's see if we can pull this up. So far right, just a bunch of red dots. And today marked day 2 of consolidation on the 4-hour time frame. Red dots equals consolidation. Given that price movement is statistically significant, tomorrow marks day 3. Okay, so this is a story about what could happen, what did happen in January, and exactly how it is continuing the trend of being incredibly significant for a squeeze. Now, too long didn't read. The price action really does mimic what we saw during the last major run. Tomorrow should be the start of an even bigger run, and it seems like people read this, they saw how bullish GME is right now, and that pre-market is exactly what happened. Okay, so let's see fresh DD. I do love fresh DD. Is this the exact start of the mother of all short squeezes? Quite possibly. The TTM indicator is explained pretty well here. It's a combination of 2 other famous indicators, Keltner and Bollinger Bands. We talked about this yesterday. We had a pretty fun time looking through the Keltner channel here, Bollinger Bands here, and then when overlaying these two, okay, this is pretty cool. What is the TTM squeeze indicator not? Okay, so this is actually a pretty comprehensive goal. Too long didn't read. The TTM squeeze indicator has nothing to do with the short squeeze and everything to do with volatility. We are, however, seeing a price movement backed by this indicator that could lead to a sustained amount of high price levels and volatility that could trigger a gamma squeeze and eventual mother of all short squeezes. Okay, so if you guys want me to cover that, I will in just a second while a couple more people file in. While in the meantime, Mr. Brandon made a great point yesterday that if we hit 2,500 likes, he bought 30 shares of GME. Let's keep the energy going. Let's keep that like counter up, because every single like not only provides another Brandon in the future incentive to buy more GME or AMC, but it also makes it so that other apes can find this video just like you. So I really do appreciate that as well. Oh, John Mark Boyven, good morning from Toronto. Let's see, we have people thinking that GME will hit 250 today. That is very much in the realm of possibility. Oh man, Nick Gangley, do you think the AMC will go up to $15 by Friday? That's a 50% rise from where AMC is now. Now, we are pretty familiar with 50% rises in GME, for example, that happened yesterday. For AMC, it just depends on how much this recount is holding weight and in people's minds, because that is actually the most important part. How much do these like news pieces, how much does the publicity that the AMC CEO is trying to get himself and the company, how much does that really matter? And at the end of the day, it might actually be, it might actually be less irrelevant than people realize. Okay, so let's see. We got morning from Jonathan Lewis, Sir Duck. Let's get to 300. Here's where the world gets together. Yeah. Oh man. Let's see. I'll buy 10 shares when you hit 40K. Is that Brendan? Is that another Brendan? Every day we get another Brendan. Well, this is today's Brendan. If we hit 40,000 subscribers, which we did some pretty great progress yesterday. We rose from like 36,000 in the morning, and then we got all the way up to 38,000 at day close. So now we're like 38,000 and change. If we are only 1,000 and change away to 40,000, and Brendan will buy 10 more shares, and then we have. What do we have after that? We have 420.69. If we can get 420.69, then that is going to be us buying another $1,000 of GME and AMC, and I cannot wait for that. Okay, so we are looking at some of your messages. Good Mo morning. Oh, that's a really good one. Hey, Moon Platoon. Good Mo morning. Mo monkeys, get in the chat. Put scissors in the chat, Mo monkeys. The Mo Mafia mob is here, and we are not going to stop. So we are looking at some fresh DD. Exact start of the mother of all short squeezes, quite possibly. Oh, Brandon Butler, what's up? Hey, Andrew, should I transfer my brokerage account right now, or should I wait? Any pros or cons with transfer during the squeeze? More cons than pros at this point. So there's no confirmation that the short squeeze is going to be this week. Although if you do end up getting locked out of your account during that transfer, I don't want to be the person that told you to do so. So as of right now, if you do stay with brokers that have suspended the buying action, they might do it again, even though some of them have promised not to. Just be at your own discretion. Unfortunately, I am not a financial advisor, so this time I really have no expertise in this matter. Okay. Oh man, is it National Meatball Day? He's not joking. Meatball! It's National Meatball Day. Well, that's a good way to start this video. Guys, don't go anywhere. I'm going to show this intro, and we're going to be back in just a second. Do not go anywhere. How is it going? This is a brand new meatball bowl, handcrafted, I think, straight from Two Dogs and a bottle of whiskey. This is a person that watches the show just like you, and hey, it's National Meatball Day. This has already been given to Meatball, but Meatball, happy Meatball Day. Here you go. There's no treats in it, I'm sorry. But we can fill his treat bowl if you guys are ready to talk about whether or not this is the start of the mother of all short squeezes. Quite possibly. We're going to cover this from a beginner's point of view. If you guys aren't aware of how this channel works, my name is Andrew. We talk about finances here. We talk about making passive income. We talk about making 6 figures in 6 months. And today, we're going to talk about a very important indicator because, as you know, data is king. Let's get started. So, is this the exact start of the mother of all short squeezes? Quite possibly. Dear fellow apes, they have recently come across this post and felt like there was some crucial info to add. They're not trying to disrespect this other user, but they have a strong suspicion that they want you to have all the info too. Remember, this is not financial advice. There is no financial advice on this channel. My name is Andrew Mo, but I am a data scientist first, and an entertainer zeroth, and a financial advisor never. So let's start with what the TTM Squeeze Indicator is, and most importantly, what the TTM Squeeze Indicator is not, because they feel there's some confusion with squeezing being the indicator name and short squeeze. With the TTM Squeeze Indicator was made by John Carter, a popular day trader and really good author. If you have time, they recommend checking out their book, blah, blah, blah. What is the TTM Squeeze Indicator? It is a combination of 2 other famous indicators, Keltner Channel and Bollinger Bands. Keltner Channel are exponential moving averages combined with plus or minus 2 average true range of stocks price and looks something like this. So it's basically like a moving line chart with a confidence interval. Bollinger Bands are a simple moving average combined with plus or minus 2 standard deviations around the moving average and look like this. Now, if you guys seen the channel before, you guys know that we love using simple and moving averages. That's the blue line when I do a technical analysis, and we love using exponential moving average as well, which is the purple line. Both of these are great uses of understanding how much momentum a stock has. One, which would be the simple moving average, has a micro view of the momentum, and the exponential moving average has a macro view of the momentum, but both of which are great indicators indicators, but cannot be taken in a vacuum. When overlaying these two, we find that most of the time, the Bollinger Bands are outside the Keltner channels. This indicates typical price movement in either direction. What makes this interesting is that what happens when the Bollinger Bands have squeezed inside the Keltner channels. Just imagine one of these big chunky line graphs moving inside another one. This period in a stock's price is a low volatility period that's typically followed by an explosive price movement. Let's just make sure that this is highlighted so that you guys fully understand what is happening here. What the TTM squeeze indicator does is simply make it easier to follow when the Bollinger Bands are inside the Keltner channels. These periods occur in the red dots. Green dots are when the Bollinger Bands are outside the Keltner channels. With this in mind, take a look at the squeeze that occurred in Tesla. We have some crayon drawings here. We have in red the squeeze right there, and then in green the explosive movement. And what we have down here are the indicators that we talked about earlier. So as you can see, there's a period of low volatility, this red part, immediately following when the dots go from red to green is an explosive price movement to the upside. Please note that most price movements occur with long-term trend of the stock. Tesla had been growing, and this period of low volatility gave traders a period to place their bets on an explosive squeeze to the upside. Okay, so now we have an idea of how it has worked in the past. Let us see some questions and answers that you probably have in your heads, which is like, what is the Ttm squeeze indicator not? It is absolutely no correlation to a short squeeze. This is extremely important to recognize, and I feel like some members might find it confusing as they contain the same word. The squeeze in Ttm squeeze simply refers to a squeeze in volatility that squeezes the price in a strong movement in one direction or another. This is important. This is not the same as the squeezes we talked about, not a gamma squeeze, not a short squeeze. This is not the same kind of squeeze. It is a great tool to use when looking for entry points into positions, and they highly recommend that you add it to your arsenal once you've unlocked the crayons option. With this new information that the TTM squeeze and the GME short squeeze have nothing in common, they would like to add their thoughts on using the TTM squeeze indicator for GME. Usually, the TTM squeeze indicator is best used on large time scales. In fact, John Carter's entire use for the TTM squeeze indicator is for swing trading positions that he can take over a period of days or weeks. Here is the very simple explanation. In periods of low volatility that last minutes, for example, using a 5-minute day trading chart, the explosive price movement will not be as great as a period of low volatility that has lasted for days or weeks. This makes sense. 5-minute chart is a 5-minute chart squeeze equals smaller price movement potential. Daily and up chart squeeze equals greater price movement potential. This is just talking about the range of which you are looking at the chart itself. For daily, 5 minutes, the smaller the increment, the more granular the data looks like. What's up, Rich Bulldog? Thank you. With this in mind, I will show GME's daily chart with a TTM squeeze indicator. Here it is. So this is what we're looking at with GME's daily chart. Remember, daily is more bullish, is more indicative of greater price movement potential than the more granular levels. So as you can see, GME has not been a substantial period of low volatility since around mid-July. Right, so we did see a brief period at the very end of October where the stock was in a TTM squeeze. If we were trading GME then, this would be my entry point. Since then, however, we have not been in a period of low volatility that has the potential to swing highly to either side. Now, actually, I do want you guys to see that Meatball is still here. He's still taking a nap, and that way I can also show you the full chart and read this too. So since then, however, we have been in a period of low volatility that has potential to swing highly to either side. How does this make sense, you ask? It's because this isn't a low to high volatility trade. While it's true GME's volatility is extremely high, this is not the reason for the trade. The reason is because I like the stock. Therefore, I feel it is unfair to push hope of a gamma squeeze or short squeeze onto a volatility indicator. Okay, now we understand exactly what this is even used for. Not all hope is lost, mind you. Take a look at the green line on the picture. Now, I know, let's look at this picture. Now, I know I haven't mentioned the cyan, dark blue, and red, yellow lines, so let me briefly explain. These lines measure momentum of the price. Cyan is explosive move towards the upside, positive momentum increasing. Dark blue is explosive move beginning to slow, positive momentum decreasing. We see it here at the very end of very hard to see. Oh, that's the 2 That's the week of February 4th. Red, explosive move towards the downside, negative momentum increasing, and yellow is explosive move beginning to slow, negative momentum decreasing, and we see a lot of that in the recent days. So why is this important? It's important because some of the largest price movements occur in yellow turning to cyan regions and dark blue turning to red. John Carter, the creator of the TTM Squeeze Indicator, points this out in his book. So let's take another look at the GME daily chart with the TTM Squeeze study. As you can see, the price is currently in one of those yellow to cyan momentum movements, and the price level of GME is affirming this. So now that leaves us with a few questions. Probably you have some more questions, so let's read these questions. How explosive is this movement? Typically, movements of the TTM Squeeze Indicator will last 8 bars on average, but could be shorter or longer. So now the color has shifted to cyan for 2 days. They usually expect to see 6 more cyan days, price continuing to rise, and volatility movement continuing to increase. As you can see from earlier gamma squeeze a few weeks ago, the momentum now is a lot greater than it was then. This was a very good sign, especially if you do momentum trading often. So can this trigger a gamma squeeze and eventual short squeeze? They are not a financial advisor, so they take it with a grain of salt, but in their opinion, absolutely. Okay, dangerous. A strong price movement to the upside will only further increase the insane number of in-the-money calls that could trigger a gamma squeeze much larger than the one we saw a few weeks ago. If this is the case and we see extremely high and sustained price levels, this could be the starting point for the short squeeze as hedge funds begin to receive margin calls. I think the more important part of this is that we are covering the fact that he says he is not a financial advisor. Shouldn't be focusing on absolutely. Okay. Overall, they have never been more bullish on the stock. 100K is not a meme. 500K is not a meme. Keep holding strong apes. They have a strong feeling that, in fact, this is the start of the mother of all short squeezes. A huge shout out to this user for the DD on the TTM Squeeze Indicator, and they hope they will support this message and possibly poke any holes in the analysis. Lastly, they would strongly check out this actual person's book on Master the Trade, as it contains an extremely powerful indicators and setups like the one I've just showed you. Well, if I can remember, I'm going to add that book as an Amazon link, affiliate link down below. Too long didn't read. The TTM Squeeze Indicator has nothing to do with this short squeeze, everything to do with volatility. We are, however, seeing a price movement backed by this indicator that could lead to a sustained amount of high price levels and volatility that could trigger a gamma squeeze and eventual mother of all short squeezes. We've talked a lot about gamma squeezes leading into a booster rocket of short squeezes in the past, and we've also talked very extensively about exactly indicators and how data is king. So this Reddit user, as always, should be taken with a huge bucket of salt. First, they say that has nothing to do with these short squeezes, but it has become the indicator that could indicate the start of the mother of all short squeezes. Well, what do you guys think? I want to hear in the comments below. Is this message going to age well? Is this going to be able to give the playbook out to the hedge funds and institutions who are now grinding at their teeth, being incredibly afraid of exactly what's going to come forward and how exactly they're going to have to deal with the mother of all short squeezes? If at any point you don't understand exactly what gamma is, what short squeezes are, what is even a short, I have the videos on the channel for you. Go ahead and check out some of the playlists below, especially the GameStop, Can't Stop, Won't Stop GameStop playlist that tells you everything about GME, and AMC, All You Need to Know, which tells you everything about AMC. As always, I want to update the end credits because I have amazing supporters every step along the way. Meatball the Professor tier supporters over here, and Meatball the Space Legend tiers over here. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, and I will see you guys on the moon. Mo Mafia, Mo Monkeys, and Moon Platoon. I'll check you guys later. So we have Melvin giving me another super. Sorry you guys for that. Melvin and friends, Andrew, my man. Here, take some of our money. Oh snap! You already are. Melvin coming in with the witty jokes. What is DKK? Is that Donkey Kong money? Donkey Kong money. How's it going? Melvin is here. Melvin is here. Okay. There will be a pullback. Don't let it scare you. Are we experiencing one? No, we're still up 25% pre-market. 25% pre-market, and that feels pretty good. 25% pre-market. 25% pre-market, and now I'm gonna just have to like get rid of one more space. Ask a data scientist. Perfect. Okay. Oh man, Trey hit 150K. Good. I'm glad I bought the AMC ahead of time. Like I said, I was gonna buy $1,000 of AMC if one, I got to 30,000 subscribers, which happened early last week, and Trey hit 150K subscribers like he just did, according to Jensen89. So there we go. We have been made good on this position. I now have a nice, hefty Trey's trademarked trades gauntlet of AMC. So let's get some gorillas in the chat if you are coming from the Trey's Trade channel. Well, we appreciate all walks of life. Every single finance YouTuber has amazing messages to give. And now that the bell is about to ring, we have about 10 minutes to cover exactly what we think is going to happen for AMC and GME. So I'm going to go through some of these questions as well. DKK is Danish krona. So you told me you were a Bulgarian. Oh no, that was Vlad. Well, who knows where Mr. Plumpkin is from? We don't know anything about his grandfather and anything else about we love his grandfather. We don't know anything about it though. Okay. If GME is the mother, I wonder who her offspring is? Sorry, ADD. Francisco Davis, what's the target sell price the community wants for AMC and GME? They'll hold until forever if we have to. Francisco, price targets are silly. Whenever the top of the ladder happens, the top of the ladder will happen. And then you will realize it's the top of the ladder because we will consistently start to fall. And when we hit 80% of the top of the ladder, that will likely be a much better selling point than trying to predict when the top of the ladder, top of the squeeze is going to happen, right? I can't give you financial advice, but that's what I'm going to do. That's my opinion. Is I'm gonna try and see exactly what the community is saying and when the top of the squeeze will actually happen. Clearly is not today, because we are looking at some significant ups on the day, even before the market opens. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Uncle Bruce is getting beat up by bots. Haters just want to hate. AMC, GME, Andrew, and Bruce. Let's go. Oh man, I'm dead. Melvin's back. Let's see. Let me see. Power nap. Andrew and Trey made a deal that if Trey hit 150K, it would buy $1,000 of AMC. That's correct. Let's see. Trey bought at 952. Oof, sorry, bud. Well, that's okay. AMC is still going up, but he could have had a mighty fat discount as well. We do talk. Andre Kauser is talking about the fact that this is a prisoner's dilemma. Very true. This is one of the biggest prisoner's dilemma we can possibly work through. Oh my goodness. We appreciate all walks of life, but we prefer it if you drag your knuckles like the rest of us, says Scooter McDuder. We got Gorilla Gang love in the chat. That's because we love Trey's Trades. We love the community that we have here. Oh my gosh. Can you tell me more about the hearing today? The hearing is not today, is it? The hearing is the 17th, I thought. I could be wrong. Joe H says, let the ladies show some balloon. Yes, balloonatics, get in the chat. Balloons, let's see it. Okay. Happy National Meatball Day. Thank you, Adric. How is Albert? I'm wondering about your dog. Oh, man. People asking for financial advice in the chat. You know what it is. I can't give you any financial advice. All I can do is focus my camera up and make sure that I can actually look at you guys. We have covered some fresh DD. We have some other DD that is going around, making the rounds and making sure that we understand what we are talking about. Technicals show GME is going much higher as well. So another MACD analysis. Volume, MACD, available short, shares to short. Okay, so I'm going to keep the charts up. I'm just going to do this real quick DD on the side. You guys see that? So, this is talking about how too long didn't read, volume, MACD, and short availability are all extremely bullish for GME right now. Volume is up from the price action. Volume is actually decreasing from February 25th to March 3rd, and then the price went up. This is extremely bullish, right? Secondly, since March 3rd, we've seen increasing volume with higher prices. This is bullish. MACD stands for the moving average convergence divergence and essentially shows relationship between two moving averages, right? The crossover occurred when Ryan Cohen tweeted the McDonald's vanilla ice cream cone, which is going to get him investigated by the SEC for sure. Let's see. I hedged my pledge for Trey. Yes, I did. I bought it early. That is the definition of delta hedging. I was like, the price is going up. I might as well buy right now. and I was right. All right, so case 3, available shares to short from last Friday to today. The shares available to short have dropped a whopping 600,000 shares, yet the price is up 35% today. This is extremely bullish. The shorts can't even drop the price given 600,000 shorted shares. So that is pretty crazy. Now keep in mind, this is counting the shares that are available to short, which does not include the millions of shares that are already shorted. So remember, there are a lot of shorts left, and people who have said the squeeze has happened already clearly has not been following the channel. The channel follows exactly where the shorts are. Short volume is what controls how a short squeeze occurs or does not occur. Today's another battle day, boys. Holy moly. I'm drinking the water. Final thoughts. There are a lot of tailwinds that can catalyze GME. This analysis doesn't even consider the possibility of another gamma squeeze, how there could be shares and now in the money. This could require market makers to purchase additional GME shares if they don't have it in possession or exercise. Remember that these are probably talking about naked options here, which is when you try to sell someone the option of buying a share back, but then they don't buy it yourself because you are a little annoying person. You're gonna be put on timeout. Don't spam the chat. Let's see. Oh, banking.senate.gov. Please check the hearing that is happening today. Okay, Vincent. Let's see. Banking.senate.gov. Oh my goodness. If you guys are just joining us, market is about to open in about 6 minutes, and we're going to be pretty excited. Let's see. We have banking.senate.gov. Do I look at like hearings? I look at hearings. Upcoming. Who wins on Wall Street? Oh, there is going to be a hearing today, and it does have to do with GameStop. It's going to be at 10 a.m., which means it's going to be like 7 a.m. my time. Okay, interesting. Oh, so who's going to be here during the Senate hearing? There's going to be Professor Gina Gale, Ms. Rachel Robasciati, Dr. Teresa Ghilarducci, the Honorable Michael S. Pivovar, and Mr. Andrew N. Vollmer. Okay, interesting. So if you guys are interested in this, I will stream it because it does say check back for the live video of the stream. So that would be pretty interesting to see, as well as doing some real live price action questions as well. Okay. Oh man, cannot wait to take Melvin's mom out for a steak dinner with my attendees. Oof, delicious. Sounds good. Anthony Bell says, "Who wins on Wall Street? Who stops the games when the game stops?" Samuel Boucher, hey, what size yacht am I gonna buy when GME busts? As we all know, boats are a money pit, right? So I'm gonna buy an extra large size boat. Echo Lotus says, don't forget to like the video so we can get Mo Mafia gain. Yes, this is true. If you guys get the video like counter up, Brandon just might come back and do something. Look at the top left corner. He came and bought 30 shares of GME yesterday. And of course, we have another Brandon, different one, that's gonna buy 10 more shares if we hit 40,000 subscribers. So let's get going, guys. Holy moly. Tone says, time to buy your shares, buddy. Hey, I bought them yesterday. That's called delta hedging. Boom. I expected Trey to get up to 150K today. So I already made good on the promise early. That's the literal video says I buy 1,000 shares of GME and AMC. DeWarkers, thank you so much for the super. I got 134.6 shares of GME at $55. Let's go. Wow, you are already up 75 You're up 300%. That is impressive. Pre-market right now is about to open in 3 minutes. Pre-market is about to be over in 3 minutes, and we are still 12% up. Now that is no longer as pretty as the 25% up that we were earlier, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. Will Vlad be there? No, unfortunately. Don't think Vlad's going to be there. Thank you for the super, Leonard KSW. Leonard KSW. I can't read. Thank you so much for the super that supports the chat, and I appreciate it greatly. Okay. Oh, they're going to buy a Hershey's bar when they get to 100K. Oh, that's nice. You gotta treat yourself sometimes. Hershey's bars, chocolate bars. Let me know, guys. As always, I'm gonna be reading what you guys hope to do with your attendees when you do get when we do bust the squeeze wide open and get some crazy tendies on the way. Let us see. Luis is gonna buy 8 more shares right now. Thank you, but try not to disclose your your position, because that does give our institutions and hedges more information. So another super from Drew40. My wife is questioning my relationship with you. You must be doing something right. Keep up the great work. Really appreciate it. Remember, the relationship with me should always be I am your data suggester, right? This is data that you should be suggested into looking into yourself, but always do your own research. None of this is financial advice. So how could you possibly make decisions unless you actually go out and do your own research? Tomorrow, GME might be 100K. I'm not going to take any of the credit for, and tomorrow GME might go back to below $100, and I cannot take any of the blame either. I'm telling you exactly what is going to happen in the indicators, and then we're going to learn what those indicators are and build that relationship out. Our relationship with data should be the one that is a loving marriage that lasts for a long time. So detailed DD on the rapid GME price swings, why it's happening, and how hedge funds are making millions off it. Ooh, hedge funds are making millions off it? Oh, that's pretty cool. Let me see. I'm just going to show it over here real quick. Detailed DD on the rapid GME swings. First, they want to point out that... First, they want to point out that this should be obvious, but reading comments here, it doesn't appear that it's obvious to many. Hedge funds who lost billions of dollars on GME, they're not going to attempt to make those losses back on a single stock. Oh, why does GME have these massive price swings intraday and then crash? This is exciting. This is exciting. What is a super chat and how do I give one? I think there's like a little money symbol in the live chat. That's the way it works, I believe. Of course, you can always go down to the description down below and join Patreon, or press that join button next to the subscribe button. That is substantially better than a single super chat, because it shows a prolonged support for the channel. I appreciate that a ton. Okay, is Andrew your wife's boyfriend? Am I your wife's boyfriend? Quick, ask yourselves this. Is your wife's boyfriend's name Andrew? Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. Market has now opened. Yes, market has now opened $216 right off the bat. That's up 12% on the close price. So we have a brand new level of support and resistance. We're looking at a GME. We're looking good, feeling fiery. AMC is actually hasn't made any substantial growth since it had a pretty major sell-off at market open, but now it is hovering right around that 1% up. It doesn't seem that significant as of right now. So let's see if AMC is going to be able to push through this brand new level of support and resistance. Let's make sure that GME gets our attention as well. Right now it is 12% up, and it is looking pretty good. J90X, what's a good price to buy in for GME right now? Love your videos. As of right now, it seems like GME is on the way up. And if you're hoping that it goes back down because of the short attacks that might happen today, it may. But if it does, it's going to have to go through how many levels of resistance, how many levels of support. Let's see, 205 is one, 180 is another one, and then there isn't a really strong one, maybe one at 130, but there is basically a free fall to $100. So that is, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm missing one at 140. So 140 and then a free fall to $100. So far, you have to pass through like 3 or 4 or 5 levels of resistance. Not likely going to dip down to $100 anytime soon. However, I'm not a financial advisor. I just eat crayons. Let's eat. Let's get this bread together. Winbush says more like Data Daddy. Uh-oh, you said it, not me. Oh man. So we are currently here with 3,000 of you. Good morning. We are seeing how hedge funds are making millions off of GME price swings. Interesting. This would be disturbing if true. And that's why we wanted to be able to actually look at the validity of this claim. So why does GME have these massive price swings intraday and then crash? It's because institutions are pushing the price up, selling at the top, and making millions. And here is how they do it. Here is how they do it. Very weird. This is how they are doing it, and I'm gonna change a couple of settings. Okay, cool. There we go. Why does GME have these massive intraday calls? It's because, one, institutions are pushing the price up, selling at the top, and making millions, and this is how they do it. This is actually kind of like a conspiracy theory, if true. It's conspiracy theory that would be big if true. They buy in the money calls on GME. This will appear as a large print on a number of different sites when people literally stare at large volume option buys all day. Buy out of the money calls on GME. Institutions will then buy deep out of the money calls. This will also show up as unusual options activity and just create confirmation bias based on the in-the-money calls that got printed. Oh, interesting. And then buy GME shares, enough to get the price rolling upward. So this DD thinks that that hedge funds are buying GME. Do we have any? Let's get scissors in the chat if we are sus, and balloons in the chat if we are not, if we believe that this is exactly what's happening. GME just took a slight tumble as we are looking at it now. It does have a 205 level of support to bounce off of later, but it did open strong. We did expect it to have a major sell-off immediately. Sorry, Trey. The buying pre-market is there's the risk right there. So that is exactly what we are looking at right now with GameStop. It seems like it didn't even need to reach 205. It is seeing some struggling to try and make it back up to the gains it saw this morning. Melvin is back. DKK is Danish kroner. I threw in 4,500 USD when GME was at 40 USD, and I have been glued to your channel ever since. So much gains and still holding. You be entertaining as fact. Well, thank you so much, Melvin. But Melvin, oh man. Melvin, what are you doing watching my channel? Shouldn't you be off like doing something? Okay, so people do have scissors in the chat. People think that this is legitimate. Okay, this is how an institution can get the price of something moving in the direction. Oh no, sorry, I said scissors in the chat for this being illegitimate. So this is illegitimate. Okay, that's sus for scissors, sussers, and then balloons if you believe that this is real. Okay, so. This is an institution that can get the price of something moving in the direction they want. Now they capitalize on this. One, selling those in the money call options at a massive profit, selling those out of the money call options at a massive profit, and selling the shares again for a massive profit. If an institution today had bought a reasonable position in GME at 100,000 shares times a 60 and started to sell at 200, they would make over $4 million if they did that. If they did that, they would have driven the price up. What is this DD supposed to do? I don't really think about so this now you have put on your analytical glasses and you are fully actually focusing on some pretty suspicious DD that might not make perfect sense, and you are becoming your own person when it comes to making these analytical choices. So GameStop really seeing some great motion right now. We already have 5 million in volume. This is great. We saw some pretty solid support, dipped as low as 208, and then tried to dip slightly higher at 210, and then we are seeing off to the races. Already double digits up and 17% on last day's close. This is pretty big. Exciting to see GameStop move upwards, and AMC is taking its time. It's okay, AMC. Take your time. It's fine. It's fine. Let me make my volume a little louder. How's that, guys? Make it a little louder so we can see it here. GME to the moon. What up, Moon Platoon here? Poon Platoon, that's not what we're called. We're called the Moon Platoon. Brad, hey Andrew, what is your exit strat? I already said what I think my exit strat is. See what the top of the ladder is and then sell at 80%. right? See how high the highs can get, and then if it dips below 80% of the top highs, that is when you can start at least selling partially downward, right? You don't want to miss the top of the squeeze, and you cannot predict how high it can go. So, such as it has a daily high of 231 now. Could you have predicted that? Likely, probably not. So this is going to be something that this DD begone thought, very suspicious. Let's see. Yeah, no, this is pretty suspicious. Options game on AMC is on fire right now. Let's show our AMC brethren some love. Melvin's boyfriend wrote this DD. Options game on AMC is on fire right now. Too long didn't read. If you like me and data makes your snake hiss or your cat growl for my ape sisters, stick around. If you're gonna pout and take your ball home if we miss a price target today, come Friday, get the Frank out H. What does H stand for? Sorry for yelling. I still love you, bro hug. Okay, so this is some AMC DD as well. We are looking at significant price action on GME and AMC. Those of you who are here, hey, welcome. We are doing some crawling for information. We are gonna make sure that your chats are heard, your attendees are golden, and your hands, rock hard hands right here. Let's see. So what price we need to break today? Yeah, we don't need to break on any price until contracts get into expiry. So that is not as necessary as today. I'm also gonna, after reading a couple more of these DDs, I'm gonna actually focus on maybe covering the hearing today, if that's what you're interested in. There is gonna be a hearing called, let's see what it's called. Who wins on Wall Street? Robinhood, GameStop, Robinhood, and the state of retail investing. So this is a Senate hearing. This different than the congressional hearing that happened before. It does say 10 a.m. and then location remote. Check back for a live video of this hearing. When am I gonna see the live video? Come on, let's get going. Okay, Andrew, check the market right now. I'm looking. Very scary. Oh, it's actually green almost across the board. So this might be after several days of market correction, we have actually started to see some serious green. Tesla is green for once, back up to 600. That was a scary time for Tesla, honestly. Probably a very significant discount if those of you who got in time. But let's see, because Tesla is historically very easily overvalued at the same time. So let's see. Not unreasonable to think that an institutional investor would be doing a pump and dump scheme. Yeah, I agree. But like the way that made it seem like was the same hedge funds that shorted the stunk was also buying in, and then they would just be like cutting off their nose to spite the face. So very weird. Let's see. Oh, and Kathy Wood, they trust. ARK turning around, bought the dip, looking good. Yeah, tech stocks are almost always going to be on the way back up. Hopefully you guys took advantage of the massive discount in the past few days. And we're going to continue covering when these discounts will come around again, and when market corrections will likely turn into flash sales. All right, so AMC. So much volume today, it's beautiful. Yeah, we're already seeing 6 million volume on GameStop, up 12%. We're looking good. Okay, so let me change the title of the video real quick. Live. Well, GME and AMC squeeze today, 2 electric boogaloo. So we let's change the chart real quick to AMC. We'll be back to GME in just a second. At a nerd at heart, a good spreadsheet can beat a premium Pornhub account, especially when it's a spreadsheet about boosting our AMC and speeding up the countdown to moon launch. As you know, the options market corresponding weekly gamma squeezes help push our rocket towards the launch. Okay, fair enough. Come on, what's the actual gamma stuff? Anyways, there's currently 5,000 contracts at the moment expiring this Friday at $8.05. That means that 500,000 shares have become purchased by people like Ken Griffith's Citadel the following Monday, should all contracts be exercised. That's a lot of buying pressure in itself. So this is AMC specifically. We have the table, we have the different options at the different prices. 43 options at $8, 600 at $8, 804, 805, 814, 838, and 27,000 options at $8.79, all of which are in the money right now because AMC has already passed that amount. So sharing this info is meant to help shareholders know the power of the options game and keeping the weekly Monday gamma cycle going. So as you guys know, the more shares that are in the money, the more that we can start pushing the price upward. And so hopefully I'm going to find something similar for GME because the gamma squeeze is likely going to be a booster rocket for GME before the short squeeze, the mother of all short squeezes, comes in. So that is that AMC DD. Someone's like, sorry, that's a dumb question. There are no dumb questions here. Violet Hummingbird says, why aren't other institutions and hedge funds getting in on this? Or are they? Yeah, we just read some DD that it seems like hedge funds are getting in on this, and the DD had no evidence, unless we missed the evidence and we just skimmed past it. But hedge funds could get in on this by buying a bunch of out-of-the-money calls and then in-the-money calls and then selling both for massive profits. Oh boy. Anyone got a link where to watch that hearing? Yeah, if you do have that, send it over to me because currently the official website doesn't even have an update, but it's not starting until 17 minutes here. Oh boy, yeah, Gorilla's in the chat for trades getting 150k subscribers. Let's get this bread together, guys. All the finance YouTubers, Stock Symposium Unite. We are going to make sure that all of you stay as well informed as possible. Trey takes the early morning shift. I take the midday through afternoon shifts, and we make this bread together. We are only 1,700 subscribers away from 40k. 40k is a number that I cannot wait to get to with you guys. So please, for the love of all that is good and holy, smash that subscribe button, turn that notification on, because we talk about a lot of financial education, passive income, and understanding what is up with the stock market on this channel. Good morning, Andrew. Hope this Green Day treats you well. Yeah, we love a Green Day. GameStop is up 16% with almost 7 million in volume, and it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. It's only been about 13 minutes, and that is insane. Let's see. Gorillas in the chat. Let's look at Trey's Gorillas. Oh man. Yum yum yum. I like water. Gorillas might not drink water, but I do. I love it. Love to drink water. Can't get enough. Okay. So we have some DD about GME as well. We covered it this morning about how the statistical significant indicators show that there are some incredibly similar similarities between a January squeeze and this squeeze, which is why we are so hype, which is why we are so pumped. Due to SEC rule change, stock loan, blah, blah, blah. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Latest GME interest from S3 partners. Okay. We have thoughts on Altria. Ooh. Short interest GME. So we have some information about GME's short interest that we should probably cover as well. This is not investment advice, obviously. Short interest SI image included indicates that shorts covering has helped, but they are still at a low level, meaning historically this is relatively the lowest amount of shares shorted this year. Remember that they were shorting like upwards of more than 100%. Some calculations were like above 200% short. So there is still enough shorts to help the price action upward, and also enough to give stability to this big increases if they call it quits. Implied volatility is up, but the contract premiums during the first squeeze were, hold on a second, were significantly higher. So for example, on 129, the stock was around 325 and the contract costs were in the money. Strike at 325, 1 week option costs about 125. Today, at the moment, strike out 195, 1 week option costs about 30 bucks. Two things. This is way less IV. Two, because this is much slower methodical rise, albeit still above a short time period. Two, since options premiums are still relatively cheap, around 30 bucks at the moment, I think they are still affordable enough to continue pressuring a gamma squeeze. So they are feeling bullish about the SI specifically. So short interest is something that we always look out for. I will update you guys if we are live streaming all the way through to tomorrow and looking for the new FINRA report to come out. Of course, it will be late. Lady Pink says, nice engulfing crayon for AMC on 3-minute chart. This is what I like to see. Yeah, GameStop is up 18%, pushing that brand new barrier that it got to, the highest highs it was able to get to at in pre-market at 238. And AMC is also pushing a brand new high at $9.60. Was seemingly had a small hiccup at $9.70, and now is trading slightly below it, but it might be able to catch up anytime soon. Frozen Fear says, not a dead cat. Not a dead cat. This is true. Green is such a boring color, says Big Orange Machine. Well, you seem biased towards orange, maybe. Let's see. Good morning. It's great to be alive, says Colton. It certainly is. We're seeing 4% up on AMC and almost 20% up on GameStop. Now, that is pretty exciting. We are making big waves, and I want to update the title of this video. Okay, GME up 20%. And this is probably gonna have to change very soon. Andrew, does WeBull suggest points of resistance, or do you manually add those? I manually add them. I am using my big brain, smooth as silk, but it is big nevertheless, to make those lines appear on the graph. But if you follow this show, you could just put up the exact same levels of resistance and support. I always recommend you do your own research, of course, but if you are just starting out, you could just indicate the same exact levels of resistance and support as I do. Okay, we are looking at a significant amount of DD here. They're just passing it around. Take one down, pass it around. Not a dead cat. Seriously, this is not a dead cat at all. Brian Concepcion sent you a picture of Doge on Instagram yesterday morning. Yeah, we're going to get to your Doges in just a sec. Let's see. Newbie, The Real Studi, and Lady Pink. Same boat, but I think we're good. I think AMC is worth at least 20 without the squeeze. Wow, Lady Pink, very bullish on AMC for its real valuation, even without the short and the gamma. So let us see if we can do find another DD, because I was looking a second ago. So for some reason, Reddit is down, WeBull is lagging. Is every other website down for you or slow? Because it might just be your internet. My Reddit is currently up. Oh, technical analysis, part 3. Coastal Hot Dog is back. We love Coastal Hot Dog. Okay, let's see. Okay. Do you play RuneScape? That was my life for a long time. Seriously was. Do you think we can break 230 resistance? It is higher than 230. So I suppose it was resisted at slightly lower than this morning at 234, but it is higher than 230. Do I think we can break it? Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. We actually have seen some pretty significant movements here, a much higher level of support than earlier this morning, and we are seeing just the most volume, I think the most volume out of these last few days in the very first 30 minutes. It's only been 20 minutes since market opened, and it's already seen almost 9 million in volume. That is insane. This guy read the comments? Yes, I do. I'm reading them right now. Let's see. Spicy Boy. You're distracting me from class, and I failed a test because of you? Oh, I'm so sorry, but I have no regrets. Derek Miller, during market open when the price dropped, I panicked and bought more. Never panic buy or sell, but that is not financial advice, of course. Okay, so technical analysis shows very bullish signs. Ooh, this is actually really cool. So this is wow, MACD, RSI, too long didn't read. This is actually a ton of DD from just 26 minutes ago. This is very relevant. Don't go anywhere. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do an intro. I'm gonna go straight into it. So let us get this bread in just a second. How's it going, guys? We are gonna cover the technical analysis. There's no time to waste because GME is on the move. Let us get this bread right now. Professor Meeple and I are ready to talk, and I hope you guys are ready to listen. Reading mode time. This is from 26 minutes ago from Coastal Hot Dog 835. they have been following the DD for a long time now. Oh, thank you, HT the Stock Stranger. Intro. They hope that everyone is fresh for a new day of holding because things seem to be getting interesting now. This is a good time to say that this video is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, and therefore you should be taking this with a huge bucket of salt and make your own dang decisions. Oh, thank you, Cole Gidley. The take on the DD is a bit different from the usual format because they've started to focus on technical analysis. This is 100% everything you need to know in terms of the indicators and the data, and as always, data is king. So, as there is a too long didn't read at the end, of course, if you still don't follow, so make sure to try, wrinkle your brain a little bit, try to follow as much as you can, and then let's get started. First off, the pivot point. Support, resistance, and calculations are widely accepted as the simplest yet most effective trading strategy. They are well trusted by traders, banks, and all financial institutions as clear indicators of the strength or weaknesses of the market. They are used for the basis of the most technical analyses, and the pivot point is the point in which the market sentiment changes from bearish to bullish, and we are looking at it now. So this is a R1, R2, and R3 to make sure that even the simplest of apes can understand. R1 is 2 times the pivot point daily low. R2 is a pivot point plus the daily high minus a daily low. S1 is 2 times the pivot point minus the daily high. All this mumble jumble aside, just some simple algebra linking back to GME. We have the S3, S2, S1, and the pivot points right here. So the GME line of resistance number 1 is 195. We have a 202, and then finally at 215.87. These numbers are already knocked out of the water as time of this taping, which it currently is at 228. Wow, that is going to be crazy when you guys see the price that it ends on. While writing this post, GME was hovering around 217 in pre-market. It is now at 227. All through the value is bound to change when the market opens. If 215 can be maintained during the opening, that will ultimately see resistance level 3 becoming the new support line. This will depict a very strong bullish trend that can be aided by the RSI, Relative Strength Index, which we are going to cover and which we have already made it past. So congratulations. So now we talk about the RSI. We talk about this a lot on the show, but the RSI is a momentum indicator used in technical analysis that measures the magnitude of recent price changes to evaluate overbought or oversold conditions in the price of a stock or other asset. The RSI is displayed as an oscillator, a line graph that moves between 2 extremes and can be have a reading of 0 to 100. The RSI below 30 is oversold, and we will rebound and may show divergence, and above 70 is overbought. Thank you, Howard. Current GME RSI value 68. Neutral, right? It is getting close to being overbought, but it is currently neutral. The data shows that it's continuing upward bullish trend, and in this line, the price of GME as no divergence could be seen. Coupling it with a few pivot points, if the same trend continues today and tomorrow, we'll see a breakout and support lines forming around 215. Disclaimer, these are just predictions that this Redditor has created, but compare the RSI to before the January squeeze right there. The RSI is at 72.14 here. As shown in the second image, RSI trend before the breakout was in an uptrend. However, the slope was not as steep as we're currently seeing it right now, and when that price started to get really high, RSI showed a massive overbought. Comparing this with the March RSI, that trend is still in the neutral territory and has potential for more violent uptick as RSI value reaches the 70 to 75 plus region. And now we're talking about the VWAP. Hell yeah, I've had a total dedicated video about the volume and weighted average price. If you guys wanted to see that, that is one of my very favorite indicators. Jake, what's going on? We want to see the candles. That's the main thing that I want to be able to show you guys in just a second. So give me a hot second right now. The volume weighted average price is a trading benchmark used by traders that gives the average price security has traded throughout the day based on both volume and price. It is important because it provides traders with insight into both the trend and value of securities. Large institutional buyers and mutual funds use the VWAP ratio to help move into or out of the stocks with as small of a market impact as possible. Therefore, when possible, institutions will try to buy below the VWAP or sell above it. This way, their actions push the price back toward the average instead of away from it. If you guys want to see that in more detail about the VWAP, I have that video on the channel. The blue line indicates that the volume and weighted average price. Comparing both pictures, the VWAP VWAP values in regards to each candlestick seems to show the same pattern. The VWAP has been above the average day trading price between 6th and 7th of March. This seems to act like the support line for the price, and 8th of March and 22nd of January show a similar pattern. Both had relatively a significant increase in increased volatility and more violent price swings, as well as a positive slope gradient. So, and now we are talking about something that we have already covered yesterday, but finally, but not least importantly, the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence. It's a momentum indicator that shows the relationship between two moving averages of the securities price. MACD is calculated by subtracting the 26-period exponential moving average, the EMA, from the 12-period EMA. A 9-day EMA of the MACD is called the signal line, is then plotted atop of the MACD line, which can function as a trigger for buy and sell signals. Essentially, just understand traders may buy the security when the MACD crosses above its signal line. So back in January, this is the MACD crossing above the signal line right here, and then right here in March, which is where we are. MACD is often displayed with a histogram, see the chart below, which graphs the distance between the MACD and its signal line. If the MACD is above the signal line, the histogram will be above the MACD's baseline. MACD in January showed a gradual increase until breakout, and the March MACD value is much stronger in regard to the trend and can see the signal line deviating away from the EMA. Linking it back onto the RSI uptrend, trend seems to be bullish and does not show any signs of divergence. Outcome? We'll probably continue this trend for days to come. Since they ran out of time, there's probably a couple of other indicators that we have, including the exponential moving average, the purple line, and the simple moving average, the blue line, that we usually see in the charts that I have in terms of technical analyses. Too long, didn't read. Most, if not all, moving average indicators shows a very strong bullish market on a day scale. And that is, if you guys saw the previous video, much weightier than on a more granular scale. So we can see the uptrend to continue, follow an uptrend. Resistance level 3 pivot points may become a new support line if the RSI and MACD trend continues. Neither show divergence, which is also a good sign. So I hope you guys realize that this also needs a big bucket of salt, but you realize that this is, one, not financial advice, and two, some education for your day about how to read these graphs in the future. And hopefully you guys can also become a data scientist, such as these honorary data scientists here, Meatball the Professor and Meatball the Space Legend tier members that have supported the show either on Patreon or by pressing the join button down below. And for now, but not for forever, peace. Okay, so sorry about that. Yeah, some of you got not happy when I showed the price during these playbacks, but I will find some happy medium. If you guys do have a suggestion, I would like to hear it. Howard, I missed your super. Estimate the number of new near the in the money and the money options if we break 250. Actually, I was looking up some DD about that in a second, so I will find that out for you. Thank you so much, those of you who are supporting. We almost got up to 3,800 during that read through. So guys, get some extra scissors in the chat for cutting out some excellent paper handlers. Maybe they decided to sell. Maybe they decided to sell because GME is looking like it's trading a little sideways for the day. It seems like it's bouncing back and forth between 200 and 29, some 230 high figure, and then some 225, just around $5 bouncing back and forth. So we have love the videos, bro, says MM58. Thank you so much. Oh, hello. Oh man, Jamin Blue, thank you. I'm 40 with 3 kids. I appreciate all the information, not financial advice, and DD that you share. Teaching my 16-year-old and 14-year-old everything I've learned from you. Thank you. Gosh, you're gonna make it into the scrapbook of comments that I care about so much. Thank you so much, Jamin, for that very heartfelt super. We got scissors in the chat, cutting those out. Let's go. We got Chris F sending some supers. Kainoa the Boa giving us tendies and meatballs. We got Jose Rios, just Zishan Zahid. We have Recklessly Vertical, Francisco Davis, and Jake Howden sending another super. The Meatball Game is always happy. Just super excited for AMC to break 10. Give Meatball a treat for me. AMC broke 10. It certainly did. Has, oh no, it didn't. It has a high of 996. I really thought that that was 10. So AMC right now is still up 5.5%. This is great for AMC on a day because a couple of days ago AMC has been trending downwards, and now it seems like it is finally catching a break. Maybe it was all that extra butter. Maybe it was from AMC CEO's mouth to God's ears. Melvin and Friends paper weighing was cut out. Melvin. Jim Poor, please explain the GME order books that have multi-orders at the same amount as small price decreases. Be a little more specific, or maybe link an article to tell me exactly what phenomenon you are seeing. Buenos dias, everybody, says Eric Guiano. Let's see, let's show this. Yeah, people are asking, what do I use? I use WeBull. So go ahead and go into the description down below and get your own WeBull. And then you can use the same technical app that a data scientist uses, because this app is nice, it is free, and you get 2 free stocks on the way. So go ahead and check that out. I think some of you had bought some fake money. This is fake money. It's pretty fun for YouTube videos. It's fun to prank your friends. It is not fun to use as legal tender, because then I think it's a serious felony. So go ahead, and that is also in the description down below. I think I just call it prop cash. So go ahead and get some fake money down below. Keep up the great content, says Andy Vo. GameStonk and your subs contain a positive relationship. That's fun. I like that. Hearing is live now. Okay, I'm going to try and see if we can display the hearing as well as do some technical analysis so that you guys don't get bored at the same time. We got live video.
The Banking, Housing, Urban Affairs Committee will come to order. This hearing is in the virtual format. A few reminders.
This is the Senate hearing.
Sorry, those of you that have to hear this every hearing. Once you start speaking, there'll be a slight delay before you're displayed on the screen.
Be quiet.
To minimize background noise, please.
Be quiet. So I'm going to explain this man before he talks. This is who wins on Wall Street, GameStop, Robinhood, and the state of retail investing. It's a Senate hearing, so not a House of Representatives hearing. So this may have some serious ramifications. If this gets more viewership, cool. If this doesn't, then we're going to go back to technical analysis. Okay, here we go.
You will hear a bell ring to remind you your time is almost expired.
Thank you, Angel.
Ring again when your time has expired. If there's a technology issue, we'll simply move to the next witness or the next senator until it is resolved. Fortunately, because of Cameron and Charlie's work, we rarely have technical problems, but one never knows. To simplify the speaking order process, Senator Toomey and I have agreed to go by seniority for this hearing. Last February, as the world came to the collective realization that we were confronting a global pandemic, the U.S. stock market suffered its fastest drop in history, plummeting, as we recall, 34% in 33 days. This was followed by the fastest stock market rebound in history, recovering all of these losses by mid-August. It was clear what most working people had suspected for a long time. The stock market is detached from the economy and the reality of most Americans' lives. The coronavirus was spreading, widespread testing was available. We didn't know if the hope of a vaccine was months or, for that matter, years away. Unemployment surged, reaching 23 million jobs lost by April. Almost a year later, only about half those jobs have been recovered. Families and small businesses had no certainty about what their lives would look like in a few weeks, let alone next year. But the stock market continued to go up and up. Those lucky enough to own investments reaped the profit. To some, this looked like a new development, but to millions of Americans, to millions of workers who've watched the stock market reach new heights while their own paychecks never kept up, it looked pretty familiar. Families haven't been too surprised by this state of affairs. A whole lot of them never recovered from foreclosure or from losing their savings during the last crisis, but they watched Wall Street pocket its bailout and go on to record highs just a few short years later. That's because when you look at who truly benefits, it's clear that the stock market's gains funnel wealth to a tiny sliver of people, often at the direct expense of American workers. We discussed this last week in our hearing, Wall Street versus workers. According to Federal Reserve data, the wealthiest 1% hold 53% of stock in mutual fund investments. The bottom 90% own less than 12%. The bottom 90% own less than 12%. Between workplace retirement accounts and personal investments, about half of American households have at least one financial account tied to the market, but only 1 in 6 directly own stocks. None of this reflects the actual makeup of the country. Only 31% of Black families, 28% of Hispanic families own any stock investment. The wealthy are far more likely to have these accounts, of course, than middle-class families, who in turn are far more likely to be in the market than working-class families or poor families. So when the stock market soars, most people barely notice. They're trying to just keep up with the cost of living within their paychecks. In recent years, the growth of fintech and financial services has given rise to trading platforms that offer free stock trades. Firms like Robinhood and others claim to democratize stock trading with flashing marketing and easy-to-use features. And in one sense, it worked. They attract millions of customers, many of them young and new to investing. The frenzied stock trading this January, when shares of GameStop went from $18 to over $400 in a matter of weeks, showed how millions of retail investors could engage with each other and create a sort of sensation. But it also lays bare serious risks. There are real people who get caught up in the frenzy who suffered real consequences. If the people who are busy working and watching their kids and living their lives can't make sense of the stock market's booms and busts, they'll continue to lose faith in the market. And hedge funds and insiders will continue to reap the vast majority of the profit. That's really bad for everyone in the long run. Robinhood tried to blame its decision to cut off its customers from being able to purchase GameStop and other stocks on industry-wide standards for processing stock purchases. Of course, the SEC and others should examine and consider how to reduce risk in the financial system by cutting the time it takes to complete stock purchases. Everyone would benefit from that. But it's become clear that firms like Robinhood were founded on a model that exploits small investors by encouraging fast and loose trading and then sells their trade to big market players. In a few short years, Robinhood violated the law, failed to respond to customers when they needed help, and when it got in trouble, cut off customers to save itself. Robinhood attracted new customers to investing, encouraged them to trade, profited off them, then broke their trust precisely when they needed the company to have their backs. It's also obvious that the David versus Goliath story, to mix metaphors perhaps, we first heard in January was not the whole picture. Well-funded, sophisticated hedge funds made big profits alongside the people trading at home. We know they always had better access and information than any of us ever will. No one thinks that's fair. Some have tried to blame small-time investors. They scold people just trying to make some extra money in the worst job market we've seen in most of our lifetimes. Because of the Robinhood business model and other reasons, we've all learned the new term gamification. But let's be clear, we've seen Wall Street treat the market as a game for decades, a game they always win at the expense of pretty much everyone else. Wall Street's never been friendly to the little guy. Surely this time is no different. Yes, some regular people have had success, but fundamentally the system is set up to funnel more wealth to the already wealthy. Just like in Las Vegas, the house always wins. The economy and the market should work for everyone, not just the well-connected. They should reflect the economy we all want, with broadly shared prosperity and a growing middle class that all workers have the opportunity to join. When that happens, people have confidence the markets can actually work for them, not just for Wall Street. We'll see more Americans save and invest for the future. This hearing will examine not only the volatile activity in a dozen stocks early this year, but also the practices that encourage that activity. We'll see how it affects our economy in the long term. We'll see who benefits and who loses from this tech-induced stock market volatility. I look forward to the testimony from all 5 of our witnesses. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Welcome to all of our witnesses. This January's volatility in the stock market understandably captured everybody's attention. We saw extraordinary trading volumes in GameStop and other stocks, and we also saw some brokers limit stock purchases during this period of volatility. So it's entirely appropriate to examine these events and try to understand what happened and whether any response is needed. However, I urge my colleagues and regulators to avoid any knee-jerk reaction to impose unnecessary restrictions and burdens on investors. We have yet to see any evidence of wrongdoing or that the regulatory regime failed to function as intended. And Congress and regulators should avoid new laws and regulations that could end up limiting investors' access to and choices in the stock market. One reason to tread cautiously is that new developments have made it a great time to be a retail investor. Today, a person of modest means can invest in the stock market at zero or minimal cost. Two developments particularly stand out: the zero commission trading platforms with no minimum account balance required, and a user-friendly trading technology such as mobile apps. Zero commission trading is the culmination of a decline in investor costs since the SEC abolished fixed commissions in 1975 and forced brokers to compete against each other. In the 80s and 90s, it could cost you close to $100 to buy several $1,000s worth of stock. By the 2000s, online trading sites offered lower costs, but they could still cost you $30 for a trade. Competition from market makers allows brokers, under their best execution obligation, to obtain a better price for investors than current market price, even after receiving a payment for order flow, and they can charge zero to investors. Similarly, new technology like app-based trading platforms make it easier to access the market, including buying through fractional shares. And it's not just Robinhood attracting new investors. The Wall Street Journal reported that 2020, despite the volatility, was a record year for new individual accounts. And these developments have, of course, contributed to broader investment in the stock market. According to the Federal Reserve, in 1989, less than 1/3 of U.S. households owned stocks. 3 decades later, in 2019, a majority of American households did. And the most rapid growth is among low and middle income households. And let's not forget about the millions of others, including police officers, firefighters, teachers, and other workers indirectly invested through pension funds. This allows everyone to share in the tremendous wealth gains generated by the stock market, which used to be available only to wealthy individuals and institutional investors. Despite these positive developments, some see the state of retail investing only in negative terms. Rather than celebrating the fact that it's cheaper and easier for average Americans to invest in the stock market, some claim that the market is somehow rigged against retail investors. So to my colleagues who say that, I'd like to hear why they believe that. Does the retail investor not receive dividends like institutional investors do? Is the retail investor not entitled to best execution on trades like institutional investors? When a stock goes up in value, does the value of a retail investor's share not go up like wealthy individuals? Of course, the answer to all of these questions is obviously no. And if the market is rigged, then why did some hedge funds lose their shirts shorting GameStop while some retail investors hit pay dirt buying it? I'm also incredulous at the idea that it somehow hurts retail investors to have access to investing technologies that are inexpensive and pleasant and easy to use. Retail investing doesn't need to be expensive and miserable and difficult to experience, nor should we want it to be. I'd like to see more U.S. households have the opportunity to benefit from the financial gains that are available through the stock market. Your average American doesn't need big government coming in to limit her access to and choices in the stock market. The fact is, risk is a fundamental part of investing. All investors, whether they are small retail investors or big hedge funds, can gain or lose money by investing. But what we know is for sure, over time, long-term investors investing in U.S. stocks, it's the exact opposite of going to the casino. Investors win, and when you go to the casino, you lose. Investors in GameStop and a few other stocks took a lot of risk, but they represent a very, very small fraction of retail investors. And investors should understand that if they make a very risky investment, they might lose money. Those who bought GameStop at its high very likely lost money. Wow. I certainly hope they didn't invest money they couldn't afford to lose, but it's not the government's job to tell people which stocks they can and which they cannot buy. In my view, there is one action that regulators should pursue, and Chairman Brown alluded to this, and that's to finish the work that it started in 2004 for a faster settlement cycle, including same-day cycle or maybe even real-time settlement. A faster settlement cycle will reduce risks for clearing agencies because there'll be fewer unsettled trades and a reduced time period of exposure. And a faster settlement cycle will also require less collateral for clearing agencies, which may reduce margin charges and other fees that are inevitably passed on to investors. When the SEC moved to T+2 back in 2017, The SEC said it wanted to make settlement even faster. And last month, Ranking Member McHenry from the House and I wrote to the SEC asking that they follow through on this longstanding objective. Let me close by just repeating, I think Congress and the regulators should tread very cautiously here. We should want to make sure that all parts of American society can participate and share in the gains of the stock market, and we should avoid taking actions that would undermine that goal. I look forward to today's testimony.
Thank you, Ranking Member Toomey. I'll introduce today's 5 witnesses. Gina Guild Fletcher, Professor of Law at the Duke University School of Law. Professor Fletcher is a scholar of complex financial instruments and market regulation. Her research focuses on the interplay of public regulations and private ordering, enhancing market stability and integrity. Welcome, Professor Fletcher. Rachel Rabashodi is the founder and chief executive officer of Adesina social capital investment firm that seeks to serve as a bridge between financial markets and social justice movements. Welcome, Ms. Rabashodi. Dr. Teresa Ghilarducci is an economist, nationally recognized expert in retirement security. Dr. Ghilarducci holds the Irene and Bernard Schwartz Chair in Economic Policy Analysis in the Economics Department at the New School for Social Research. She directs the Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis that focuses on economic policy research and outreach. Welcome, Dr. Ghilarducci. Commissioner Michael Pivovar is the executive director of the Milken Institute Center for Financial Markets. Commissioner Pivovar served as a commissioner at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission from August of 2013 to July of 2018 and was acting chair from January to May 2017. Previously, he was the Republican chief economist for the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs under Senators Crapo and Shelby. Welcome back, Commissioner Pivovar. And Andrew Vollmer is a senior affiliated scholar with the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. From 2014 to 2019, he taught securities regulation. He's the director of the John W. Glenn Jr. Law and Business Program at the University of Virginia School of Law. Prior to that, Mr. Vollmer was a partner in the securities litigation and enforcement practice at Wilmer Cutler, Pickering, Hale, and Dorr, and he also served as deputy general counsel at the SEC from 2006 to early 2009. Welcome, Mr. Vollmer, to our committee. Professor Fletcher, would you begin your testimony, please, for 5 minutes? Thank you.
This guy looks like Open Gruppenführer from...
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, committee members. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. I'm a professor of law at Duke University, where my research focuses on capital markets, financial regulation, and market manipulation. Our capital markets exist to channel investors' capital into its best uses, ideally funding companies to increase sales and create jobs, but also providing investors with reasonable returns, allowing them to save for retirement or to send their children to college. We're here today because we're seeing trading activity that seems to be divorced from this essential purpose. Since the start of the year, GameStop stock has gone through quite a bit of volatility. It started at a little under $20 a share at the beginning of the year, went up to $400, down to $40, and now as of yesterday was a little bit under $200 per share. All of this occurring over just a few weeks. As the company's stock price yo-yos back and forth, it is clearly not a good faith reflection of the fundamental value of a company with real stores, employees, and sales. The volatility in GameStop stock is just one of a growing number of examples of market price gyrations, which seem to be impacting not only meme stocks, but also some penny stocks, special purpose acquisition companies, and even cryptocurrencies. Financial innovation has made it easier than ever for retail investors to trade more complex, leveraged, and risky assets than ever before. These developments have generally expanded retail participation in the markets, and in some ways, this is great. For example, a recent study has estimated that the racial gap in individual stock ownership has been halved in less than 5 years because of greater, lower-cost market access. However, recent market events have raised questions about the integrity and long-term stability of the markets. Now, while my written remarks cover several topics, I wish to highlight a few key points here. First, to the extent that asset values are subject to wild swings and are divorced from any semblance of fair market values, market participants will increasingly view the markets as rigged and unreliable. This will, in the long run, deter investment and harm our economy. Second, Congress and regulators should act to ensure.
I'll mute her for a second. So as you guys can see, GameStop has just peaked. It has peaked again at the pre-market high of 238. That is the daily high of 238.56. We are watching for GameStop to cross this barrier because it is turning into a brand new level of resistance. And if it does end up crossing this barrier, then that technical analysis that we read earlier about 3 different points of resistance is going to come true. Now I'm going to go back and give it to this lady. If you guys do want me to pop in from time to time, or perhaps pop in more often, let me know. Let's drive this conversation together so that we can both listen to the Senate hearing, but also focus on the technicals as well.
How investors should access complex leveraged products such as call options. Opening options trading accounts used to take weeks and still does with some brokers. Yet it may take just a few minutes with other brokers. It should not take a suicide for us to realize that many investors in current markets do not fully comprehend the products that they are trading or the risks that they are taking. Fifth, finally, and perhaps most importantly, Congress and regulators must acknowledge that events like what we're seeing with GameStop and other assets are no longer outlier events, but are instead regular features of our current system. Unless action is taken, these events will continue to expand and evolve. This means that brokers need to be better prepared to stand behind their customers' risky trading. And to the extent brokers cannot, the answer ought not to lie with limiting retail participation, as seems to have happened recently when some broker-dealers suspended trading in highly volatile stocks. Additionally, regulators should consider shortening the settlement cycle so that fewer things can go wrong between the time of trade execution and when parties match up securities in cash. Today, it is easier, cheaper, and faster to trade more complex and leveraged financial products than ever before. This new market reality requires that we rethink the risks that accompany these developments, and in so doing, consider how to create a market that is fair, accessible, and stable for investors and the rest of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was having trouble with the mute. Thank you, Professor Fletcher. Welcome, Ms. Rabashodi.
This does seem like less of a crapshoot than the House of Representatives. Maybe the Senate is just better run. Although now that I said it, I might have jinxed it. We saw that
Mr. Chairman
GameStop
Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify before this committee. It's my great honor. My name is Rachel Robashoti, and I hold leadership positions at 2 SEC-registered investment advisory firms. I'm the founder and CEO of Addisina Social Capital, where we manage an exchange-traded fund with the ticker symbol JSTC. It holds over 800 stocks and is accessible to everyday investors at a price of about $16 per share. I'm also the director of advocacy and engagement for Abacus Wealth Partners, which is a firm with $3.8 billion in assets under management, but no minimum account size for its clients. I serve hardworking, everyday Americans, so your constituents and my clients are the same people. I've worked in financial services for almost 22 years, so I take the long view of market events, and I've seen everything from the ill-fated dot-com boom of 2000 through the Great Recession and the most recent GameStop Robinhood episode in January and February. So I understand the players in the market, and in this most recent situation, there are really 3 groups for us to consider. First is the hedge funds. These are institutions that primarily manage money for the wealthy, accredited investors, and they're known for their risky strategies and high returns. 2, the Redditors, these tech-enabled young people who use commission-free trading and banded together to outwit the hedge funds they felt had an unfair advantage. Third, and these are the folks that I'm here for today, are the everyday Americans. Hardworking people with long-term retirement savings invested in the stock market. These people rely on government institutions and financial professionals to look out for them. When the GameStop Robinhood episode occurred in January, I was immediately reminded of the MIT blackjack team of the 1990s, when a group of students banded together to break the bank at several large casinos. They realized that if they worked together, they could win substantially more money than the average gambler. So using their math skills and their technology, they coordinated to quickly and strategically place large bets against the house. It's pretty easy to see the obvious similarities between the two situations. Like the MIT students, the Redditors in January were young, knowledgeable people with high appetites for risk who chose to collectively speculate by making quick bets against a larger player with a perceived advantage. On the other hand, like the casino owners, the hedge funds are these large institutions with specialized knowledge about the game who some say routinely use their size to tip the odds in their favor. What's not obvious, whether in the casino or in the stock market, is what the wealthy institutions and upstarts have in common.
Okay, that's enough of that. So she just called us a bunch of kids. Again, what's wrong? Why do people keep calling us kids? This is live, those of you who are asking. Let's keep it civil in the chat. This is Roaring Kitty's tweet. They couldn't just believe that people are doing this for GME. Hold on, this is from Forrest Gump. He's running. Why are you buying GME? Are you doing this for world peace? Are you doing this to help the homeless? Are you buying GME for women's rights? Or for the environment? Or for animals? They couldn't just believe that someone would just buy all that GME for no particular reason. And then Forrest says, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And Forrest says, I just like the stock. Okay, so that's the DFV tweet. And I will pop in from time to time to talk about what this woman is saying. So there are people in the chat that want to hear, and there are people that want to chat that want to hear me. So we're gonna try to do it some here and some there. GameStop has peaked at $240.90. This is actually above my average price now, so I'm actually officially in the clear. So guys, we're coming up for those of you at 200, 300, and 400 plus. Don't go anywhere.
Aren't enough to cover most retirees' basic needs. And for several decades now, and this is key, the economy has only offered these savers historically low interest rates, which means that putting their money in low-risk savings accounts, CDs or bonds, barely makes them enough to keep up with inflation. This leaves investing in the stock market as their only option. It's the only way their savings can grow enough to provide for the future. So they're forced into the stock market casino with their life savings. And they're required to play against armies of sophisticated high-risk hedge funds and Redditors duking it out for dominance. For everyday Americans with smaller amounts that represent all they have to invest, sustaining significant losses or even the perception of losses is devastating. It makes them lose confidence and want to opt out altogether. But we know they can't leave the casino. As an investment professional who works for everyday investors, and as senators with these same people as your constituents, we must fix the system for them. We need to maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets that serve as a reasonable place for the average American to invest their life savings. And we have a duty to protect these investors from the crossfire of fast-moving, high-risk speculators.
Thank you, Ms. Robichaudi. Ms. Scalarducci.
Hello, thank you for inviting me, Chairman Brown and Ranking Member Toomey, and hello to members of the committee. I'm a professor of economics at the New School. I teach behavioral finance and labor markets. I also taught at the University of Notre Dame for 25 years. I received my PhD from UC Berkeley, and I've published 4 books on how workers acquire wealth. The latest one was Rescuing Retirement with my co-author, Tony James. I also am a court-appointed trustee overseeing $60 billion of the retiree healthcare trust fund money for auto workers. And that money is invested to last over 80 years. Now, as a professor, my office hours are typically quiet moments huddled over equations and numbers. But over the past few years, I've seen another trend. Students are coming to me bubbly because they want to know about trading on their phone app, Robinhood. Now, the young are told to buy stocks and they're told to hold them, but these students have absorbed the first point, but they haven't absorbed the second. Trading on Robinhood is a game, and it has powerfully, psychologically powerful intermittent rewards. The trading is disconnected from long-term wealth accumulation. Phone apps make trading easy, and they are cheaper. And superficially, they seem to open the security markets to many more people. But trading apps do not produce wealth. I welcome today's hearings, seeking to protect retail stock buyers, seeking to protect my students. And I'm here to testify where Americans really get their wealth. So I am going to huddle over a few numbers in the next few minutes. And I draw my data from the gold-plated data from the University of Michigan, the Health and Retirement Survey. And I'm looking at households where people are still working, they're over the age 52, they've gone through their life cycle.
Okay, so people don't like this. I'm reading through the chat. Let's keep it civil. So far, she doesn't think that trading apps make any wealth. Let's go back and look at GME real quick. It did push up against this 238 barrier that it hit up against pre-market. And AMC's looking pretty good as well. Looks like trade of $2,500 of AMC is going well for 150K. Let's get some gorillas in the chat for Trey. Let's change the conversation. Let's make it positive again. 4,300 of you watching right now. We are here talking about how this is very likely part 2 of the squeeze happening from yesterday that was initiated. A 40% increase on the day for GameStop. That is insane. It is up 21% more on the day, and that is very nice. And not the only thing about it is that it was already hitting these heights back in pre-market. So even before they had substantial volume from the regular retail investors, it already was seeing upwards of 1 million trades. Now that said, 15 million trades is currently the volume of GameStop. That is a good amount. That is actually closing in on 50% of all average volume, and we haven't even gone past an hour. We just finished 1 hour of trading, so that is insanity. Those of you who are here right now, we're trying to force our way through the Senate hearing. It does seem like a lot more organized because I guess fewer senators are here to actually speak and more experts. But these experts seem like they are trying to tell us that trading apps don't create wealth. I'm not sure what she means by wealth, but that is certainly almost not the case. And two, another senator decides to call us kids again. Us wacky kids, us 40-year-old kids with mortgages, and us 50-year-old kids who were screwed over in the last 2008 financial crisis. If you remember that clearly, this is the same people that likely have stayed senators for this entire time and are likely still making the same policy choices that are going to affect us adversely in the future. So can we short her? Joshua Youngberg, feed the ball. Let's give Meatball a treat for all of you guys for sitting through this session. Last time when I was just a small boy in Bulgaria, when I was a small YouTuber with fewer than 20,000 subscribers, I had the greatest viewership ever on the congressional hearing. So that's why I wanted to make sure that you guys had a chance to look at this congressional hearing. I am going to put when I stop listening to it, I am going to put the link of the hearing in the description so that you guys can continue following it. But for now, enjoy the smooth... Enjoy the smooth rendition of this woman trying to tell you and trying to professor-splain to you exactly what's happening with the global economy. But remember, my mods are not here right now, so try and keep the chat civil, and I do appreciate it. Go ahead and listen.
Handle the complex instruments.
I am going to pop back and forth, so just like that, if GameStop does start to go crazy, I will pull up some DD and make sure to understand what you guys are actually looking at. So give this video a thumbs up, right? Look at the top left corner. Brandon bought 30 shares of GME because we hit 2,500 likes on the last video. So go ahead. Hit that like button. See if another Brandon shows up, because this is the video that is likely going to be going out to as many apes as possible. So keeping the chat alive, keeping the likes counters up, that is all that matters. And now here we go.
As Senator Toomey mentioned, the firefighters and the teachers, or in my plan, the Teachers Insurance Annuity Association. We all need a piece of diversified, well-managed professional accounts. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we caught just enough of her testimony. So let me do a smooth transition to the next person. May have a note of the fact that we are pushing up against this barrier here at $238. That's a barrier that we hit in the beginning of the day, pre-market, before the market even opened. AMC, I'm going to draw a similar line just to do a quick technical analysis of. And while I do that, listen to the smooth rendition of not a woman this time, man wearing a suit.
Senior financial economist, commissioner, and acting chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I'm glad you called this hearing today on the state of retail investing. As we've heard, on the one hand, retail investors have never had it better. They enjoy more choices and face lower costs when investing their hard-earned savings than ever before. They can invest directly in securities through brokerage accounts, and competition among brokers has led to commission-free trading. Competition among exchanges, alternative trading systems, and market makers has led to the best market quality environment for publicly traded securities in history. Transactions costs are low, market depth is high, and execution speeds are fast. Retail investors can make their own investment decisions, or they can seek the advice of well-regulated investment professionals through a broker-dealer or investment advisor. Alternatively, they can achieve low-cost diversification and professional management by indirectly investing in the stock market through passively and actively managed mutual funds and exchange-traded funds. Competition among these funds.
GME is pushing 240 right now, $240.23, $240.50. This is getting crazy. Had a new high of $242.28. That's 25% up on the day.
And now retail investors have taken advantage of these beneficial trends over the past few decades. As Senator Toomey mentioned, the percentage of U.S. households that own stocks directly or indirectly increased from 32% in 1989 to 53% in 2019. Now, low-income households saw the biggest gains over the period, but they still lag high-income households in public stock ownership rates. Now, as we've also heard, on the other hand, the January trading frenzy in GameStop and other meme stocks and the related difficulties faced by some brokerage customers highlighted a few areas that require the SEC's and this committee's immediate attention. Now, the SEC has already said that they are reviewing actions taken by regulated entities to determine whether they have disadvantaged investors or otherwise unduly inhibited their ability to trade certain securities. The SEC has also said they are investigating whether abusive or manipulative trading activity prohibited by the federal securities laws occurred during this episode. Having worked at the Commission for the better part of my career, I have the complete confidence that the Commission and the staff will identify and pursue any evidence of noncompliance or wrongdoing. Accordingly, I focus my testimony on the market structure and infrastructure policy issues that have been raised in the aftermath of the January trading. In summary, I recommend that the SEC should, 1, evaluate whether and how to move to a shorter trade settlement cycle. 2, study how payment for order flow is working in a zero commission environment, with a focus on order routing and best execution requirements. 3, evaluate various alternatives to increase regulatory reporting and public transparency in securities lending. And 4, consider amending the accredited investor definition to achieve more equitable access to investing in private companies across all income levels. Now, my written testimony provides an in-depth discussion of each of these issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for bringing attention to these critical issues and for the opportunity to testify here today.
Thank you, Commissioner Pivovar, and welcome back again to the committee. Mr. Vollmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Chairman Brown, and for you and Ranking Member Toomey and the members of the committee, good morning. My written statement makes 3 points, and I end with my view that what we know so far about the events surrounding the GameStop trading does not provide a sufficient basis for new legislation or regulation. So the first topic I cover is the trading in GameStop by the users of the WallStreetBets social media forum. Based on the public information I've seen, misconduct probably did not occur in the trading of GameStop. The SEC is investigating, but my understanding is that the main group of individuals trading GameStop did not make material false or misleading statements to the securities markets and were not deceived by others. Another concern has been whether a securities manipulation occurred. A leading definition of securities manipulation, which comes from the Supreme Court, is securities trading that is artificial or not genuine. The traders using the WallStreetBets site actually bought GameStop and the other stocks and therefore did not engage in a manipulation. Let's look at
That's big. He thinks that we're not manipulating the market.
Markets for securities. At the moment, those effects do not appear to be widespread or severe. The trading activity in GameStop, AMC, and the other securities was limited to a few companies and was short-term. Some investors made money in GameStop and some lost money. Overall, at least so far, we have not seen strong evidence of securities violations or harm to the markets for buying and selling equities on stock exchanges. There have been some question about short sales, and I hope we're able to get into that topic during the questioning. My second point in my written statement, I discussed the role of the broker-dealer Robinhood. It has come under scrutiny because of the WallStreetBets traders using it and because it has certain features that make buying and selling securities easier and more attractive, like commission-free trades or accounts with no minimum dollar amounts. The criticisms of Robinhood failed to give appropriate weight to the benefits of its business model. The Robinhood brokerage service is innovative, and it makes significant positive contributions to society and the economy. It reduces costs for consumers, makes securities trading simpler and easier. It increases consumer choice and lowers barriers to participation in the market for common stock of companies listed on stock exchanges. It therefore opens the securities markets and equity securities ownership to a much larger part of the population and to people with less income and wealth than are typically associated with participation in the equity markets. That is all to the good and serves a variety of goals that I have heard from everyone who's participating in this hearing. My final point is that the information currently available has not revealed a problem of sufficient severity to justify Congress imposing new regulations in these areas. New information could change that, but in any deliberations about possible additional legal restrictions, Congress should give weight to and respect the personal liberty interests involved. I have not heard individual civil liberty mentioned as a factor so far today, but I think individual liberty is an important tradition in our country, and Congress should not restrain personal freedom unless it has a strong reason. That's a summary of my written statement. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilmer. Thanks to all five witnesses. I'll start with Ms. Robishodi.
I think that was a reference to did not hear no bell, right? Now we heard a bell. So while they do this weird transition, we did notice that GameStop hit a new level of resistance here. This is good news or perhaps slightly bittersweet news. We have GameStop hitting a wall one time at 243. This may or may not be associated with this solid level of support. It's staying solidly above 238, which is where it was rejected earlier during pre-markets. This is fantastic growth. Already up 25%. Like, just think about a regular stock that can do that. Almost impossible. Looking at AMC pre-market, it rose almost all the way up to $10 reduced, and now it needs to pass both this level of resistance at 986 and all the way through to 996. So let's see if that can happen.
Recounting where people's wealth, how people hold their wealth, and home equity and Social Security, and that's the preponderance of wealth for most people. How does the fixation of Wall Street and stock market performance distract us from the actual economic reality for most families?
As I said, I teach behavioral economics, and psychologically we're wired to look at most recent events, and when people get rich around us, who are much richer, we see them through the lens of the media. We feel like we are afraid, and fear actually causes anxiety. It might cause pulling back. It might cause coming back in. and it fuels bubbles. And as Robert Schiller's great new book says, it produces a narrative about economics, and a narrative is a fiction. Stock holdings, direct stock holdings, does not create wealth. And I really appreciate what Rachel said, that we wish we had a better option. I wish everybody could be in the kinds of funds that we're in, but they won't get that by directly trading stocks. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Professor Fletcher, Robinhood and other brokers' business models based on selling customers' orders to large trading firms and receiving so-called payment for order flow. If these intermediaries are willing to pay brokers and provide them services, suggests they're getting a better deal than the broker's customers, the retail customers. Explain why these conflicts are so problematic.
Thank you, Senator Brown. So payment for order flow, just as you explained, allows some brokers to say that they're offering zero commission trading to retail investors, and these commissions are then being subsidized by wholesalers. But the payment for order flow model undermines the relationship between a broker and their client, because it pits the broker's primary revenue source directly against the clients to whom they owe a duty of best execution. So under the payment for order flow model, brokers are incentivized to put their own profit-seeking interests above their clients in deciding where to route orders. And this greatly undermines the broker-investor relationship, likely leaving retail investors in a worse position.
Thank you, for Professor Fletcher. Commissioner Pivovar, I appreciate your work at the SEC in 2017 with Commissioner Stein to reduce the time it takes to complete stock transactions, reduce risk in the system. Ranking Member Toomey commented on that too. Robinhood has suggested real-time settlement as a solution to the difficulties it had in January. Is that realistic? What other changes would be necessary? Comment on that if you would. Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Brown, for that question. And as you pointed out, the move towards a shorter trade settlement cycle in 2017 from T+3 to T+2 was overwhelmingly bipartisan. At the time, the commission, there was two of us at the commission, Commissioner Kara Stein, who used to work for Senator Reid, who's on this committee, and myself. It was one that we viewed as a slam dunk to move to T+2. For reasons I stated in my testimony, I think the SEC should absolutely consider moving to T+1. Happy to go in these details, but you asked me about real-time settlement. I think that's a bridge too far at this particular point in time. As we shorten the trade settlement cycle, we reduce risks like market risk, liquidity risk, and systemic risk. But we also have the
Lord Almighty, mute your phone. Okay, so GameStop, right? Whatever he's talking about, GameStop right now is up 20%. It did have a dip below that strong support of 238. It was already bouncing off a couple of times as this Senate hearing continues onward. You guys are keeping it funny in the chat. Jokes are fine. Try to keep it civil. No politics as much as we can handle. Of course, this is a political meeting, so I do understand. Let's give this guy another chance to talk, and finally give that guy a chance to mute, whoever CR is. AMC is up 5% on the day, looking like it's bouncing between these two. It looks like there was some sort of coordinated ETF action, because these two charts look very similar, and that is not an isolated event. Let's be clear.
When I graduated from high school in 1980, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had a low that year of 759. And it traded at a high of about 1,000. Last time I checked this morning, the Dow is at 32,000. And I guess my question for you is, if a retail investor took whatever amount of savings he or she could and regularly invested in a broadly diversified portfolio through whichever mechanism, and did that over these last 40 years, is it likely that that investor would have earned very substantial returns on those investments? Or Is it more accurate to think of the stock market as a zero-sum?
Oh my God, Brandon is in the chat. Good morning, my fellow children, investors, wacky kids. If we get 3,000 likes on this video, he will buy another $5,000 in GME. Holy moly, this is the biggest news ever since that guy said that he likes the stock over there. You guys heard him. Go get this video some likes so that Brandon can buy those GME stonks.
Periods is that, on average, the stock market tends to go up. There are daily fluctuations. There are minute by minute fluctuations in individual securities. But what we know is that retail investors who hold diversified positions in low cost mutual funds and other mechanisms over long periods of time will do quite well in increasing their wealth.
And those low cost options are lower in cost and more available today than ever before. Isn't that true?
That is correct. Since the time that you graduated in 1980, not only do investors have the opportunity to invest in open-end mutual funds, but a new innovation, exchange-traded funds, has entered the landscape and has brought incredible competition to this industry and brought fees and expenses to their lowest rates in history.
Right. A quick follow-up on the faster settlement cycle. I understood you to say that there might be some challenges, technical challenges in real-time settlement. But would you distinguish between real-time settlement and same-day settlement? And do you think that it is feasible to move to same-day settlement? Or do you think we really should be happy with T+1 rather than the T+2 we have today?
Thank you for that question. I think, first of all, what the SEC should do, which is what we did when we evaluated moving from T+3 to figure out should we go to 2 to 1 or real-time settlement, was we took a look at the way the world existed in terms of the markets and technologies 4 years ago, and we said, let's look at it on a cost-benefit analysis. And we said, all right, well, in terms of moving from 3, do we get any benefits, and what are the costs from going to 2 to 1 or real-time settlement? At that time, 2 was the clear winner. What we heard from the industry was that the cost would be low. It would be pretty much speeding up existing back office products. And we heard from buy side, sell side, the clearinghouse, exchanges, even retail investor brokers and securities traders. Moving to 1 had additional challenges. Not only the costs were higher, but as I mentioned in my answer to Chairman Brown, you have to get the bank regulators involved to make sure that all the bank payment systems also line up so that you make sure that these settle correctly. Moving to 0, at that time, whenever we asked people, say, well, how do you get to real-time settlement? And the answer was always blockchain. And we said, well, can you explain how that works? And they would just repeat back louder, blockchain. And so we may get to a point where blockchain technology or digital ledger technology gets us to a point where we can achieve real-time settlement. But I don't think we're there just yet. That's just my opinion. What I think the SEC should do is put out for public comment a rule proposal proposing to move to a shorter trade settlement cycle and put it out for public comment and evaluate the costs and benefits.
Thanks. And Mr. Chairman, if I have time for one more quick question. Mr. Palmer, recently the CEO of Robinhood testified that the restrictions that they imposed on purchasing GameStop and a few other stocks were driven by margin requirements required by the DTCC and compliance with the SEC's capital rule. So 2 questions. One, is that a plausible explanation?
Oh my God, my ears. Well, given that, Jake Howden is also going to double down on his AMC position when this video hits 3,000 likes. And finally, we have Mr. STL Pitbull 82 going to put $500 in both. We're going to share the low right here if we hit 2,000 likes on the stream. So this is even an easier goal, guys. Come on, get this like button a shield. 5,000 of you in the house. Let's cover this Senate hearing together. My name is Andrew Mo Money, and you guys have already hit that subscribe button and a notification bell. I'm sure that's what that bell sound continues to remind you of. Notification.
To impose trading restrictions. By the way, the trading restrictions were only one way, only on buys, not on sells. So customers could sell. They entered into discussions. They talked to DTCC. They reduced the collateral call because they had imposed these trading restrictions. The SEC is in a position to look at these areas to see if the process could be improved and smoothed, because I agree with theme in your question, and that is, I don't think either Robinhood or the customers should have been taken by surprise quite as much as they were. And if there's a way that we could smooth that out, I think that would be better for the broker dealers and better for the markets.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Senator Menendez is recognized from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fletcher, I want to follow up on the questions that the chairman raised with you in terms of order flow issues. Doesn't it create a conflict of interest, or at least an appearance of a conflict, when a broker receives a payment from a third party, in this case a market maker, to fulfill their customers' orders?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Yes, it absolutely creates that conflict of interest because brokers are now, with this payment for order flow model, brokers are incentivized to put their own profit-seeking interests above the interests of customers when deciding where or how to route these orders. This also should raise concerns for us in terms of customers being able to get the best execution from their retail brokers, from their brokers. And so, yes, I agree with your question that this does raise these questions for us.
And so how does an investor know that their broker is working to find the best execution quality for their investor, not simply working with the market maker that pays them the most?
So currently, under SEC rules, there are disclosure obligations on retail brokers to state what their price improvement is from having routed their orders through different wholesalers or market makers. But the retail investor really has very little information in terms of knowing the price at which their order is executed or what exactly that price improvement was. So retail investors do have less information. And so we do need more or better disclosure for retail investors to be able to evaluate this information.
Are there other costs that payment for order flow imposes on investors?
One of the things that we want to probably be thinking about with regards to payment for order flow is whether or not retail investors are truly receiving a best execution when they are trading, meaning if there are quotes that are, so for example, there are quotes that are available that are odd lot quotes that are typically not included when we think about what the best price is available for an order. And right now, one of the things that I would recommend is that the SEC think about amending some of their rules to include these odd lot quotes such that truly the best price available is included when we think about the execution for retail investor orders.
Thank you. I'd like to turn our attention to racial inequity in the stock market. Historically, stock ownership has been dominated by white Americans. According to the Federal Reserve, in 2019, only 34% of black families, 24% of Hispanic families owned any equities, compared to nearly 61% of white families. This disparity only grows larger when you look at the value of equities held. Among families with equities, a typical white family has over 50,000 in holdings, compared to just over 14,000 for a typical black or Hispanic family. These equities represent funds that families can tap into an emergency, such as the pandemic. We have ample data showing that the pandemic is having a disproportionate effect on minority families, and the lack of savings is one reason why. Dr. Ghilarducci, what are the consequences of disproportionately low participation in the stock market by black and Hispanic families? And what are some of the challenges holding back minority families from owning equities?
Thank you so much for that question. A lot of my research at Notre Dame has been on non-white families with anthropologists exactly exploring that question. What holds non-white families, blacks and Hispanics, from having wealth is not having access to a retirement plan at work. Wherever these families have significant holdings, meaningful holdings in stocks and bonds and private equity, in the kind of wealth that we have, because we're workers who have a retirement plan at work, they don't have because of their workplaces. So if we worked to expand retirement coverage to all workers through innovative pensions for all plan, they would have wealth.
One last question, Dr. Galaducci. Is the lack of stock ownership among minority families, I should say, an impending factor in their ability to build wealth?
Absolutely. They need Social Security, they need home equity, and they need access to financial instruments, but through professionally managed funds, not through trading on their phone.
Thank you very
Stop
much.
that. Stop it. Can you just make an
Senator
announcement?
Shelby from Alabama is recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a second here and welcome again Dr. Pivovar back to the committee where he spent a number of years, and before he was a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission himself. Thank you for being here with us today. I have a question for you, following up on what the area that Senator Toomey was involved in. I've always asked about cost-benefit analysis, how important that is when you're dealing with a new regulation or proposed regulation. What has the SEC adopted a number of years ago, and what do they do today when they're looking at a regulation, Dr. Pivovar?
Thank you, Senator Shelby, for that question, and thank you for your warm welcome back to the committee. It's great to see you and the other members of the committee again. I think you're referring to the current guidance in economic analysis that the commission adopted in 2012. So then SEC Chairman Mary Shapiro decided to enhance the role of economic analysis at the commission. It was due in response to a couple things. One, the commission had lost some well-publicized cases in the courts for not doing good, proper cost-benefit analysis in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act and some of their other statutory requirements. And two, part of it was your leadership in terms of making sure that as the regulators implemented the various Dodd-Frank provisions, that they were doing cost-benefit analysis to evaluate how they were going to move forward. What the guidance did was essentially give the chief economist at the commission more authority over the rulemaking process, got the economists involved earlier in the rulemaking process to help standardize how they think through the rules. And so what it does is it forces the commission to go through a very important exercise of saying, all right, what is the justification of this, of why you're thinking about going forward? It could be a mandate from Congress, or it could be a discretionary choice based on the fact that markets change. It forces them to adopt a baseline for the status quo, and then to look at various alternatives and evaluate each of those alternatives in terms of the costs and benefits. And that will then point them in the direction of, in terms of which is the most appropriate way for the commission to move forward. That guidance has been followed by every chairman, both Republican and Democrat. And I was heartened to see, in response to your question at the nomination hearing last week, that Gary Gensler, if confirmed, would also continue to follow that guidance.
Would you give us just a thumbnail sketch of if there's a proposal to come forth with a regulation, a mandate by the SEC dealing with the current problems, order placement and so forth? What would be the steps to do this? How would you go about that if you did it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, that's one of the great things about the regulatory process that we have, is it provides for valuable input from the public. So first of all, the SEC would decide whether they want to put a rule proposal out, or maybe they're not there yet. Maybe they're still contemplating whether to put out a formal rule proposal, so they could do a request for comment. And then what the SEC does is it puts out and provides to the public their own economic analysis in terms of what they think the costs and benefits are. And then they ask explicit questions of the public and ask them questions like, did we get this right? Do you have any other numbers that would support or contradict our finding? Or do you have any other numbers that would help us make this decision? It's a very public process. They go through open meetings. The public can participate. It's on their website. Anybody can submit comments to this process. And then the procedures and the statutes that the SEC has to follow, they have to take into account those public comments. And then they go back and reformulate their economic analysis with this with this new information, and they can choose to either move forward, not move forward, or move in a different direction. So it's a very robust process.
One question to Mr. Vollmer. Mr. Vollmer, in your opinion, did Robinhood perform in a rational, thoughtful way in dealing with their situation when everything was a little frenzy?
Senator, they certainly reacted in a rational way, and they were as thoughtful as time permitted them, but they were under a great deal of time pressure with the sudden collateral call. And so they reacted quite well, and they did impose the trading restrictions, which they did not want to do, but they tried to relieve those when they could. But they collected collateral that they could put up to DTCC very rapidly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Senator Tester from Montana is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Brown, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Toomey for holding this hearing, and I want to thank everybody who's testified. I appreciate all of your time, and thanks for being here. We have known for a long time that there are perverse incentives in our systems, and that those systems influence where companies make investments, and sometimes more importantly, where they make cuts. Many of us here agree that there would be benefits to a system where companies focus on the long term and helping their communities and their workers, not just on short-term profits. Now, I want to be clear, I don't feel bad for those who have lost money trying to game the market. But I am worried about those regular folks who saw this and tried to get in on something like this and then get hurt. The recent market volatility presents an opportunity to take a really hard look at our securities regulations and the systems that we have in place. Investing in companies in the stock market should not be something that can only be gamed by the wealthy. I think we all agree to that. So it's my view, our system should work for everybody and there's trying to invest in our future. So it seems to me that something isn't working here for companies and communities. And especially the retail investors. So this question is for all of you. And I'll ask you to try to make it short. Some of you have already addressed part of this. But if you were able to make any changes and were in charge of all of the decisions, whether that's in Congress or at the SEC, in SROs, everywhere, what would you do to improve how our system works for retail investors? And you can just go in order that you presented your testimony.
Thank you so much, Senator, for that question. So the thing that I would want to make our system work better for retail investors is better information for our investors as to what the true costs are for their trades and for the transactions that they're engaging in. Too many investors see this zero commission model and think that it truly is zero commission. And I think that there is information that they would need to truly evaluate the costs and the risks of these transactions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Senator. If I could do one thing, it would be to impose a financial transaction tax. I believe that that's a very negligible cost to the everyday investor, and it's something that would stop the high-frequency traders from dumping gasoline onto the already roiling fires of mistakes or other market disruptions that come about.
Okay, so just to be clear, the tax would be put on for the purpose of stopping the high-volume folks. Correct?
Yes, I believe the purpose of the tax is to add an additional cost, and that additional cost would be an invitation for deliberation, which I believe is something that investment decisions always benefit from.
Thank you. Next.
Three things. The economic analysis should include behavioral economic analysis at the SEC. They should look at the way that the phone app looks like, and to cut out the obvious addictive aspects of the games. The economists should be smart about that. Second, I agree with Dr. Fletcher that there should be a revelation, just like we do in professional investing, what the true costs are. And third, Nobel Prize economists back up what Robinhood just said, that sand in the works, slowing down the trading with a securities tax would help make the market work better.
You just said sand in the machine makes the machine work better. Also, she's holding up a phone as if we don't know what phones are.
A few things. One, we already talked about, I think shortening the trade settlement cycle would help everyone, allow retail investors to get access to their funds quicker, but also take risk out of the system. Second, amending the accredited investor definition to achieve more equitable access to private companies across all income levels. And third, just a general one, better disclosures for investors. As you know, the SEC is a disclosure regulator. And so one of the most important things that the SEC can do is arm investors with information to make informed choices. And so one example of that, Professor Fletcher had mentioned better information about order routing and best execution. I wholeheartly agree. In my written testimony, I attempted to look to see whether Robinhood customers in particular, how their order executions were done. And unfortunately, with the publicly available information, I couldn't do that directly. So I think better, more granular information about how and why brokers are routing their trades and the outcome from that would go a long way to protecting investors.
Mr. Volmer.
Thank you, Senator. I'll be quick. Two things. First, reduce the cost and complexity of public offerings. Second, I'm in broad agreement with Mike Pivovar. In private transactions, the difference between accredited investors and non-accredited investors should be eliminated. And instead, in certain private offerings, there should be required short-form core disclosures.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tester. The senator from North Carolina, Senator Tillis, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I've been in and out of this committee. I've got 2 other committee meetings going on at the same time, so I'm sorry I haven't been here for all of your testimony. I was here at the after Senator Shelby's and Senator Tester's questions, so I want to get right to the financial transaction tax. I know that that's been something that's been offered up in the wake of the Robinhood GameStop saga, but there seems to be, I'm trying to understand how we can avoid what appears to have been the consequence for financial transaction taxes that have occurred in other jurisdictions, and then some countries have thought about it and backed off of it based on these experiences. Reputable studies indicate that the FTT would actually reduce the value of a typical investor's 401k, and maybe as much by 8.5% in a lifetime of savings. That looks like people may have to work an extra 2.5 years to make that up. To realize the same amount of savings. So do you disagree, Professor Girarducci, that it would have that effect on potential savings?
Thanks a lot for bringing up that research, Senator Tillis. It's really pertinent. That data is a bit out of date, and it also is distorted. If 401k traders or pension funds traded all the time, the tax would reduce their savings. Also, that study was done on a tax that was much higher than the kinds of taxes that are produced now. It is well known in the economic research that if you get the tax low enough that you don't hurt long-term investors, but that you slow down the high-frequency trading. So it has to be done right, but it is backed. The good effect is backed by many studies, not that one study you're citing.
Thank you, Dean. I know the CBO projects the FTT would result in a almost 44 billion first-year net loss of tax revenues, and would immediately lower the value of financial assets. Are you just saying that that these studies have set the mark too high? And so, in your opinion, what is the sweet spot that you think would actually affect the high volume investors, but not affect the individual investors that are now the substantial number are in the market?
I just read a dissertation that had that number, that sweet spot. It's a really excellent question, meaning I'll have to get back to you with what that number is, but there is a number. And the CBO study looks at the short-term effects. People won't be trading and realizing those capital gains, but we actually don't want them to. We want them to hold those gains longer. So I'll get back to you with that number.
Thank you. Mr. Pivovar, thank you for being here. And I'm sorry our time's limited. I won't be able to ask questions of all of the witnesses. But am I correct that the act of front running that some worry market makers could engage in is already illegal?
That is correct.
So should the discussion be more around enforcement of what we already have on the books, or do you think we need to go further than that?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's enforcement of what we already have on the books, right? And so if I may just go into a little more detail on that, right? There is an inherent conflict of interest when broker in the presence of payment for order flow, and the SEC explicitly recognizes that. And that's why we have best execution requirements. And that's why the SEC actively enforces those best execution requirements. And if I may, if the SEC were to ban payment for order flow, we would likely go back to commission trading. It would cost to trade. And what that does is it doesn't eliminate a conflict of interest. It just changes it. So when I was in the private sector, I worked for an economic consulting firm, and we provided expert witness testimony on behalf of plaintiffs in the FINRA arbitration context, where brokers were churning the accounts of their customers. And so simply, getting rid of payment for order flow just moves the conflict of interest. And again, it has to be done through enforcement.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Costa Rica, come on.
Thank you, Senator Till. Senator Warner of Virginia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to pick up where my friend Senator Tillis left off. And I want to start with Professor Fletcher, but I would like to hear from Michael on this as well. On this question around payment for order flow, I think we've now seen evidence that about $6 billion of payments to brokers and others within the payment for order flow. I remember, gosh, it's probably been 7 or 8 years ago, the Royal Bank of Canada had a chart that kind of blew me away about the bespoke nature of all this order flow payment. I think it is extraordinarily not transparent. I think $6 billion generates an awful lot of profits. I think particularly when you've got only a few major firms that are on both sides of the trade around payment for order flow. And I'm going to want Michael to comment on this, but it really seems out of whack to me. And the argument that says payment for order flow is to increase liquidity, it just doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, if you look at the fact that of the 9,000 securities that are traded, the top 10%, less than 1,000 of them, account for about 77% of all that liquidity, it would say to me that, you don't need that payment for order flow to increase liquidity because you've already got liquidity. And what I guess I would start with you, Professor Fletcher, I think you've raised these issues as well. We see large enterprises, the Fidelities and Vanguards, that don't make payment for order flow. Has that decreased liquidity? Why wouldn't we, if we need liquidity payment, why wouldn't we pay for, say, the bottom payment for order flow for the bottom 90%, but not the top 10%? And have we seen in countries like the UK and Australia, which have banned payment for order flow, any significant decrease in liquidity? Why don't we start with you, Professor Fletcher, and then I'd like with Michael in the past want to hear. I know he's got a different view, but Professor Fletcher, would you start?
So thank you so much for that question, Senator. So in terms of the impact of payment for order flow on liquidity, I do not think that payment for order flow is needed for us to achieve liquidity. We have a deep financial market that we've had before payment for order flow. And just as you noted, there are jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom and Australia which have banned payment for order flow. And research that I read from the United Kingdom recently has not indicated that there has been any meaningful decline in their liquidity. Indeed, what that research has demonstrated is that there has been better execution for retail investors at the best price in the absence of payment for order flow. So that would indicate that there is less conflict and investors are able to get better price execution in the absence of payment for order flow.
And we've not seen, by the way, if you are a Fidelity or Vanguard customer where they're not paying for payment for order flow, are they getting less good execution terms than other retail investors?
So the problem with that, Senator, is that we don't have enough information to even know that, right? And so this is something that I believe that we have some consensus about in this hearing, is that we don't have enough information to know whether or not retail investors with Fidelity that doesn't do payment for order flow have a better or worse execution than retail investors with other brokers that do have payment for order flow. And so that is a point at which we do need more and better information.
And I would say that I fear, I've talked to our friends at Robinhood and I've spent some time looking at this. I really do fear, and I'm all for democratization of our market system, but increasingly I fear that oftentimes these retail investors are frankly not customers. I think they are the product, and many of us being the product for Facebook, and I think we are oftentimes, that product is manipulative. And Michael, I want to give you a chance to respond on this. It just seems to me that I know the excuse is always going to be the way you get to no cost, lack of brokerage fees, but obviously some of the large enterprises are able to do this without that payment for order flow. And I think there's inherent conflict. In that last 10 seconds, you want to give a bit of a rebuttal to my point?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator, for giving me 10 seconds to respond to that. So I would start with agreeing with Professor Fletcher is that this is an empirical question, right? The concerns that you have raised, right, on the payment for order flow side are the same concerns that people have raised on the churning side when in the presence of commission-based trading. And it's ultimately an empirical question. And unfortunately, right now, we just don't have the data for that. And so that's why I think it's important for the SEC to consider getting better data, getting better transparency in this so we can actually evaluate what the proper policy alternatives or policy choices are.
And I know my time's up, but Mr. Chairman, I hope we would look at some of these questions around best execution, because I actually, frankly, have seen some evidence that there's some manipulation going on there, and I think it would be a subject that would be well worth this committee looking into. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warner. Senator Hagerty from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, thank you for holding this hearing today. As noted, this hearing is an important part of Congress's oversight of our capital markets. And it's also a great opportunity to reaffirm support for retail investors' participation in United States capital markets and for maintaining our markets' fairness, our order efficiency, and global competitiveness. Before turning to the specific market events that led to this hearing and the potential areas for improvement, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that our financial markets are the envy of the world, and for very good reason. They're the most robust, the most efficient, and they deliver the greatest liquidity and funding at the lowest cost of capital. They finance our great economic opportunities by connecting retail and institutional investors with American individuals and families that are looking to achieve the American dream, including higher education, home ownership, and financial security in their retirement. And with our great businesses that need capital to thrive. Our vibrant capital markets play a vital role catalyzing the economic growth of communities across America. We mustn't forget that, particularly as our economy is recovering from a pandemic-induced recession. Now is certainly not the time to impose unnecessary constraints on our capital markets and market participants that would only slow America's recovery from the pandemic. Mr. Pivovar, I want to thank you for your testimony. Today may be the golden age of investing for retail investors. I say may only because with the pace of our financial technology innovation, who knows what tomorrow will bring. Major brokerages now offer zero commission trading, but they must continue to follow all legal obligations to serve their customers. Reams of financial and trading data can be immediately accessed at the touch of an app. And while stocks may not always go up, our major indices have repeatedly hit record highs over the past 4 years, in large part due to solid pro-growth policies. So, Mr. Pivovar, having said that, many investors were caught off guard when Robinhood temporarily halted trading in certain shares. As a result, a lot more people now know about short selling, margin trading, clearinghouse deposit requirements, and settlement times. Do you agree that the SEC, again, working together with the private sector, can accomplish more by focusing on investor education rather than engaging in just simply more government paternalism?
Thank you, Senator Hagerty, for that question. I think in terms of the SEC's authority, I think the SEC already has all of the regular authority it needs to address a number of the issues that I identify in my testimony. In terms of investor education, yes, it's extremely important. As I mentioned, the SEC is a disclosure agency. And one of the things is, as being one of the non-lawyer commissioners at the SEC that I worried about was that, a lot of the disclosures were written by securities lawyers and only understandable by securities lawyers. So that's why I spent a lot of time with our Office of Investor Education and Advocacy to make sure that we're getting the word out to investors. I also spent a lot of time working with our team that was given the authority or clarified the authority in Dodd-Frank that the SEC could engage in investor testing and actually go out and do focus groups and surveys to make sure that the information that the SEC was giving to investors was understandable and digestible. And then finally, I just add that when I was acting chairman, one of the only major personnel changes I made was to add a position specifically focused on military outreach. One of the things that had happened during that time was that the military was moving from the old pension system to a defined contribution program, the TSP program that Professor Ghilarducci mentioned, and had the opportunity to meet with some of the sailors on the USS Carl Vinson. And some of these sailors were fantastic at, launching and catching planes landing on the aircraft carrier, but they didn't know the first thing about investing for their future. And so we embarked on a specific initiative to make that information available to them and talk to them about the power of diversified, low-cost savings for the long term, the matching services and saving for their retirement. And I'm happy to say that that's been a very successful initiative.
And in the minute we have left, are there any specific actions that you would suggest for our retail investors today as you look at the evolving markets that we're in and the challenges ahead of us? Any specific guidelines that you would propose or suggest for our retail investors?
Yeah, it would be the same advice that I gave when I was a professor of finance, which is do your homework. There's an incredible amount of information that is out there for investors that we've never had before, whether it's on the internet or whether it's through educational institutions and the like. And if I may talk a little bit about gamification, right? I'm not a Robinhood customer. I've never seen the app. I don't know what types of gamification is involved there, but I do know that using games and simulations is a very effective way of educating students. I note that many business schools are moving away from the traditional case method and lecture method to move towards simulations and trading. And even if you think in cybersecurity defense, training the next generation of folks working in cybersecurity, it's all through games. So in terms of gamification, I'd caution in throwing the baby with the bathwater, and that gamification could be used for effective education.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Senator Warren was having technical issues. Is she able to join us? We will come back to her. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Toomey, and to all our panelists. Thank you for your testimony today. We know that Wall Street has made an art of high-frequency trading and rank speculation that's fattened the wallets of a few while putting everyday investors at greater risk. And the market events of last January brought attention to Robinhood's practice of selling user data to hedge funds that do high-frequency trading. As has been mentioned today, one way to deal with that and cut down on high-frequency trading and its risks to market stability would be to place a small fee, say 0.1% on these Wall Street transactions. It would generate billions of dollars that we could invest in greater opportunity for other Americans. It would reduce wealth and economic inequality and reduce volatility in the market. That's why Senator Brian Schatz and I plan to shortly reintroduce our bill to impose a financial transaction fee, a high roller fee. And let me start with Ms. Robert-Shody. I know you mentioned this. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on, first of all, the risks of high frequency trading? And then second, how a financial transaction fee of the kind I'm talking about could reduce that and be a benefit.
Certainly. Thank you so much for the question, Senator. I'm happy to hear that you'll be reintroducing that legislation. In terms of the risks, I mostly see them as systemic. When we have that classic recipe for market disruptions, what we've seen time and time again, whether it's the Great Recession or the flash crash, is that high frequency trading simply exacerbates that. In terms of how the financial transaction tax actually shows up for regular Americans, if you'll allow me, I'd like to use myself as an example. I was born into rural poverty in a segregated town. I grew up in an all-Black family. We were very poor. I've been homeless multiple times as a child. Thankfully, I graduated at 15, went to college. Any of the extra money that I've made in my entire working career has gone either to my extended family or back into my business. But at the age of 42, I have managed to save $100,000 in my retirement account. I was looking at my average trades. My average trade size is about $9,000 on my own account. If the financial transaction tax that you're talking about of 10 basis points or 10% of 1% were to come about, that would cost me about $9 per trade. And I have about 20 trades per year. And this is very similar to the situation that is true for most of my clients. $9 is less than the $9.95 that the discount brokers were charging when they were actually charging trading, when they were charging the commissions for trades. And so to me, that seems very reasonable as a small amount of insurance, a price that I pay as a participant in an orderly, fair, and efficient market. And one of the ways that I know that that's happening is because it's significantly slowing down the non-human, algorithmic, high-frequency trading that's caused so much damage.
Well, I appreciate that. As you say, it really would create a disincentive, a financial disincentive for that high-risk conduct that puts other people in the market at risk. Professor Ghilarducci, you also mentioned this. Could you just elaborate a little more? Because this is going to be a big debate, I think, as we consider different options for revenue. This will be an attractive one because in addition to raising revenue, it has these other benefits. Could you just talk a little bit more about that?
Right. I think the economic research has been done. It's an idea whose time has come, especially if you reintroduce your bill. The costs and benefits have been evaluated since James Tobin at Yale in the 1970s proposed it. And economist after economist have rerun the numbers. And if it's too high, it will have bad effects on long-term savings. If it's too low, it won't have any effect. If you get it just right, and actually 0.1% is about right, thank you for reminding me that what it does is it shifts from high frequency trading, it changes behavior towards more long-term holdings, exactly where all of us want people to be with their stocks. So I think you're on very solid ground in terms of the academic research, that the costs are too high of a tax and the benefits of just the right one encourages wealth accumulation.
Well, thank you. I look forward to following up with you and others on the panel as we shape this and have the debate. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. And like Senator Tillis and several of us.
Thank you to this man right here. How's it going, guys? Make sure that you have already smashed that like button because we are trying to get Mr. Brandon up in the top left corner to make good on his promise, and Mr. Jake and Mr. Pitbull up there on the top left corner to get some more in-depth diamond hands. I also want you guys to note that GameStop is pushing again on its daily high of $240. It is now just reaching above on that threshold, and we want to keep our eyes on it at the top right corner.
And I do in TSP and Defined Benefit Plan, TIAA, and so on. So just so I'm really clear, do you believe that all Americans should be required to pay for investment advice?
Investment advice. I think all Americans should be in a retirement account. I see. And so if you're in a retirement account, you're paying for investment advice. You know what? Americans should have access to investment advice that's worth it. A lot of investment advice they get is from conflicted investors, and that's not good. But if we're going to hold our pension fund money in stocks, the advice about where to put it should be high value.
And high value to being high price, I assume.
No, well, just that the cost, and the benefits from the cost, are outweigh it.
Sure. All right. In some sense, this whole hearing is obviously fundamentally about the level of access that retail investors should have to own shares of companies, right? Yeah. And some of you are positioning that the system's rigged. It's a casino. You heard all the terms. Investors should have to rely upon professional advice for a fee to have access. Let me ask you, Mr. Vollmer, Mr. Pivovar, do you believe retail investors in the marketplace benefits from direct retail investor access to the market, and if so, why?
Shall I go first, Mike?
Go ahead.
I think that retail investors benefit hugely from direct access to direct ownership of the equities of operating companies, but they should do it with their eyes open, as Mike Pivovar said, and accept responsibility for the consequences. It's not a casino. The securities markets are not a casino. They have risk. There's significant risk to them. But as people have pointed out, stock markets in the medium and long term produce positive returns. Casinos, if you are in the medium or long term, you will lose money. So yes, they ought to have direct access, but they ought to be smart about it and recognize their limitations. And clearly, investing in mutual funds or index funds is by far the better approach for nearly all retail investors.
Including me, by the way. Mr. Pivovar, would you have anything to add to that?
Sure, I agree with everything that Mr. Vollmer had talked about. What I would add to that is it's important for investors to have the choice to do both, right? They have access to indirect investments through low-cost, professionally managed funds, and then investors have the opportunity to invest some of their money on their own, do their own homework, do their own due diligence on the firms. And over time, what that does is, whether it's through wins or losses in the stock market, they learn. It gets them more engaged in the stock market. As I mentioned, in business schools, we do, back when I was teaching, we even started doing some simulations in terms of, paper money portfolios. And it's amazing how much if students get involved in terms of the stock market and learning about companies when there's, pretend money or real money on the line. So I think it really provides the opportunity for people to learn over time about the financial system.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you, really. Every time.
I appreciate all of you, too. How's it going? AMC has just hit a brand new day high of $10, still hovering right there, and it looks like a mental barrier to cross. So let's see if AMC can stay above 10 for the rest of the day and make that a solid support level instead. GME is also pushing against its previous support level of 238, and let's see how these two behemoths are going to continue onwards.
Thanks, Senator Kramer. Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in recent weeks, I sent letters asking questions from those at the center of the GameStop market chaos.
Oh. Okay, one sec. The government has been upended. Well, give me a second to vamp. Well, AMC has actually risen above the $10 daily high. It's at $10.04 now. This is fantastic. And GameStop is currently at $237. I think out of the 5,000 of you watching right now, half of you is relieved that the hearing might be over now, and half of you might be upset. We are going to try to get it back in here, but right now let's do a little bit of technical analysis on what has happened today. We see. Oh, here we go. So it seems like it just abruptly ended. It seems like the rest of the 2 hours are here, and the hearing has just abruptly ended. Rosa Daza, thank you for the super. We just kissed $10 AMC. We should be able to close above $10. Please pet Meatball for me. Meatball, come here. You got a kiss from Rosa Daza. Meatball, come on. You want a treat?
Without objection.
Oh, look, it's Elizabeth Warren, and we are now back.
I didn't see that coming, Senator Warren.
Maybe. I can almost guarantee that this is not my problem So we are just seeing some technical difficulties from the biggest democracy in the world. Is America the biggest democracy in the world? Come on.
And so I think it really provides the opportunity.
Yeah. Yep. Oh man. Okay, so back to that technical analysis. Like I said, we are looking at GameStop hugging that 237. Now, it did actually push above 237. Ow, AMC is pushing above $10.17. Now, that is huge. $10.17, $10.15. That's a daily high of 10.17. Now, we do want to be able to hit that 10.35 up there as a next level of resistance. Let's see that for GameStop specifically, there is barely any info above what will happen above 237. All of the price points hit above this point was back in January, and therefore the same. We would be remiss to say they would be the same levels of resistance and support, because it's certainly a different population of people trading nowadays, except for those of you who are diamond apes who have stayed in the game. But we basically do not have a say in whether or not these support levels actually get changed, because guess what? These support levels, we haven't been trading. We've just been holding. So if you've been holding like me, of course, that is not financial advice too.
I sent letters asking.
Oh, we have Elizabeth Warren on, and the error occurred again. Great. Let's see.
Fletcher, both the number
there we go. We're
of
back.
transactions goes up and the spread tends to widen during periods of market turmoil. So am I understanding correctly that when share prices for GameStop or any other company undergo extreme swings, Citadel and Robinhood both stand to make more money while investors pay more to trade?
Yes, Senator Warren. This is generally what happens in times of stress. And so it's also important to keep in mind that market makers like Citadel are both in the exchange trading markets and executing huge volumes of orders off the exchanges. So while pension funds and other institutional investors generally can't interact with retail customers, and retail customers are siphoned off and prevented from interacting with institutional investors, Citadel sits in the middle and is able to interact with all of them. And this benefits Citadel by being able to segment the markets in this way, which dilutes the number and quality of orders that we see on the exchanges. And the profitability is there for Citadel for doing so.
Right. And this is why the SEC needs to investigate the GameStop run-up. The stock market is supposed to be about capital formation, creating long-term value for companies so they can grow and create jobs. This is good for the American economy and for American families. But when big sharks like Citadel and Robinhood come out ahead, no matter what happens, and when the information they gather isn't disclosed, and when it's secret how that information is used, it's easier for these giants to skim off the top at the expense of small investors and working families. The SEC's job is to provide transparency about these companies' market tactics and make sure they don't rip off customers. They could start by following up on my questions to Citadel and Robinhood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's a great
conversation.
Well, that was that. First of all, let me just say, I recognize that the SEC is undergoing an investigation as well, and I look forward to the results of that investigation. And then as a senator from the great state of Nevada, born and raised in Las Vegas, I am listening to all of the comparisons with the casinos, particularly across this country. But knowing one thing, our casinos do not allow anybody that's under the age of 21 to gamble. And there's a reason. We want to protect our youth. So let me ask you this, because I am concerned about the gamification of the market and what we're seeing with some of these apps. It's clearly looking to target a particular area of our, I think, of our youth who are now more engaged in gaming apps than we've ever seen before. So let me ask Professor Fletcher, should the design features of trading apps be regulated?
At a minimum, so thank you very much for that question, Senator. I think at a minimum, they have to be studied, right? Because one of the things that, as Professor Ghilarducci has noted, is that there are certain behavioral economics at play here. And so when we have things like confetti raining from the sky for having done a trade, this raises concerns about the types of encouragement that we're giving traders for just doing trades, which may be problematic as we think about trying to have encourage appropriate behavior within the capital markets.
Thank you. So let me also ask this then, particularly for young adults, do retail broker-dealers provide enough education and disclosure to individual consumers or there should be more?
Currently, it does not seem, I would be able to say that it does not seem as though that these broker-dealers provide that type of education to retail investors. I know that this is a focus of Professor Ghilarducci's research. And so currently, I do not believe that they provide this level of education for retail investors, which then allows them to profit, right, off retail investors engaging in risky behavior that is not wealth maximizing for these investors.
So let me ask then, Ms. Roboshadi, do you think that anybody under the age of 21 should be allowed to engage in the stock market, particularly what we've seen with Robinhood, a young man who was only 20 years of age committed suicide because he felt he overextended himself?
Thank you very much for the question. And it was very sad what happened with that particular young man. I do believe that given that we've all transferred responsibility for our retirement from these defined benefit plans and pensions down to us all being responsible for ourselves, we need to get as early a start as possible. So yes, I would recommend that people under 21 be able to invest, yet it's incumbent upon us as a society in that transfer of responsibility for our long-term financial security, we need to also transfer the education. Right now, it's just happening within families, mostly from father to son and wealthy families. And I believe that's a big underpinning reason for why there's such concentration of wealth where it is in the country.
Do you think that the payment for order flow model should be banned?
I do, absolutely. I do, absolutely. And specifically because I tell my clients this constantly, that if you don't see what you're paying, you're probably paying more than you would be comfortable with. And payment for order flow is doing exactly that. The customer never sees it, and yet they are paying for it in terms of the price that they ultimately get. One of the reasons that our markets are orderly, fair, efficient, one of the ways that they remain so is by ensuring that as much information and data is disclosed as possible. And that just seems like a huge gap.
AMC is pushing up on that new resistance level at 1035. 1027 is currently where it's at, 10% up. This is one of the double-digit days for AMC, as it turns out. It briefly broke over 10 and is mainly staying above it over this course of the last few minutes. It is exciting news. Keep on watching that chart on the top left.
From best execution requirements to churning accounts, and then that's the best interest requirement in terms of customers. So we have to be careful in these things. It's best left for the SEC to study the issue. I agree with Professor Fletcher on that. The SEC absolutely should study it in a zero commission environment. Look at all the costs and benefits and then make a decision based on that.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Volmer, you raised your hand, so you believe the same thing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I start with Mr. Pivovar and Professor Fletcher. We need to look carefully. We need to proceed cautiously here. Start from the proposition that every participant that provides services in the market deserves some reasonable, fair compensation. The broker-dealers, the wholesale market, the wholesale broker-dealers who also act as internalizers like Citadel Securities, and the exchanges. They all provide important services to our capital markets. They all deserve compensation. Payment for order flow is a method of compensation. If you remove it, you need to find another mechanism. That's why Mr. Pivovar says you're going to reinstitute commissions on trades. So everything is interrelated here. All of these relationships are connected. So I think we need to proceed cautiously, and that's, I strongly agree with, let's look, gather evidence and data. But I don't like the payment for order flow because it's disruptive and it's not obvious to investors.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Ossoff from Georgia is recognized. His camera's not on, and he can proceed with or without it. Senator Ossoff. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. On Saturday, with overwhelming bipartisan support, the Senate passed the American Rescue Plan. And unlike traditional monetary expansion, which subsidizes investment banks, and unlike other recent fiscal measures that have subsidized corporations and wealthy donors, 0% of the stimulus checks and tax credits in this bill goes to the top 1%. And I'd like to point out for colleagues on this panel who opposed the bill that following Senate passage, the OECD has revised its growth forecast for the U.S. economy, doubling it from 3.2% to over 6% this year. And the OECD projects that this legislation will boost global growth by a full percentage point this year. Ms. Robichodi, the title of this hearing is Who Wins on Wall Street? We just passed an ambitious fiscal measure in the Senate. Given that the bottom 50% of American households by wealth possess just 1% of total national wealth held in the stock market, what, in your view, are the benefits of economic policy that gets cash directly to low wealth households by fiscal measures versus economic policy that adds liquidity to financial markets via the banking sector, like traditional monetary policy?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator Ossoff. The way that it actually occurs when you give money to people who come from the kind of background that I have, they're more likely to spend it. We learned about this, in economics textbooks as the marginal propensity to consume. But it's just true that if you give money to those who are more in need, they're going to be more likely to spend it and circulate it throughout the economy. And so it doesn't just help them. It's not just something that we want to do to help the vulnerable. It's actually something that creates a multiplier effect throughout the entire economy. So I believe it just makes good economic sense.
Thank you. And what, in your view, are the costs, Ms. Robichodi, of economic stimulus, like traditional monetary expansion, which adds liquidity to financial markets by allowing investment banks to access credit at extraordinarily low rates, or just transfers cash to financial institutions' balance sheets via processes like quantitative easing?
Again, thank you for the question. Those who are doing well at this point with their outsized gains, particularly during the pandemic, don't need any more help. What it actually does is just sequesters that money in the hands of those who are most wealthy and aren't going to put it back necessarily into the economy. We had that argument of trickle-down economics, and we can kind of see from where we all are that that's not actually what happened. And so it actually harms all of us to make sure that those types of economic stimulus are going to the wealthiest in the country rather than going where it's going to actually do us all some good.
Thank you, Ms. Robichodi. And Professor Fletcher, you opened your testimony by rightly noting, quote, a core purpose of the financial markets is to facilitate the efficient allocation of capital. I'm curious for your perspective on this. Over the last 15 years, U.S. investment banks have required multi-trillion-dollar bailouts to avoid insolvency. And even after the acute credit crisis in 2007, 2008, central banks and the Federal Reserve have continued to grant investment banks access to credit at record low rates and engaged in sustained quantitative easing, adding trillions of dollars to financial markets. Do you believe, Professor Fletcher, that the U.S. financial system in its current configuration facilitates the efficient allocation of capital?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator. I think that the U.S. capital markets are among some of the best capital markets in the world, but there are significant issues with the market structure that we have currently, in that we have retail investors that are able to make risky decisions without fully appreciating the costs of those decisions. Within our capital structure, we also have questionable valuations for some companies that may not be fully reflective of an efficient market. So If I believe that our markets are fully efficient, no, not quite. But do I believe that they are among the most efficient in the world? Absolutely.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today, for your really incisive testimony. Thank you for that. I just make a brief announcement for senators who wish to submit questions. For the record, these questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, March 16th. For our witnesses, you have 45 days, if you would, to respond to any of those questions from me or from my colleagues. Thank you again for that. A couple of comments. I appreciated Professor Ghilarducci making it clear that the stock market is not the economy. Making the markets fair is important, but equally important is remembering that half the country doesn't have any stocks at all. Most Americans get their money from a paycheck. Growing those paychecks, not growing stock prices, is the most important thing we can actually do to improve Americans' families' lives. And when people's hard work pays off, the more they're able to put a little aside at the end of the month and invest for the future. We're never going to have fair markets or an economy that reaches its full potential until our economy and its rules reflect the dignity of work. With that, the hearing is adjourned. Thank you all so much.
Okay, we did it. Yay. The broadcast has concluded. We now, shoot, I have to go back to work. By which I mean I have to now go talk again. How's it going, guys? If we have not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Andrew. I took down the live chat because it was getting a little hot and spicy, but look at the top left. We have 3 beautiful people who say that if we get this video up to 3,000 likes, that there is going to be some serious consequences, as in they're going to buy some delicious stonks. And that is their choice. That is their choice based on how you guys love and show support for this video by pressing that like button. Hopefully you do like this video, because we are not gonna stop until we talk shop. We're gonna talk specifically about how AMC just burst through the $10.30 resistance band and then tried to dance a little bit on top of it before falling below it again. However, this is showing some great bullish momentum for AMC at 60 million volume already. Now that is already half of what happened yesterday, more than half, over 55%. A GME on the other hand is now pushing past that 238 resistance level. Fantastic to see, because GME right now is on a bulldozing streak, $240, which means that it's 23% up on an already 41% day from yesterday. GME is on a technical basis looking like a lot of the indicators from January, which we saw in a previous DD. I will pull it up to make sure that you guys are getting the most up-to-date information. I'm also going to pull up some more DD specifically about how the technicals are going to be aligned for both GME and AMC's futures. So the scissors in the chat, the gorillas in the chat, we just had trades in here. He just pushed past 150K. So this is the story right now. Congrats on you guys investing your time into the stock market in the middle of the day. It means that you guys are actually making something out of your pandemic, and I know it's hard to stay productive during these times, so I do appreciate you guys staying tuned, which means if you do want to stay in tune, make sure to hit that subscribe button, and make sure to hit that bell button as well. They get your Meatball subs. Meatball, this is Professor Meatball. He is a PhD doctorate from the University of Cornell, and he is a very good boy who is waiting on your subscribe button hit. So make sure to turn on that bell button as well. So we have technicals showing that GME is going much higher, analysis on volume, AMCD, and MACD, and short availability. These are the 3 main things that we've been covering on this channel, and it's good to see that there is going to be even more information here. So let me readjust this screen while you guys tell me in the chat, what did you mainly think about the constructively, please, what did you think about the Senate hearing, right? It was a little bit more organized. It was obviously a lot shorter than the House of Representatives meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago. But as of right now, is it going to actually be fruitful for us? Is it going to be actually useful to have fodder against the hedge funds? And ultimately, what is going to come up of this meeting? So 3K. Oh, 3,000 likes. We have hit it. Ladies and gentlemen, 2,500 likes in the last video. You guys had no problem. 3,000 likes in this video means ding, ding, ding. Brandon is going to pay the piper. If we hit 3,000 likes, he is going to buy $5,000 in GME, and this is a great day to do so. Unfortunately, you could have bought in a little bit cheaper yesterday, especially if you followed the live stream yesterday when I bought in at $1,000 of GME. Luckily, I bought in at a great discount because it is up not only 40% from yesterday, but another 20%. So if you do the math, that's roughly an actual total of 40% plus like 30-ish%. So that's a total of almost 75% up on the day from Monday's open. That is insanity. And if you guys are here to follow along and get the best news about passive income, about your stimulus checks, and about these meme stocks that will ultimately become real investing experience, if this is your very first stock, I want to see scissors in the chat. I want to see gorillas in the chat. I want to see rockets because we are running on rocket fuel right now. So the indicators that we are looking at is about volume, about MACD, and about available shares to short. Now, I have talked about this earlier this morning about on the beginning of this live stream, looking at volume, the case on volume and price action for the last few weeks. Volume was actually decreasing from the 25th to the 3rd, and then it went up. Extremely bullish. Second, since March 3rd, we have seen increasing volume with higher prices. This is also bullish. So volume set. Volume is the kingmaker when it comes to data, and we want to be able to make it clear. When you have a ton of volume, it drives the volatility of a stock, which is what we need to see when a stock is trying to push past levels of resistance and support. As I am speaking, GameStop is apparently hearing me, reaching another new high of 244.91. That's not much off of the 244 figure that it hit earlier, but it is at a brand new resistance, hitting up against it and having some trouble crossing over 244. All of this is unsought. All of this is new, brand new, pioneering territory. One of the most important parts to note is that GameStop is absolutely not going to be able to refer back to the levels of resistance and support from January. That was a month ago. Two, a completely different population of people, because those of us who are diamond handing, we haven't been buying and selling anyway. We haven't been checking the price and deciding, and that is the mental math behind different levels of resistance and support. Previous prices where the stock decides to bounce off of is a price that the population of people who buy and sell as a whole, day traders or retail investors, have decided, as well as the fact that resistance is exactly the same logic, that you have a bunch of people who have decided that the stock is worth less than this, and therefore when it gets up to a certain level, it is rejected by a price. Right now it seems like the price that GameStop is struggling to pass is 244, and now as I spoke, maybe I should speak more often, it has passed up to a new high of 245 and change. Thank you, Noah Riemann, for the super chat. Let's go. Treat for meatball. Let's get this bread. 3,000 like on this video. Meatball is going to get a big old treat. Thank you guys so much for feeding the beast within. So number 2, MACD stands for the moving average convergence divergence and shows the relationship between two moving averages. The crossover occurred when Ryan Cohen tweeted his infamous McDonald's ice cream cone, and the SEC is coming to get your ice cream cone, Mr. Cohen. So please, for the sake of all of us, stay safe and do not reveal anything other than what is absolutely necessary. Case number 3 is available shares to short. From last Friday to today, the shares available to short have dropped a whopping 600,000 shares, yet the price is up 35% plus today. This is extremely bullish. The shorts can't even drop the price given 600,000 shorted shares. It's like as if the villain is trying to do like a dastardly plan, and everyone agrees it is a very dastardly plan with a ton of volume in terms of shorts, and yet it still cannot tank the price. This is very bullish. Now keep in mind, this is counting all shares that are available to short. It does not include the millions of shares that have already shorted. There is even a bigger amount of shorts if you take into consideration all of the shares that all of the shorts that have yet been covered. And we talked a lot about shorts and the mechanics of how shorts work generally before, and most importantly right now, I hope you guys understand that the aftermath of that Senate hearing is getting into the minds of everyone that it seems like we are just wacky kids currently getting stuck with the bill of a very shiny toy called broker apps like Robinhood that lets us have confetti and makes it easy for us to buy stonks. And that conversation with I'm not going to get too political. The conversation with whether or not someone should be able to be 21 before they invest. I've always advocated for financial education and learning how to invest as early as you can, even if you guys watching right now are just kids, distance learning, but also tuning in on this broadcast. I think that you guys are ready to learn about investing. Should you put all your life savings in there? Well, first of all, if you're a kid, how much money could you possibly lose if you are not supporting any loved one other than just putting a roof over your head, putting food in your mouth, helping people be able to care for the people that are around you? That is the definition of investing with money that you can afford to lose. Only ever invest with money that you can afford to lose, and of course, be a someone that cares so much about the education that even if a loss comes, you will not give up. You will continue to shake the world with the amount of research and data that you collect and the amount of time that you tune into these broadcasts so that you can learn as much as possible. So if that sounds good to you, 60% of you I know are not subscribed to this channel. I've checked the metrics during that GME Senate hearing, so go ahead, hit that subscribe button. I am looking to increase that ratio, and I know you guys want to start investing in yourself. So, and of course, Trey. If Trey is still in here, my God, congratulations again. Thank you so much for coming by, stopping by the channel, and chilling with us. Oh, man. AMC is stuck right now at $10.27. That is a ton of volume, 66 million volume, and the previous closest at $9.30. That makes a double digit up on the day, 10% and change. It is looking good for AMC to stay above $10. Remember when that was still a possibility, not a certainty? It seems like AMC right now, if it can weather the storm that will be coming before power hour, it should be able to stay above $10 before market close, and GameStop is staying solidly above this 238 resistance. Now remember, yesterday we had a very similar resistance down at like 180. It was staying above 180 all day, then it dipped below, and finally it ended up closing at 190. So right now GameStop does seem unstoppable. It does seem like there is all of the metrics behind it that relate how similar it is to the January gamma squeeze, and we know that the gamma squeeze is only the beginning. The gamma squeeze is going to allow us to propel to the very first part of the rocket, and then the next part of that rocket, boom, baby, we are going straight to the moon. We got to see a lot of rockets in the chat. We got to see a lot of other people in the chat. People are asking me, should I add GME, Casey? Casey is asking me, and I have to tell you right now that I cannot give you any financial advice. I am just like a DTCC covering my own butt, right? Because this is important. Legally, I cannot tell you guys to do anything, which is why I never tell you guys to do anything. So if you guys are ever curious about why I say I'm not a financial advisor, that is exactly why. Oh man, Ivan Leon says subbed. Oh, speaking of subscribing, we are trying to hit 40,000 subscribers, which I think we can today because we rose 2,000 yesterday. We were starting at the mid 38,000 and change today, and I think if we continue on this stream, grind and hustle, we are going to be able to get up to 40,000 today. If you guys can help me out with here, I am going to be buying another $1,000 of AMC and GME at $420.69, 42,000 subscribers and 69 cents, and I want to do it before the squeeze. That promise is gonna be null and void if the squeeze happens before I get there. So once again, can you guys help me out and get me there before the price gets even crazier? I would really greatly appreciate it. So now I'm gonna try to catch up to the comments that you guys are putting in the chat. We also want to note that most of the market today is green. Over right now, I'm seeing some double-digit percentage points up on GMBL. I see some double-digit points up on SLGG, Super League Gaming. I see some double digits up on Tesla. Tesla dipped below almost to like 530 yesterday, and it is now all the way back up above 640. Then I see some double digits, of course, near double digits for VISL. I see one for CCIV, almost near double digits, and EHang up 22%. That is insanity. And that means that a couple of things are changing. One, the market was in a big course correction for a long time, and that's where you could have explained all of the reds on there. The second thing is that you are seeing the fact that all of this new capital could be coming from the stimulus checks, which we talked about on the Sunday stream. If you guys want to be able to be up first and personal with the amount of information you should know, then you should definitely join us for those Sunday streams as well. I'm not going to miss out on some super chats. Brendan Burns says, not looking for financial advice, but what price would one need to hodl until it's to work? The price at which you have to hodl is the price above the price that they shorted it at. And remember, most of these shorts were originally on the $4 mark. So right now, whatever price you hodl at is going to cause the short squeeze. I am not telling you that because that is a financial advice. That is just mechanically how we are working it. Connor Baird, bring Trey on. I would love to. Trey is welcome. I have his phone. Text me at any time, Trey, if you want to come on. Eric Andres, what are your thoughts if we hit $800 before next Friday? Squeeze triggered. There are so many different contracts, option calls, if you guys have been following the show, about gamma squeezes. We need the snowball to slowly start rolling more and more, greater and greater, until we actually get all the way up to $800. That's why the thumbnail has $800, because there are so many different contracts, the volume of which is at $800. If that doesn't make sense, if you don't understand strike prices, I'm going to cover it in just a second. We just have a new member, Daniel James. Thank you for pressing that join button. He just got his MBA, his Meatball Army certificate. We are not here to certify you, we're just here to satisfy you. So thank you for getting your certificate of satisfaction. Welcome to the Moon Platoon. Mo monkeys are here throwing scissors and apes in the live chat right now. If you are in the house, throw me some scissors to see how quickly we can jettison all of these paper hands. Right now we are seeing a minor sell-off on GameStop. That's okay. It's the bus man coming back around. We are cutting out all of the paper hands right now. Mr. Bowie83, thank you for the super. Thanks, Ape God. I found this channel to help me cut off my paper hands. I got back. Hodl. It sounds like you are taking financial advice from me. I cannot give you financial advice, but I would love to take the super. Thank you so much, Mr. Bowie83. And Trey is in the house. I shot you a text if you want to chat for a while. I'll be around for another 45 minutes or so, my man. Trey, I'm going to send you a Zoom link right now. Let us get you on the show. Dude. Let us get you on the show. So I am going to get that Zoom link ready. We are gonna be live with Trey's trades in just a second. Hope you guys are excited for that. Holy moly. Trey X Andrew Ship Gang. Trey Money. Oh man, so we have Trey's Trades, big YouTuber on campus. He is quite a man. He is working to defend this country right now, but he does have 45 minutes or so. So let's get him on. Let us get him on. Scissors in the chat, gorillas in the chat for Trey. Let us get this bread. I'm gonna send this chat to myself, the Zoom links, and then I'm gonna send it to Trey. Oh my gosh, get Trey in the chat. Let's get going. Trey. That one day we got 5,000 new subscribers when I jumped on Trey's channel. We are going to do a lot more stock symposiums in the future, of course, so that is something that you guys should be excited about. Uncle Bruce, at any point in time, if you want to talk to me, I sent you a business email soliciting a stock symposium between the two of us, and meet Kevin, of course. If at any point the two of you want me to come on, I would do so in a heartbeat. Uncle Bruce, guys, if you are Uncle Bruce regulars, tell him that Andrew Mo Money is excited, is waiting for a response on his business email to talk shop. Here is Trey's Zoom link. I just sent it to him. He is gonna be on the show in just a hot second, so let's see if we can bring him on. Okie dokie. Let me see if I can grab the right stream. Now this is gonna fill the entire space, and now we're gonna get smaller. Okay, so Trey is going to be on in just a hot second. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to continue doing some technical analysis while we are waiting. I'm going to change the title of this show. Live GME Senate hearing My computer is struggling, so right before trade shows up, I'm going to trade out my ice pack. At trades is here. Hold on, trades. Live trades talks stonks. There we go, perfect. Stonks Symposium. Let's get going. All right. So the Senate hearing is too long, or perhaps I can get this one out of here, and then right there, and there we go. Perfect. So trades talk stonks. Thank you, Nick Nolan, for pressing this membership button right down below. I appreciate it. You just got your MBA certificate, your membership of satisfaction. We're not here to certify you. We're here to satisfy you. Derek, thank you for pressing that same button. We're not here to certify you. We're just here to satisfy you. If you guys want to be in the end credits, just like these guys right here, I want to take a second to appreciate the Meatball the Professor tier over there and Meatball the Space Legend tier over here. Thank you guys so much for providing your support for the show. Let's see. Kevin did not get back to me yet, although I am waiting. John Field says, tell Trey we said ka-chicka chicka. Not a dead freaking cat. I'm one of his mods. John, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for chilling with us while we wait for Trey. Carol Reed, when government wants to tax fee little people, they take freedoms from us under the guise of protecting people, yet they represent their big money. Thank you for keeping that message as apolitical as possible. I do appreciate the sentiment of you guys being politically active, but we try to keep politics out of the chat. Trey also said to send it to his email. Send the link to his email. That would have been honestly a lot easier for me because texting required me to send it to myself, and then I had to get it on my phone. So one sec. You guys can't see that. I am going to send the email over to Trey. Hop on, man. Smiley face. Okay, there we go. All right, so back to it. We are waiting on Trey's trades. Do I accept banana as payment? Yes, I do. Please send your banana to this PO box in the description. Just joking. Let's see. So we sent Trey the email now. Sean Jackson, thank you so much. Before Trey shows up, I'm gonna change my ice pack. So I'll be back in just a hot second. Literally 5 seconds. Seems like I've spilled water all over the floor. Oh, look, it's Trey. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say, hello, my friend. How's it going? And then if you could
Hey, chilling. How you doing, Andrew?
How's it going? I'm gonna pin you so we can see you face to face. Maybe I should also turn you so that you can face me. One sec. How is every little thing? I am so happy. This is Trey's very first time on the show. What are you doing right now? Are you at work?
Yeah, I'm taking my lunch break. We had some briefings this morning, and so we're gonna come back to the hotel. We got about an hour and a half to eat some food, eat some grub. So I put down a couple of sandwiches, and I was just watching some stocks. Yeah, I tuned into your live stream, saw you were covering AMC, GameStop. Figured I'd pop in and see how you're doing, brother.
Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you when you're in the live chat. And I remember the first time you commented, I was just freaking out because Trade Trades was in my live chat. I was crazy excited.
Nah, man, it's chill. It's chill. We're just regular people, you know? I'm just another weeb, another guy that likes stocks. It's that simple. Just fighting the fight.
Another weeb, another man that likes stocks. Well, let's talk AMC before we get that Kraken up in here. I noticed you already are stocked and loaded, ready to take a victory shot. AMC, we just crossed a major level of support and resistance at $10. This was what we were rejected at in pre-market and a couple of days ago. 11.18 is the next level to beat, and we are looking pretty good in terms of momentum. A lot of volume, almost 72 million in volume for AMC. What are you thinking? Luckily you got in before the crazy rise today, so I think you're already 10% up on the position you just bought, right?
Oh yeah, big time. This has been crazy. This is the first time I've seen some green in AMC for probably about a month. It's a good feeling. I locked and loaded. I held true to our promise. I hit 150,000 subs, and I bought another $2,500 of AMC this morning. I think they got filled at 942, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy. Right now we're sitting at 1048. And as you said, the level of resistance we're watching for is right around $11. So we've got like quadruple top at 1104, 1110, somewhere around there. So that's going to be the next huge level of resistance. A push over that is going to be monumental because the next level of resistance beyond $11 is a lot higher. It's way different. You're looking at $12.5 to $14. I mean, that's just that's a game changer. I think once this crosses over $11, it's going to be lights out. People are going to start flocking back to this. The hype is going to be unreal. The FOMO is going to be unreal. It's this is a beautiful technical setup, and it really, really helps. You touched upon this earlier in the live stream, but the NASDAQ, the market in general, super green right now, which is a game changer because when people are trying to get into a stock for a swing trade, for a squeeze, whatever it might be, they're going to be afraid to get the rug pulled out from underneath them if the market's not holding up. And the market being green, people really having that fear in the back of their minds. So that's a game changer. I love it for sure, man. It's a good day.
It is a good day. It's good to hear your laugh too. People tell us that we're too mushy gushy, but honestly, I just appreciate your energy. But one of the things I wanted to note is that, while we give GME a little bit of love as well, I just reached a new high of 246.35, up another 24% on the day. A couple of people were talking about AMC taking its time yesterday and GME out on like a crazy bender, just bulldozing past a couple of resistance levels. What is going to happen if they try to squeeze at the same time? Are people going to divert their attentions, or like people mentioned, wouldn't it be better if one tried to squeeze first and then another tried to squeeze? Can we control these guys?
The latter, man. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. So at this point, GameStop and AMC, their charts have diverged. They're not doing the same thing anymore. Sometimes you'll see AMC ripping while GameStop's pulling back, and then vice versa. And I think there's a little bit of FOMO going on. So people are like, man, I made the wrong choice by getting into AMC instead of GameStop. But you're looking at it all wrong. These are both great stocks with great short squeeze potential for different reasons, right? So GameStop is moving away from the brick and mortar. They've got the potential to go e-commerce. So, this squeeze is going to allow them to raise some capital so they can actually become a good long-term investment down the road. AMC, different game. It's got different numbers. We've got different, outstanding public float. You've got a different amount of favorites it delivers, different amount of synthetic shares. You've got different short interest. You've got different utilization. In fact, I think that AMC has actually greater utilization. It's sitting at 100% according to Ortex. I mean, I see you paying attention to the numbers, man. You know it. You know what's sitting with all these. And it's not like one's better than the other. It's just a matter of which happens when. So I'm pumped for it, man. I'm pumped. I think you're definitely spot on the money when you say it'd be a good thing to see them squeeze at different times.
Yes, that's for sure. I am going to try and catch up to the supers as they go one at a time. Rosa Deza says both of you should do an AMC earnings together tomorrow. Does that sound good over on your channel, bud?
What time are you thinking?
Anytime. Up to you.
So I'll likely work from 9 in the morning until about 11. I'd have another hour and a half lunch break, so I can hop in at that point.
You heard it right there. It's going to be a lunch break right around 11 Eastern time, right?
Central Standards.
Right.
I think that would be. Oh God, I'm not good with numbers. Math isn't my thing, which is really bad since I invest in the market. But
11 is 9 a.m. my time.
Yeah, there you go. 9 a.m. your time.
All right,
you're spot
on. Mental math, quick math.
Yeah, that makes it look like a total weeb. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm just a regular weeb. Just a regular weeb, like stocks, man.
I love that attitude. Derek Miller says, not a dead cat. I think one of your mods is in here too, and they just said hi. Connor
John.
Baird. Yeah, John, that's right. And Crack of Kraken for cracking $10. Kachinga.
Crack of Kraken? Yeah, why not? Why not?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'm on my lunch break.
We were seeing it here. I chugged a beer on Sunday.
Dude, that's the move. I'll tell you what. This is one of the things that I like to do, Andrew, when I take a pull of anything, is I like to give a toast, a cheers. And my toast and cheers is going to be today to your channel, man, because you grind like nobody I've ever seen. Like you were live streaming, yesterday or 2 days ago for 7 straight hours.
Yes.
I have never done that. That's intense, man. So this toast, this cheers is to the success of your YouTube channel, man. You keep grinding. You keep putting in that time. Keep doing the work. You are going to be a 6-figure where, you know, you're going to get that check mark by your name. I wish you nothing but the best, man. So this is for you.
Thank you. Big cheers to that. Oh my God, I don't know what to say. I'm getting a little emotional.
No, man, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. I tell you what, I started my channel in December of 2020, December 16th.
Wow.
And it took me 20 days to get my first 100 subscribers. It took me about 10 days to get to 1,000. So about a month to get to that 1,000 mark, a little bit longer. And we got to here. You're beating me. You're beating me. Your rate of growth is insane, and you're getting that every single day. So just keep grinding, man. Keep putting in the work, and you're gonna get paid back.
I appreciate that so much. Well, honestly, so back in the day, if I can have 10 seconds and talk about my path, I started a Data's Day on Father's Day in 2020. So I started, like 8 months before, or actually like 6 to 8 months before, and I just could not get 100 subscribers. It took so long to get up to 1,000, and I was hovering around 1,000 in like November. And that was a slow grind up to 2,000, but then exponential from there, baby. And Trey was a big part of that from 20,000, 25. That was a big part when I was able to come onto your show, and we hit that 25 right there. That was crazy.
Dude, it's a game changer. Everybody needs a little bit of help, you know? And I went on Brian Jung's live stream. I'm not sure if you know who he is. And he helped me out immensely. I think that day I went up like 25,000 subscribers. Like, that was what kickstarted my channel. So if I can do anything to return the favor to people, you know, you're a good dude, and I can tell you put in work, so you deserve it.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Well, Brian, do you ever talk to him anymore?
Yeah, man. We shoot text back and forth probably once a week or so. He's really going in hard on the NFTs. He's trying to find the next thing after AMC is over. So I'm pretty excited for what's to come for him. He's a good guy. I like him a lot. He's very down to earth. I think he took a little break because AMC, he kind of got some flack for the AMC thing, the paper hands, whatever. Some people accused him of selling out. So he just needed to step away for a minute, and that's totally cool.
Very nice. Well, I would love to talk to Brian Jung. Maybe we'll make part of that Stonk Symposium. Ray Anthony Joaquin says, I currently have two of AMC contracts, 312 at 13 average, 1.67. Not financial advice. Do you think there's still a chance for a profit? You think that's going to be $13?
The $13 strike?
Yeah.
Expiring on March 19th, huh? I'd say that he's got a pretty good chance. I mean, personally, you've done more research on the quadruple witching than I have. I think that you're going to see a pretty slow and steady ride up to that quadruple witching date. I mean, you're going to have some days where maybe it's flat, maybe it's down 1 or 2 or 3%. But I think overall trend-wise, you're just going to keep it. You're going to see it keep climbing up until that quadruple witching day, because that's on a lot of people's calendars. And you probably, I'd like to hear your opinion on this. I think that institutions planned for that day, man. Like they timed it literally to a T, the exact day where FTDs will line up with that date, where all these futures, these indexes, the options would all expire on that 19th date. I think you're going to be good. I think I would hold it for now, especially with what's going on. I mean, AMC is looking like it's going to cross $11 within the next hour or so. I think right now it's sitting at, let me double check. It was 1060 something just a second ago.
Oh yeah,
let me pull back up here.
Just hit a new high.
So, yeah, right now it's sitting at 1059. I mean, you can't beat that. That's freaking gold, man. 1065 high of the day. And if it just keeps grinding, you know, I mean, it's going to keep doing what it's doing. So volume is great today. This is great volume.
Yes, and volume is king out here. Now, just maybe I misspoke, but just for poops and giggles, what do you think about hitting a 13 strike price at this Friday on the 12th? Because that was actually
the 12th. I thought you said the 19th, man. My bad. It's possible. I mean, personally, I would hold off since we're in a bullish trend right now. There's a lot of volume pumping into this, and that's kind of a ball that feeds itself, right? So that as that continues to roll downhill, it continues to, you know, gain more traction. I don't see any reason to believe that now is the time to sell, especially since it's still picking up steam. I mean, we're near the high of the day right now, and it's been really, really clean price action. I mean, it's just been consistently growing for the last 2 hours. So I would continue to hold it. And then if you have the opportunity to, you know, sell that, at least, you know, break even or maybe even a little bit up, why not? You know, that'd be my opinion.
That's a great opinion right there. Manolia Rose says, Gorilla Girl here. Love seeing you guys together. Own AMC and GME, I'm assuming. Shout out to the Diamond Hands family. Big shout out there. Thank you so much.
You know what it is? I've got my one share of GameStop, man. My one share. It's rocking. Cooking with Crisco.
And I think you bought that at like not triple digits, right? You bought it below $100.
110, I think. 110 bucks about. I'm up 102% on it.
That is a good number to be for any investment at any time, even if it's one stock of GME.
Yeah, now I wish I'd bought more, to be honest. But I don't know. To be real with you, I have no regrets. Like I thoroughly believe in AMC's cause, and I mean I think it's truly going to squeeze. This is the huge stake in my portfolio. I've got 2,300 shares in this, and I'm just going to keep buying because I just think that the squeeze is solid. So you're not going to go wrong either way. GameStop and both AMC are going to treat you pretty dang well. I think you're not going to find better squeeze opportunities in the market than these two stocks, especially with all the hype and attention they get, you know?
Seriously. And in terms of the stock symposium, people are probably asking about exit strategies. So in your opinion, I've been trying to tell people as not financial advice that it makes more sense to, instead of trying to predict when the squeeze is on the way up, that you don't mess up everybody on the way up and just wait until it comes on the way down. Does that make more sense? And how are you going to go about it?
That is what I would say as well. And I don't think you're going to see the same sort of crazy like crash that we saw the first time with GameStop and AMC, because the reason that happened is because at the top, I don't even think that AMC's closed. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the short positions stayed pretty much the same. Maybe dropped a little bit. Maybe you had a third of the short positions covered. But I think the majority of the hedge funds that were shorting the stock, they were thinking, you know what? This is only a 1 or 2 day blip. We can short this thing back down to the freaking shadow realm and just make our money back. And that's what they did. Right, but they're not going to have the same opportunity this time because this has been a slow and steady climb. But it's not like it was just a random pop. Like we just got slapped like what happened with AMC and GameStop the first time. And they're not going to mess around with that because they know people are paying attention to these stocks now. They're looking at every single number. They've got all these new rules in place with the DTCC. They can't get away with, trying to be sly about stuff. So I think you're totally on the money, man. I think once it starts to decline, right? Maybe that first day, if you see it on a downward selling motion for, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, right? At that point, consider taking profits. If you don't want to do that, right? You're worried about leaving some on the table. What you could do is trim a little bit off the top as it's squeezing. So let's say, just hypothetically speaking, GameStop hits $500. You could take off 10% of your total position in the account, right? And it hits $600. You can take off another 5%, 10%. You decide that number, right? We can't do that for you since we're not financial advisors.
Right.
But that would be my other hypothesis is, you can take a little bit off the top. That way you're collecting on the way up. And if you trim your whole position and keep squeezing, just buy back in, make sure you have a trailing stop loss. You're going to be absolutely fine. The trailing stop loss is king. You can't, that's why it's there, So that's the two ways that I would roll with it. And you're going to know what it squeezes, guys. So don't worry about missing out on the squeeze. You are not going to miss it. It's nothing like what we've seen in terms of price action for the last month. Squeezes are hundreds and thousands of percents. Like you are going to know because you're going to wake up one day and all of a sudden AMC is going to jump $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, $20 at a time. Like it's going to be a repeat of GameStop, and GameStop will do the same thing at a larger scale since it's a more expensive stock,
Yes, and then one of the things is that people have been talking on this channel a little bit, and I have some prop cash to give to you. You gotta tell me a PO box. I'm gonna send you $10,000 cash, motion picture cash, of course. This is fake.
Yeah, man.
So when people are talking about 1K, 10K, 100K, 500K is a video that I just dropped on the channel yesterday.
I saw that, man.
Is it a meme? Because now that we talked about exit strategies, we know that we don't care what the actual squeeze price is. If it gets to the very top, just sell on the way down. What do you think about these humongous prices?
Some people will say, and I had a conversation with a guy named Justin. He's a hedge fund analyst. I talked with him on Brian Jones' channel, and he's a really intelligent guy, really, really smart dude. But I don't agree with him in one thing. He said the difference between GameStop hitting 500 and 600 is a lot. I don't agree with that at all, because at the end of the day, what's going to drive that GameStop and AMC price action is the fact that these failure to delivers and these IOUs are floating around in the market, right? So when those get cracked down on, for instance, with AMC, they're going to do a share recount. You've heard about that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So with a share recount, they're going to bust down on all these synthetic shares that shouldn't exist. And that's not on us, right? So people don't know if they own an IOU share. It just comes up as a regular share in their account. So the clearinghouses or the people that sold those shares, they need to come up with the actual physical, tangible shares. So what's going to happen is they need to purchase that back from the market since there's not a lot of float available, right? Most stocks are being held. We know that AMC is the most held stock on Robinhood. I'd take a guess at GameStop being up there too, top 3, top 5, whatever it might be. And we get to decide what they buy back at. So, hypothetically speaking, if we were to set a limit price of $1,000, and the majority of people set it for $1,000. Now, keep in mind, obviously, not everybody's going to do that. You're going to have day traders that decide to scalp the stock, whatever it might be. But if the majority, 80%, 85%, 90%, set they're selling it for $1,000, they have to meet you at that $1,000 because there's no other physical orders available. Like, it's just a supply and demand. If there's no supply and the demand is, hey, we want $1,000 for our shares, that's when I'm going to sell it to you, then it can hypothetically hit $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 or $500,000, right? It's just dependent on how far the people want to drive it.
It looks like Superman, if he wasn't scared of screen rocks, is his username. He said he's setting up a stop loss of $1 million in honor of Les Millions. Let's go plus ultra on the squeeze, my man.
Oh man, Les Millions. I love me a Hero Academia fan. That's gold. That's gold. Dude, I think I watched Hero Academia front to back probably 4 times. That is a good anime. I told you I'm a weeb. I like anime and I like stocks. It's too simple.
The whole thing, like the hundreds of episodes?
It's not hundreds of episodes. It's probably about 100, yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's impressive. I'm still on the part. I won't spoil it for anybody, but I'm still making my way through it. So we have a lot of people asking about the exit strategy, but we already covered that. We are talking about the AMC and GME with Trey's trades. If you guys are just joining us here, Trey has just hit 150K. That was one of the conditions that I buy $1,000 of AMC. However, I actually hedged that bet. I actually bought it yesterday, which means lucky for me, I'm already up. I'm already up a significant amount, so I feel good about that. What do you think about the hedging in general? So delta hedging and gamma squeezes ultimately are going to be the first part of the booster rocket. When does that going to happen? And
it's game changing. You're spot on the money. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
sure.
Delta hedging is interesting because I think this is where some of the failure to delivers are coming into play. So you remember when we had those like 140,000 or 150,000 call options that expired in the money when we closed over $8?
Right.
When that happened, I didn't see any sort of volume come in that would have indicated that those were actually hedged prior or after, right? I mean, maybe we had a little bump where it hit like 850 or something, I think on Wednesday, but that still didn't add up to the amount of shares that should have been purchased back for those call options that expired in the money. So my hypothesis is they didn't purchase those from the market. They created IOUs and sent those out to people. And that's what's interesting about this delta hedging is I don't think they're keeping up with it. So when it actually gets backlogged, right, you fix this supply and demand issue, it's going to ram the stock price because, I mean, the fact of the matter is the rules of the market are the rules of the market. The shares that need to be hedged still need to be hedged, right? They need to exist. They need to be accounted for. The shares that expire in the money still need to be purchased and given to those shareholders eventually. No matter when that time comes, it will eventually happen. So that is crucial. And you're going to know when it happens. I mean, I really firmly believe it hasn't happened yet. I do not think it's happened because you'd see it reflect in the price action. I mean, we haven't seen huge influxes of millions of shares. The volume actually, up until recently, the last couple of days, has been kind of flat for both for AMC and GameStop, you know? So that's going to be monumental. That delta hedging and that gamma squeeze is what's going to lead to that short squeeze because it's going to cause some panic. And it's an endless loop that can continue to feed into itself. As long as there's interest in call options, that delta hedging and the gamma squeeze potential can pretty much infinitely grow until that short squeeze begins and shorts start to cover their positions.
And most importantly, and people have been asking this, can hedge funds keep kicking the can down the road? Well, if they can't keep kicking it if they get margin called. So is there a price at which a lot of these hedge funds would be at risk of getting margin called? And when can we see an indicator of that happening?
I think that new DTCC rule is going to be a big piece of that. So from what I've read, they made a slight amendment to that just recently. And they basically were saying that these huge clearinghouses, they can be at risk of getting a margin call on a day-to-day basis instead of having that 21-day rule where essentially they can drag out FTDs and margin for basically a straight month of trading. And that's going to be monumental. So you're going to expect to see that pretty much anytime in the near future. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that I saw the date in which that new DTCC rule will be enacted is on the 15th. So from that date on, I would say the way that shorts can play the market and institutions kind of backhand stocks is going to change a lot. And when there's a lot of risk in stocks, I think it's going to speed up the rate at which squeezes happen. So that's my take on that. But you let me know what you think. You're definitely you're the data scientist, my man.
So DTCC new ruling for the simplest of apes out there, the simplest explanation, as I understand it, is currently there is leeway for a person who has shorted a stock in order to have a certain amount of time that they can wait to make the situation better if they are in a bad position. So far, the DTCC doesn't want to hold the bag anymore. They're just an organization out there, so they're not a governing body, but they are going to make these people who sell shorts turn in their homework, not only on a day-by-day cadence, so they could at any day go ahead and tell them, turn in our homework right now, but they cap an hour to do exactly what the DTCC wants them to do, which is pay up, buddy. And the amount that they will have to pay is proportional to how far the price of the stock has gone away from the original short price. And that is huge, because as the price continues to go, that amount of money that the hedge funds are going to have to cough up is going to get greater and greater. So with that understanding, people have been calling that this AMC and GME Final Fantasy event is once in a lifetime, because now the DTCC and other bodies like this are changing their rules. We might never see another squeeze like this again. What do you think about that?
I think it's legit, man. I really do, because, well, I mean, we've been talking about it this whole time. This is literally making history. There are going to be so many new regulations, and that DTCC rule is the first of what I think will be many. It's going to change the way the market works forever, not only to mitigate the losses of hedge funds, right? Because they run the market. We all know it, right? They want to make sure they're making money, and the 99% stays the 99%. That's going to change forever, and there's going to be new rules that protect retail investors. So you're gonna watch that as well. I think you're spot on the money. I really do think that you'll never see an opportunity like this again. I think this is going to be bigger than the Volkswagen squeeze in terms of the proportion and the gains that come from it. It's going to be, I'm honestly, it's cool to be on that side of history, to be able to talk about the cause, you know?
I know you just mentioned the Volkswagen squeeze. I know a lot of people are curious about when we use that as a metaphor or an analogy of how the squeeze can happen. And most importantly, I think a couple of questions based on that is, one, will it be the same timeline? As in, will it stay on that squeeze number for a while? And so people who work day jobs or can't look at their phones all the time or can't tune in onto Angelo Money or trades 24/7, can these people still catch the squeeze, number one? And number two, if there is no big body like German government or Porsche in this specific instance, how can this mess up our calculations for when we make these analogies?
So I think the most important thing to talk about when you're comparing Volkswagen squeeze to this situation is the fact that there was just two main bodying entities that contributed to that squeeze. So you had the German government and Porsche, and they were able to work together really, really closely so that it was a unified effort. And that's why a lot of people don't think that AMC and GameStop will squeeze. I'm sure you've gotten it, but anytime that I make that comparison between Volkswagen and AMC, GameStop, people are like, you can't make that comparison. It's not even close to the same. But we're not trying to compare the situations. Obviously, they're different. What you can take from that, though, is that Volkswagen was a very long process, just like GameStop was. So GameStop's, timeline between, the beginning to where we are now is probably about a year and a half. Back when DFV started really talking about the stock, doing his research, getting that initial investment. So what that lesson tells us is sometimes these things can take time. It takes time to develop that sort of game plan to get things moving. And the squeeze itself, right before it actually happened, they had a little mini run up. I would say like a gamma squeeze. It ran up to about 150 euros, dipped all the way back down to previous levels, as we saw with both GameStop and AMC. And then squoze, right? And it was a couple-day process. And then from there, about a month-long process of slow bleeding until stabilizing at a normal stock price, per se. So what we can learn from that is that first lesson, which we just talked about. And the second thing, which is you're not going to miss out on the squeeze. There's going to be, maybe you'll miss time the exact pinpoint top, but just like you can never guess the absolute bottom of a stock, you can never guess the absolute top of a stock either. And we need to be able to recognize that. You might leave a little bit on the top, and that's okay. There's only going to be as few select individuals. I mean, if you think about it, it's all about supply and demand. When you make a sell, somebody has to buy it. When you make a buy, someone has to sell it, right? So there's only going to be a select few people that actually get that top of the peak. And to expect that's going to happen for you is unrealistic, right? There's only going to be maybe a couple hundred people, a couple thousand people that happens to. So my takeaway from that is, you're going to have the opportunity. There's going to be a chance. So.
That's good. That's good to hear. And especially since people are waiting on just the most important lifeline news, right? Like, what is the number I call when an emergency happens? Like, these are just basic bread and butter fundamentals that they have to fully cover to be able to, when they listen to our analyses, some of it might go over their head, some of it might stick, but honestly, at the end of the day, the big questions here are, when is the squeeze going to happen? If we can't predict when, then at the very least, would we know if it's going to happen? If it's happening currently. So a lot of people have asked about how far can these two stonks dip before that squeeze happens. In your opinion, we have many resistances before we even reach down below like $8 or $7 for AMC, and many more supports and resistances for GME all the way down below $100. So in your opinion, are these stonks even going down that low if people have missed the bus and want to get back on?
I don't think you're going to see AMC hit $5 again, and I don't think you're going to see GameStop break 100 again. I think they're pretty much permanently, unless for some reason there's a crazy market correction, like the CEO gets caught in an affair or something like that. I just don't see that happening. We're really starting to get some momentum and steady growth. So the problem with that first little run up that we had with GameStop and AMC is that they were really fast. They happened so fast. I mean, it was volatile, crazy moves. And that scares away investors. And this growth that we're seeing now is steady. It's healthy growth. We're having small pullbacks. We're having small rips, small dips. And when you move a little bit slower, you're not as much in danger of having those massive pullbacks. So like GameStop going from $50 to $500 in 2 or 3 days. Well, of course you're going to get some of that back because it happened in like 2 days, So this slow and steady growth is great for the stock price. That's exactly what I like to see because it's setting us up for less risk and higher reward. So I think if it does dip, it's not going to be that $5 to $6 range for AMC. GameStop, I don't think it'll break 100 personally. I think it maybe be looking at, mid sevens, just based on support, mid $7s to $7 at the worst, maybe even $8. Honestly, it'll depend on how much it rips over the next couple of days, but it's going to be higher lows and higher highs for sure.
Gotcha. And how would that happen if we start to see another short attack perhaps, or perhaps as I always worry about, perception is king. If people perceive the quadruple witching day to be huge and it ends up being a flop, people might paper hand just out of fear of missing out on something crazy. What do you think could be the bad news that we are waiting for?
Bad news. I think a lot of people are worried specifically on AMC about that 500 million share dilution, which I just don't think is worth worrying about because they're going to vote on that, from my understanding, on May 4th. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
And that's so far away. I mean, maybe the squeeze will take that long to come to, but at the end of the day, also, we get to vote on that. So from my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the shareholders get to vote on whether or not we make that happen. So if it's not a popular, request, I could see it not getting passed. I mean, that happens all the time. You'll see companies that will talk about doing a reverse split, for example, which is typically a sign of weakness in a company. BIOL, B-I-O-L, BIOL, it's a company I invested in. They had requested that. They talked about it, and it got denied. So the shareholders voted on it. They decided not to do it. So that same thing could very potentially happen with AMC's 500 million share dilution with those Class A shares. I just wouldn't worry about it right now, but I could see that being one of those things where shareholders are like, this is kind of sketchy. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm just going to sell out right now before things get bad. It's not going to happen. That's my 2 cents there. As for GameStop, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. GameStop right now is showing slightly more strength in terms of sentiment, I would say. I don't really see as many people who are like, man, you're screwing people by talking about GameStop. AMC seems to have a lot more bots. A lot more people are like, you really need to shut up about this because it's not going to happen,
And speaking of bots, there are some troubles right now, even with our fellow YouTubers like Uncle Bruce having some pretty bad bots in the chat. What are some other tricky tactics that the hedgies can get into, right? That we have seen in the past that have continued to work and have not had a regulation perhaps put in place. I wanted to put Bullish Barbarians super out here. My girlfriend wanted me to super chat so Professor Meatball could get a treat. Let me do that first. But
yeah, man, you go for it.
While I ask this question, the bots is one way that people who support these hedge funds could still pull some dirty tricks. Of course, we know that the mother of all short squeezes that might happen on quadruple witching day can also become the mother of all short attacks. Those are 2 different techniques that the hedgies and institutions could have to make sure that the squeeze does not happen. What are some other ones that we should look out for?
So I think something that's very interesting is you see some bots that are kind of patrolling not just YouTube channels, but Reddit threads and Discords. So personally, I'm a member of, my own Discord that I have, and then the AMC Discord, which I've been working with one other guy on for a little while. And you get people that are like sending like copy paste messages to a bunch of Discords. Like I've seen screenshots. So that's something that I know is happening. And don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility, because it's definitely possible. I guarantee you there are hedgies out there that are watching these Reddit threads, because that is public information. For them not to pay attention to what the people are talking about would be stupid for their team. I guarantee that's not happening. So YouTube channels, I think it happens. I think Discord, it happens. And I think Reddit threads. That's all three that I can think of off the top of my head, where I've seen with my own eyes copy paste messages of people literally saying, sell out of this, it's crashing, this guy's trying to steal their money, yada yada yada. Even StockTwits, I see it on StockTwits. Get this is crazy. So there's a guy that follows me on StockTwits, and he usually comments whenever I post something. And somebody created an impersonation account of his exact handle and started just creating comments saying AMC is going to die, AMC's done. And it was the exact same handle, which, I mean, if you connect the dots, what does that seem like? Is you've got hedgies out there trying to disrupt the masses. So it's definitely happening right before our eyes. It's crazy stuff, man. I don't know if that answered your question. You're asking some good ones. I like that.
Oh, and you're ready with these answers. Like you are. I'm impressed. I'm incredibly impressed. But on that specific note, with the hedge funds, when they're tricky, like unexpected tactics, one DD we read today was that hedgies, or perhaps hedge funds that are not the original ones that shorted GameStop and AMC, they are trying to do out of the money calls, in the money calls, to either inflate the price of GME and AMC and then make a big buck by selling those calls later, or even exercising them. What do you think about that theory? Because doesn't that just kind of go counter to the actual narrative that the hedgies are the ones that are going to pay for this? And what if it turns out that they are actually riding the wave along with us?
Dude, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I've been saying that they've been riding the wave with us on the channel, and I said that it was going to happen about a month ago. So I think you've got a couple different hedge funds that are short on this, who are swallowing their pride and saying, screw it, I am literally just going to double down on my convictions, even if it's a bad investing decision, and I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to stick to it. I think we can kill these guys. And you've got other institutions and hedge funds who see this, right? And they don't care about which hedge funds come out on top, except for their own. It's a cutthroat business. They want to bankrupt other hedge funds so they can come out on top. So what you have happening right now is probably about a dozen, obviously nobody knows the exact number, but probably about a dozen hedge funds out there who are shorting AMC and GameStop, and they're using put options to hide their short positions, or those ETFs, right? There's a bunch of different backdoor ways which they can rock and roll with this thing. And you've got other hedge funds and institutions that see this and are like, okay, we see you. We're going to match you. And we're going to do the exact opposite. We're going to bet against you guys. We're going to use call options and go long on these stocks so that we can burn you guys and bury you and make money. Because when there's an opportunity to make money, you're going to have institutions that do it, right? That's why you see huge positions be taken by Vanguard in both AMC and GameStop, because they smell blood. They see it. They're like, oh, they're rubbing their hands like this. They're thinking, you stupid hedgies, we're going to steal all the money that you've got. That was a terrible move. And they're cleaning them clean. So I'm totally on board with you. And I think you can see it in plain English, as Uncle Bruce would say, on the options. I mean, if you just look at March 19th on AMC, how many call options do we have between, $2 and let me just look here, $2 to, I'm not even looking at the right date. That would explain it. $2 to $20. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands. That is not retail investing. There's no way. I just do not buy that at all. There's not a chance. It's 100% institutional investors going in on this and hiding that they're going in on this so they can make money against these other hedge funds. I'm totally on board with you, man. You hit it right on the head.
You heard it here. A lot of people, first of all, new heights for my stream. I've never gotten even close to 10,000 viewers. So guys, get this man a subscribe. Go ahead and follow him. He's already way bigger than me, but any amount of energy I can give him is well deserved. Look at him answering all these questions without even hesitating, without no hesitation. Scooter McDuder, Trey, how likely do you think
Scooter McDuder.
Scooter McDuder is one of my favorite usernames.
I love that.
He says, how likely is it that hedge funds will try to bribe our wives' boyfriends?
Trying to bribe our wives' boyfriends? Dude, 100% chance. 100%. Yaku percento is what you would say in Japanese.
Yaku percento. I love this man. Oh, man. Get this man
Dude,
an anime.
I'm the biggest weeb ever. I got a minor in Japanese so I could watch anime without subtitles. Not quite there yet. I'm probably like 50%. 50.
50%. Would you take an anime deal if someone offered it to you?
Oh, big time, dude. My life dream would be to be a voice actor for an anime. That'd be the best time ever. Oh, I would love it. It'd be a blast.
You have such range. I can imagine you for like so many different kind of roles. Oh man.
You got to diversify in life, man. I don't like. I think people who are one trick pony are cutting themselves short, because what happens if your one trick dries up? You know, you got to have other things you do.
Exactly. And speaking of which, AMC and GME are not going to be a forever story. So the two of us, we're going to have to think about some more Stonk Symposium topics soon. I do have a question about WeBull specifically. We are using this technical app together. This is the one that the two of us like to champion. But
Yes,
however, today it had a little bit of a hiccup during the Senate hearing. They were essentially, there were some technical glitches, and it wasn't even preempted by, too much selling or too much buying. So if people are concerned about the product that they use to access the markets, what can they do? Can they actually trust that the same thing that happened to these brokers that happened on January won't happen again in March?
So what happened with WeBull? I actually haven't heard about this. I'd like to know.
Okay.
I was at work most of the day, so I just haven't heard anything about that.
I am not sure if everyone has experienced this, but they had some trouble buying or perhaps selling their positions on WeBull because of a network issue, not because of a clearinghouse restriction.
Oh, a network issue. I got you. So what I could see that being, this is a Chinese-based company out of China. And if that is something that, interferes with your morals and what you like to put your money into, you got to take that into consideration. I suppose as YouTubers, we could do better about saying this is a Chinese-based company if that's something that doesn't interest you. But I wouldn't be too concerned about that. I think what you really need to be concerned with is the brokerages that have liquidity issues and that are going to limit your buying or selling like Robinhood did. And I do not see that being a thing ever again. If that's a thing ever again, I just don't know how that'll happen. I think Uncle Bruce talked about this, and he was spot on the money. He was saying Tesla ran up from $50 all the way up to, what was it, like 2,000, and then they split back down to 400, ran up to 800, and there was no liquidity issues at all. Who would have guessed that Tesla would do that, right? And there was no liquidity issues. So how is it that that's the case with AMC and GameStop? Well, I think we both know the answer to that. There's manipulation going on these brokerage accounts, and they got busted for it. And there's a lot of eyes on them now. They can't get away with that again. And if there is, right, there's going to be lawsuits. Like, I think people will come out with a lot of money. So I would not... I just don't see that being an issue, especially because WeBull the first time when they had to limit buying, right? It wasn't their choice. They were told by somebody apparently. And I don't think China has a reason to be, kind of influenced by the American market, right? Since that's a Chinese-based company, why would they give a crap about, AMC or GameStop? They just wouldn't. So I think they handled that situation well. They fixed that. They reopened buying and selling on all securities, which is huge. I like WeBull a lot. I wouldn't, and you can let me know what you think too. I'm very selective about the affiliate marketing or products that I talk about on the channel. In fact, I've only ever done it a couple of times. And that's because I want to enjoy the product that I'm talking about. And I want it to be something relevant that actually interests me. That's something that's a good product. So I wouldn't use WeBull. I made the transfer from Fidelity to WeBull because I like this platform more. So I wouldn't sweat it. I wouldn't worry too much.
Okay, so there you go. You heard it. Network connectivity might happen. It seems like Jonathan has a response from WeBull. Dear clients, some of our clients may have been experiencing slow data loading. This has been resolved now. Apologize for the instances. You'll notice that they are going to be approaching you from this kind of offshore, technical service kind of approach, right? Because most likely they are going to be Chinese-based people helping you either work through technical difficulties, but they are not going to act maliciously or perhaps make the wrong choice that is now being investigatable by both parts of Congress, like Robinhood did. Let's see. The God Pill says the feds are pumping the stocks heavy. The end is near. Thank you, the God Pill.
The God Pill, man. Can I say something quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I saw you were on Meet Kevin's live stream, and I saw that you super chatted him $100.
Wow.
And there was no message. Man, I felt so bad for you. I don't know if that was a mishap on your part or if the message got deleted or what that was, but dude, my heart goes out to you. I've never had that happen to me, but I would have been frustrated.
Maybe he just wants to send a message. The God Pill. There it is.
There you go, man. Yeah, I guess so.
Speaking of which, we do have some regulars in the chat, just like how you had regulars on your show as well. Gosu won the one-on-one with me. If you guys are pressing that join button down there, I do appreciate it. It gets you guys a random chance to get a one-on-one with me if you choose the right tier. Trey, do you have memberships as well on your show?
Dude, I definitely should, but I don't. I mean, I've got a Patreon, so if people want access to my Discord, they pay $5 a month to have access to that. And I do that kind of the same as the YouTube membership. And I don't want to get the YouTube membership because I don't like being money hungry. Like, I'm doing just fine, man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty public and open about how much money I make. I make, you know, if I stayed at the exact same salary for the rest of the year, I'd collect about $1.2 million in 2021. I have no reason to do it. I'd much rather have a strong collective community of people who feel comfortable and are good talking about stocks, who can trust me because they're not thinking I'm just some money fiend who's out there to steal their money and yada, yada, yada. I'm going to stay away from it. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's awesome. A good attitude. We'll talk about $1.2 million or something like that soon.
No, man, you're good. You'll get there, man. I'm telling you. That's the beautiful thing about the finance niche is the CPMs are amazing, as I'm sure you know.
That's insane. Ralph Castaneda says stocks only go up, and that. What do you think about that? Stocks only go up.
Stocks do only go up, man. I mean, if you look at the market right now, everything's only going up. I think that tells you the whole story. NASDAQ up 3.86%, only going up. Only going up. That's the only answer.
Oh, that's insanity. Because once again, if you guys have noticed that maybe you have parents like mine who came to this country and thought, you know, the market is just gambling and we're not gamblers here. We call the big rolling casino, but not every single investment is like a gamble. Oftentimes there are smart investments that would carry the dollar, which would inflate by itself under your mattress, and it would carry it forward. So one of the things that you have to focus on is whether or not your money is actually safer under your mattress or in the stock market. And I think both of us agree financial education is everything.
Dude, it's huge. And if you feel like you don't understand the stock market, it is so freaking learnable. Man, I tell you what, I'm a weeb. I am a simple ape. I was not some genius in high school or college. I think I was like 5th in my class. In college, my GPA was like 3.6. So like maybe a little above average, but you do not need to be a genius to learn the market. You just need to take the time to be interested and put the time in. And I use this kind of analogy all the time. You can see people that go to the gym and they'll be in the gym for 3 hours and they walk out and they look like they just walked in. Whereas sometimes you see people that go to the gym for 15, 20 minutes who walk out and they're just drenched. Like a gray shirt looks like a black shirt. And you want to be that guy that's in the gym for 15 minutes drenched in his shirt, because you don't need to be in the market for 10 years to know what you're doing. There's probably people that have been in the market for 10 years that have no idea what they're doing. Don't be that guy. Just be proactive and you can take the time to learn things and make good cash. It's a way to financially free yourself. I did it, right? And I'm sure that Andrew did it. There's a ton of success stories out there. You could be the next one. Guarantee it.
It's kind of crazy how now that brokers are making it so much easier to join the market, it's astounding how someone even under the age of like having a job age can make a ton of money just by putting their money in the right places. But people are probably asking like questions about, you know, what is the best way to do DD and what about the best terms of research? I don't want to keep you longer than you have time for, but what do you think? How do you do your research most of the time?
Man, there's so many ways that you can play the stock market. If you were a long-term investor, I would say that stocks are like 85% fundamental analysis and 15% technical analysis. So technical analysis tells you when to buy into stocks. Fundamental analysis tells you what stocks to buy. And if you can combine those two, picture perfect, you can rail the stock market. You literally almost can't lose. Even if there's corrections, the only way you lose is if you sell out, right? You need to take those opportunities and stay rooted in your convictions and just study the market and be able to plan that out. So long-term stocks, I always go on these tangents, man. I'm terrible. I just like talking. Long-term stocks, it's all about qualitative analysis, fundamental analysis. So being able to read income statements, spreadsheets, balance sheets, knowing the intangible growth potential for a company. So like, how is the market that they're competing in? What kind of huge companies exist in that market? How can they expand? How can they continue to create more revenue? How can they grow from where they are? Which is why I don't like weed stocks that much, because where do weed stocks go from where they are right now besides legalization? You know, from legalization, I guess they can open up more brick and mortars, but beyond that, you know, I just don't see any room for growth. Whereas innovation, technology, electric vehicles, green energy, all that sort of stuff, the ceiling is unlimited per se, because they've got so much upside. It's just booming. Every single year it continues to grow more and more and more. So it's about finding those companies that are kind of the diamonds in the rough. And that's why I don't like investing in like the Apple, the Microsoft, because they've already done what they're going to do. Like, you're just not going to grow much more from there. You want to find those companies who are going to become the next Apple. And it's all about having a little bit of unquantifiable knowledge, being able to kind of depict and guess where the market, where the world is growing and heading towards, and then being able to line that up with technical analysis so you can find the right entry points and get in and get out at the right time. So that's for long-term stocks. How's that for an answer?
that was an excellent answer, and I'm assuming you're going to follow up with non-long-term stocks.
Yeah. I just wanted to stop so that if you had any questions, we could chat about it. So short-term stocks, mid-term stocks, not as important. So for day trading, the fundamental value of the company, the qualitative analysis is non-existent. You don't care about that in the least bit. You were trying to take advantage of human psychology. So you want to get into stocks that have a lot of crazy momentum, usually caused by some sort of news catalyst. So I always get people who will send me messages like saying, dude, you've got this stock that's got 100% utilization and the cost to borrow is 300%, but there's no news catalyst and the price action has been flat for literally 2 months. Well, that's never going to squeeze because there's no news catalyst that's going to push that stock. So you're trying to find stocks that have a news catalyst coming up, that maybe have squeeze potential, that can have great momentum and an ability to ride that from the bottom to the top. So it's at that point predicting, when you're going to see these stocks have those moves so that you can get in ahead of them and then ride it up. So an example for me is, JAGX and BNGO. Those were probably the two best stocks that I've ever called. I think I went up like 400% of both of those. And it was because I found an upcoming news catalyst. I saw that they had pretty good technical setup in terms of the chart setup, right? They were pretty low, like they were undervalued in my opinion. They had a good technical setup in terms of indicators and entry points. And we got into good time and we got out of good time. So those are just an example, but that's all that you're looking for. You're looking to ride momentum, predict human psychology, which is all about what charts are. I mean, I don't remember the exact term. It's from Japanese, but the actual technical analysis fundamentals came from Japanese values, which is basically predicting human psychology. And that's the whole art of short-term trading. What are people going to do? Because as a single investor, I could think that a stock is going to literally just take a big poop and go to $0. But if the entire market thinks that it's going to go to $100, well, you don't want to bet against the market, right? Even if they're wrong, you want to ride that momentum. So it's not about right or wrong. It's just about riding momentum. So that's like 98% technical analysis, 2% fundamental analysis, solely for the reason that you're looking to find news catalysts and you need to know a little bit about the company so that you can predict those upcoming news catalysts.
That's a really good question, and I have a bunch of supers I need to get to. But Tom Brady has just asked a great one about this, which I have a follow-up question on. GME and AMC, is it more long-term or short-term? And are we missing out some fundamental analyses when it comes to these two stocks?
Dude, you can play it both ways. You can play it both ways for sure. So I think a great example, AMC, GameStop, Rocket companies. And I got a lot of flack for talking about Rocket on my channel, but I stand by it. It's got squeeze potential. I can still do it. And it's got long-term potential. So AMC, another example as well. So you've got the short-term squeeze potential, which you would definitely want to catch out on. You can take the profit when it squeezes. And then when it comes back down to the basement, reinvest, rinse and repeat as it does the quarantine recovery sort of play. GameStop, another example. When it squeezes, take your profits, it finds this new basement, its new floor, and you can rinse and repeat. If GameStop ends up going from a brick and mortar to an e-commerce store, they're going to be a big player if they can compete with companies like Steam or I'm not super up to date with all these e-commerce stores, but that's a huge market that just continues to grow. I mean, we've got a crap ton of esports companies that are continuing to find themselves in the market and begin to grow, like AESE or SLGG. And as that continues to grow, GameStop could be a long-term stock, 100%. So there's ways that you can play it both ways where, okay, in the short term, the fundamental value does not really matter. I can just lock in my profits when it squeezes. I can take it, I can get out, and then I can rinse and repeat after I do a little more research, some DD, and reinvest at the floor and ride it up again. So it definitely plays both ways. You can play it both ways, but I would recommend in the short term taking those profits because when they squeeze, you will never see the heights of the squeeze on AMC or GameStop ever again. There's no way.
That's a comprehensive answer. Oh my goodness. I like how you have these excellent I would say off the cuff, maybe I don't watch your stream enough, but I expected to hear some overlap on the stuff that you've said past in the streams and maybe be able to regurgitate some of these thoughts. But honestly, you're just off the cuff rapping fire right now. That's amazing.
Nah, dude, it's just I mean, I don't come into this and rehearse or anything. It's just the things that I'm thinking off the top of my head. It's just, I wouldn't say common sense, but when you research things and you understand the concepts, I mean, from there, it's just about applying the concepts to the whole general idea. You know what I mean? And you could probably speak on that as well. You're a really intelligent guy.
Oh, thank you. My wife's boyfriend my wife is looking for a new boyfriend, so I think I'm gonna introduce you to her.
Oh, I can't wait, man. Thank you so much. My email is in my YouTube channel.
There you go. Khalid Azam, and then someone else is asking about RKT. Since you did mention it before, what are you feeling about it now?
The only thing I regret about RKT is the timing. I don't regret putting that video out in the least bit because it does have squeeze potential and it has insane long-term potential. I think that Rocket companies, they are so diversified. I think they're going to be the Tesla of that sector because they've got so many different like subcategories of that company that could grow. It's not a sexy company in the least bit. I mean, their main thing is mortgages and automobiles and like kind of boring backdoor business stuff. But I think they've got insane short-term potential and long-term potential because it's still a heavily shorted stock and it's got a lot of actual fundamental value that the market just hasn't woken up to yet. I think that's a diamond in the rough, 100%. I think it's a huge, huge diamond in the rough. And if people, I take complete fault for making that video and putting it out at a bad time. Like I literally put that video out when it was at the top. I didn't anticipate, obviously, that it would drop to to $25 or whatever it did. But I stand by it because I think it is going to be a huge squeeze potential stock in the short term and a great grower. I mean, like a 5, 6, 7x grower in the long term, like a couple of years down the road.
I mean, Rocket's paying out its dividends on the 9th, right? So it's still a squeeze potential in this week alone.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you get the whole point here, man. And I think the only reason Rocket's been pretty quiet is because there's a crap ton of other stocks that are just blowing up right now. And to be blunt, you've got only a limited amount of liquidity that can be, circulated in the market. So like a great example of this is I was in ticker symbol EYES this morning. I rode that for a pretty good, I was supposed to day trade it, but I didn't realize I didn't close my my position yesterday. And I rode that for a swing by accident. And I sold out of that this morning. Made some pretty decent money. It had a great pre-market, but then some other stocks started popping off of hot news, like more recent news. So people took their liquidity out of EYES, and we can assume they put it into these other stocks like XELA or ANPC or what's another one? EARS, OPGN, all these different stocks. There's only so much liquidity to go around. So I think that's probably why RKT has been a little more quiet because there's other companies that have more recent news and more recent catalysts that drive price action, right? There's less risk involved. So the time will come. The time will come. I think earnings could be a good catalyst for that.
I want to honor Atriel's one last RKT relevant one super chat, which says advertises home for every vet, but not every vet, only those with above 700. I'm not sure if you have any visibility on that, especially since you are a vet. Tell us about what you think about that. Or currently serving.
RKT advertises a home for every vet, but does not help all vets. Only vets with credit scores over 700. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So I was not aware of that, to be honest with you. No, I didn't know that. So I got into RKT initially as a squeeze stock. So all my long-term stocks, I want to dive in for 5, 6, 7 hours and really like dig into the meat and potatoes of what the company does. And I did probably like an what would be the word? Like an introduction DD on Rocket, probably about an hour and a half. And just based on the surface level stuff, the things that they do, it seems like a good company. Obviously, I've got some fundamental and core moral values that I look for in a company when I invest, which is why I'm staying away from SOS, different companies out there. Personally, I probably won't take a long-term stock, a long-term position in the stock because I have other companies I'm more excited about. Not just because, Rocket's not sexy, but, I've already found the companies that I'm really bullish on. I think are going to be great in the long term. So if that's an issue for you and it's legit, then I would say, yeah, that's something to keep in the back of your mind if it's real. I haven't looked into it though.
Great. Just wanted to make sure, if you had any thoughts about that. Stonk Doctor, send me your super chat again. Sorry I missed it. If I did miss your super chat, just go ahead and just say, hey, you missed my super chat, and tell me what you wanted to say. We have an Alejandro Rangel who's asking about Roblox. Have you looked into that?
Roblox, yes. It's an IPO that's going to be happening soon, if it hasn't already. Is it already out? It is, it looks like. No, not yet. So Roblox is going to be IPOing here very soon. They're a technology, software, and IT services company. And I think it's got a lot of great potential. Personally, I don't like buying stocks on IPO date. And my first experience in doing that was, do you know who Chris Sane is, his YouTube channel?
Yes. I've subscribed, but I haven't really looked into it.
Yeah, man, he was the guy that got me to invest in a YouTube channel, to start a YouTube channel. He was kind of my inspiration. And he's a big guy that likes to use IPOs as a way to get a quick flip. And I remember he was talking about, what was the name of the company? Frick, I can't remember. No, Airbnb. So Airbnb IPO'd. I got screwed on that. I was so pissed off. I was like, what is the point of buying an IPO date? Because they can just run the price up because all these institutions can buy in way before the retail investors. And then you're just stuck with the scraps. Nah, man, I'd rather let the dust settle because you're not going to miss out. If a good fundamental company IPOs and they lift off for a week or 2 weeks, I can bet you money that they are going to pull back and you can get a cheaper price because there's always so much hype and anticipation for those IPOs. So if you're going to get in when Roblox IPOs or comes into the market, whatever, is tradable on the New York Stock Exchange, I would go in for a short term, maybe a day trade, maybe a swing trade, ride the momentum, ride the hype, take your profits, get back in at the bottom. That way you can ride it up for a true, valuation price, because I just think there's going to be a lot of quite a bit of hype. There always is, but I'm bullish on them. I think they're going to be good.
So bullish activity from Trey, and as well as don't buy stonks on IPO, just as a general rule. Interesting take. If you guys have not yet subscribed over to Trey's Trades, he just hit 150K. Thank you so much for coming. We still have a couple more questions. If you said you only have 45 minutes, so let me know when you are out of time. But also, we just hit 49,000, probably thanks to you. So 39,000. So we are looking to 420.69 subscribers for me to buy another $1,000 of AMC and GME. So let's get this bread, guys. Let those almost 9,000 of you, let's subscribe, hit that notification bell, and so you start investing in yourself and King Trey over there as well. Stonks Doctor, I don't want to miss your super. You said that it is Stonks Doctor's theory that because retail only owns a small percent of the stock, the shorts don't care as much about us as we may think. Are we actually just inflating ourselves in terms of importance? What do you think, Trey?
I don't think we're unimportant. No, I think the retail investor does play a role, but the institutional investor definitely controls more of the stock price. And an example for me is when you saw 801, the famous 801 that will go down in the history books, that will eventually get tattooed on my freaking body. The 801, I think, was literally it happened because of institutional investors. You had like a 900,000 share buy come in on AMC at the last minute. I think that drove it up, and that shows you the story of the power of the institutional investor. But think about this as well. Think about if we had 1,000 less shares or 2,000 less shares or 3,000 less shares come in that day. Would we have closed over 801? Maybe not. I mean, that's a penny, man. A penny. That could come down to just a couple thousand shares, which is the retail investor. We matter, guys. I mean, telling ourselves that we don't matter. I mean, why even invest in the stock market at that point? I mean, that's just defeating. I don't like to think like that. I think we don't matter as much as the institutional investor. That's a fact, right? Obviously, that's true. They control more liquidity than we do. They've got more of the country's capital. But we definitely matter. We play a role. And without the retail investor, I don't know if the institutional investor would have gotten into this. I mean, there was so much attention that came from that. I mean, think about the huge storm that took place over the media and all that sort of stuff that was happening there for a while. I don't think that would have happened without the Reddit stuff. And that's just my opinion, man.
There you hear it. We have no advice, but only financial opinions, and of that, you guys matter. I want to cover someone who I missed their last super chat. Brett B says MAC has potential for squeeze with 25% short float. It also had heavy volume today. Yeah.
Mac.
Are we a PC or are we a Mac? So Brett B,
I'm a PC man. I've got myself a custom build gaming computer.
I love to see it.
I love the thing. I've got a Mac laptop. It's pretty nice, but for stock stuff, I prefer this gaming computer. It's got a pretty nice processing speed. I gotta get it scrubbed though. I think I've got too much stuff downloaded on it. But Mac. So it looks like it already had a mini squeeze up to about $25, and then it was pretty flat after that. I don't know if there's any news catalyst coming out, but I stand by what I said in terms of squeeze potential coming from news catalysts. So if it's a good fundamental company, and they're getting schwacked by short investors for whatever reason or another, which I could see as possible. It's possible. That'd be a good opportunity for a squeeze, right? But you're looking for a company that's getting squeezed and it shouldn't be, right? And a reason for a good news catalyst to come out would really help that price action. So it's definitely got the numbers for what I'm seeing, but you definitely want that news catalyst to come out and really help drive that price action.
That's really interesting that we both arrive at that conclusion every time, like separately. Because I always say when people want me to look at a stock ticker that has the fundamentals and the metrics behind it, that if there is no actual catalyst from the news, there is no way that we can actually get that ball rolling. That's the difference.
Exactly, man.
GME.
I mean, you can think about it like, let's say you've got a huge freaking boulder and you want to destroy a house at the bottom of the hill. But that boulder is freaking heavy. Like, you can't push it by yourself, right? You need something bigger to push that, like a bulldozer or who knows what, right? Without that bulldozer, you're not going to crush that house on the bottom of the hill. You need that catalyst to get the ball moving. And that's what you're looking at with a heavily shorted stock. It's just a boulder sitting there doing nothing, right? It's got no inherent power without something to push it forward.
That is the truest analogy. I love that analogy. I thought I was the king of analogies, but I was wrong. The king of analogies here is Mr. Bulldozer, Gorilla Gang leader himself.
Nah, man, we're chilling. Life is good.
I think we just got two $50 supers from the God Pill again. They're both empty. I'm just joking. The God Pill.
Let's go.
The God Pill says AMC and GME are much more than a squeeze. They are the only public commodity that fought a war for their beliefs and bought the dip like no one has ever seen. Selling at $1,000 is so foolish you haven't even considered. Hold on. Selling at $1,000 is so foolish that you haven't. Come on, YouTube, work with me here. Why is it so foolish? You haven't considered inflation. And then the next $50 is the continuation of his thought, which is also this is a safe haven from government spending, Dem policies, police state, rigged market, and all the things we hate about society. The war is real. If you aren't all in, get out of here.
You already know what it is, man.
He already knows what it is.
God Pill is hitting it straight on the head. That's some straight bars.
He's spitting facts and fire. Melvin and Friends is in the chat. Unfortunately, they have been just hounding me, trying to tell me to stop this stream. But Melvin, we're not going to stop the stream. They just said, Trey and Andrew, how much more do I have to manipulate the news and such for you guys to paper hand, asking for a friend?
Dude, I'm so glad you said it. The answer is it doesn't exist. The limit does not exist. I think that's a Mean Girls reference. I don't know off the top of my head, but
yes. The limit does not exist. Perfect.
Yeah, man.
You already hear.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I can stick around for one more question. I got to get going in about 10 minutes here, so I better get myself some lunch and stuff.
Sounds good. Well, and how about this then? We have a lot of great questions here. Let's see what Andreas Yepes has said. Option call on AMC right now, this Friday or the next. What strike price, not financial advice, just what you personally do. Oh, how about what would you personally do, right? Andreas is giving you some thoughts about what you could personally do, such as an option call on AMC right now for this Friday or the next, and what strike price. But what would you personally do right now if you had as much capital? Let's say if you had like $10,000, what would you do with it if you had $10,000? With absolutely the important note that this is not financial advice.
Right. So if I had 10 grand and I could put it into a stock, I think I would throw it options and shares. So I like to view options as a supplementary service to help add to your portfolio. I don't like to use that as a core pillar of your portfolio, because essentially what options are is a gamble, a guess that a stock is going to go up or it's going to go down. And if you're wrong, you don't come out on top, you lose, right? And it's not good to build your entire portfolio off of that sort of thesis. That's not the way that you do things. So I would probably split it up like 80 to 85% shares, and I would put that into AMC. Maybe like 80% of that into AMC, and then 20% into my other long-term stocks, because I really do believe AMC is going to do what it needs to do. I think it's going to squeeze. I've got conviction. That's why I've got 20 grand in the stock. But I would do that, and then I use the remaining capital that I have to get some close to in the money, but not quite in the money. Without the money, you're going to pay a little higher premium for that security, but that's okay because you've got a higher chance of coming out on top. It's all about looking for those nickels and dimes so that you can add up a slow gain in your portfolio. Get this, Andrew. This is huge. If you get a 10% return on your portfolio 8 times, you almost double it. 12 of those, you almost triple it, right? So those 10% gains, even though they're boring, they're the core fundamentals of how to build out a portfolio. And I look for those. I look for those little hits to first base. So that's what I would do. I'd set myself up for those little hits to first base and get AMC in that right direction. So we get the ball rolling, get that bulldozer to shove that thing down the hill and crush the hedgy house.
Now, crush the hedgy house. That is inspiring. 1, 2, just a good practical message. And 3, I think you have just gotten a lot of people inspired, not only to support the movement if they wanted to, but also just invest in themselves and get some financial education in this place. If you guys are not aware, in the beginning of this live stream with Trey, we started talking about the AMC earnings, and we're going to cover that tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Time or 9 a.m. Pacific Time. So if you guys are ready for that, we'll be on Trey's channel. And anything else for the last few minutes? What do you think? What do you think, Trey? Anything else to say?
Nah, man. I mean, I'm straight chilling. It's been a good day. I'm really grateful for the community. I'm glad you brought me on so we could chat, man. And dude, it's I wish you the best. You're a G. You're a wizard. You know your stuff. I love Professor Meatball. I love that he's chilling over there in the back. I can't see him in your video, but I'm sure he's there somewhere. Hope that you guys are vibing, and I'll catch you in the next one, man.
Thank you so much, Trey. I will chill with you tomorrow, and we are gonna say ta-ta for now. What is the catchphrase?
That is all I have for you guys today. Peace. Cowabunga. Cooking with Crisco. I've got a couple. Who knows?
Cowabunga. Talk to you soon, man. See you later.
All right, you too, brother. Peace.
That again was Trey's Trades. Go and give him a big old subscribe. Do it now. He is one of the coolest guys, realest guys, has a lot of thoughts, guys, out there, and you guys would be remiss to miss out on his live streams. He goes live right before I do on a daily basis, and then you would come out over to me, and that is the beautiful YouTube funnel. One more time, we have a lot to cover today. We have GameStop getting up as high as 246. Now it is actually hugging that 240 and change position, as well as AMC just barely above that support level at $10.38. That is good. We do want to see that as it continues onward, because $10 is essentially where it was hitting a wall back a few weeks ago. Now the next wall that it is still left to hit is $11.18. If it can stay above $10 today, AMC is going to be golden boys all the way through. Now GME on the other hand is having a little bit of a volume lapse compared to yesterday. It is 3.5 4 hours since market has opened, and a volume is only 30 million. So that is only like 75% of the average of last week, but definitely lagging behind yesterday. So we are looking for power hour to see exactly how GameStop is going to perform later. Well, of course, technical analysis will follow, and we are going to learn a little bit more. Thank you guys for the supers. Let me actually cover them one at a time, because I do appreciate you guys putting them here. We have Kevin Pratt, what's your thoughts on SPACs, special acquisitions, as a long-term hold? There are some interesting ones out there right now. Yes, there are. I think 23andMe, I think maybe, and of course CCIV are two of the most notable SPACs right now. In my opinion, SPACs are a brand new kind of craze, and with crazes, you have to kind of have a grain of salt, if not a bucket of salt, to not buy the rumor too hard and end up having to hold the bag. So be careful. Like Trey says, it is a dangerous idea, very volatile day to try and buy the Roblox IPO. We can't give you financial advice, but just know if your risk profile does not fit, try not to buy stocks on an IPO. Melvin is here continuing to play with us here. They say put 10K USD into XRT. I swear it's great. Not financial advice, just something a friend told me. Melvin, you cannot fool us. It's a joke. Do your own DD instead of asking here for freebies. In the end, you are the one responsible for your investments. For once, Melvin, I think you're talking some sense with us, my friend. We are very appreciative that you guys came on over. Heart goes out to Matt Kors if his building alarm is okay situation. If you guys are here from the Moon Gang, let's see some moons. If you guys are here because of Trey, hey, let's see some gorillas in the chat. And finally, if you guys are here just a member of the Moon Platoon, the member of the Mo Monkey, Mo Mafia, then go ahead and throw some scissors in the chat, because we had some serious sell-offs on GameStop today, but not enough to dip below that beautiful support line. The 238 seems pretty strong right now. So that is exactly what we are doing, covering the stocks that you guys care about and giving you guys the financial resources to be able to continue learning. So the Gorilla Gang never sleeps. The Moon Platoon does not sleep either. 40K. So if you guys are asking about the volume here, we have it on the far right. We have GameStop at 30 million. If I did say K, I did misspeak. AMC is underneath 100 million volume, and GameStop is underneath 30 million volume. And that is, if as a proportion of the day, lower than yesterday, but is still riding high. 40 million was the average for last week on a day-by-day basis. So you guys are seeing 75% of the day all by the 50% mark. So that is looking good. In the sense that we are also looking at different indicators, as you guys know, as always, we have in blue, it's a little light here, but it is the simple moving average, the 15-day moving average, and we have the purple line here, which is the exponential moving average. Gives us both a sense of different kinds of momentum, macro and micro. Of course, as you guys see, the teal line, the horizontal lines that I have drawn here are levels of support and resistance. If you guys have been watching the show, you know that that is because the investors that bought and sold GameStop or AMC at a specific price are going to be the same people. The demographic is going to stay the same. So logically, it makes sense that if they started to struggle at a specific price point because some people thought it was worth more, some people thought it was worth less, and the people that thought it was worth less overtook the ones that thought it was worth more and made the stock oversold. The RSI, with the relative strength index, which is the graph that we see directly below the price action, is going to be able to tell us from a micro point of view. Of course, RSI changes as we zoom out. Right now, we're looking at the 1 minute mark. If this still is a little too fast for you, we are going to slow down for sure. I am planning on making a ton of videos about exactly how to do step-by-step stonks and options as well. So one of the biggest things that you can do for investing in yourself is, one, going down to the description and hitting that subscribe button as well as the bell button so you don't miss out on another live stream where Trey can jump on and talk about all of these excellent questions, like what is happening with the squeeze, when can we make sure that we are not going to miss it, and how exactly do I get to pet Professor Meatball and give him the treats that he so rightly deserves. We are seeing a ton of moons, we're seeing a ton of gorillas and scissors as well, and then a couple of eggplants as well. I don't think I gave that as an option, but I appreciate it all the same. So once again, GME right now is hovering above a support level of 238. That support level was actually a level that it was rejected by in the pre-market and had trouble getting up to earlier today. Just a few hours ago, GME was hovering below that mark and actually having some trouble. As you see in the orange line here, this is the VWAP. It tells us about volume as an indicator because volume drives most of the action when market is open. It is going to be a less of a good indicator because volume is so low when the pre-market happens. And when you see my chart go from dark blue to light blue, that is changing from pre-market to when the market actually opens. And that's in that frame of mind, we had 228 right a couple of minutes before market open and a 238 a few hours before market open. That is where GameStop struggled and where I demarked the line of resistance. Because the price struggle there was rejected at that point, we note that this is a point that is going to struggle later on as well. When the market actually opened, it started to find its bearing and it actually surpassed 238 briefly all the way up to 245. Now 245 is actually becoming a new level of resistance above that 238 mark. It's hard to tell whether or not that is consistently at 245 or 243 or 245 and change, but let's mark that right now to make us know that we are looking at 245 as the next barrier. You note that there are very few barriers above this mark because all of the price action above 240 was back in January, and that type of action is hard to replicate because once the people that have paper-handed have left the market, the people that are now buying into GameStop might be a completely different demographic. You know for a fact that those people that decided to diamond hand like yours truly have not had any bearing on the resistance and support levels because all I'm doing is just watching the stock go up. So I'm not making decisions on whether or not it's oversold. I'm not making decisions on whether or not it's overbought. I'm just watching the stock and sharing education with you. So therefore, you have to take diamond hands out of that equation when you're considering resistance and support, and therefore you cannot actually use prices from a month ago. That was almost a month and a half ago at this rate. Thank you for the super, Dejan Williams. If I wanted to start an account for day trading, what app would I suggest to use and how much money would I start out with? Never start out with more money than you're willing to lose. Imagine losing all that money. Now imagine getting 100% of that money. That is the risk reward of a pretty normal stock, right? Losing all of it or getting up to 100% of it, and then everything falls in between. And some stocks have a great risk to reward ratio, such as perhaps GameStop and AMC. Now, GameStop in specific, we are talking about how the app here is the WeBull app, and this is the app that I use all the time for AMC and GME and for any other stock. You notice here in the guest space we have Tesla on the bottom left. If you wanted to use this app, you can get started with 2 free stocks in the description down below. Go ahead and drop that, because you can get also, if you had an account with Robinhood or something else and you want to get out, you can actually get up to 25 free stocks with a new offer from WeBull. So that is something you should not dilly-dally on. Go ahead and go down to the description below and use the app that I use as a data scientist. My way is pretty darn data heavy, so these kind of indicators will have a learning curve, but the longer you watch this show, the more you will actually learn about which of these indicators make the most sense and the ones that you should actually pay attention to. The reason why we have the MACD here, it tells us a sense of convergence and divergence, which is something that ultimately gives us a sense of 2 different indicators, and this indicator is specifically trying to analyze the difference between how the stock is behaving from today to a couple of days ago, and compare that to how the stock performed when the gamma squeeze happened back in January. So that is why we have the MACD here. And if you guys were curious about what kind of metrics really are in GME's favor, we covered that earlier in the live stream, but we can easily cover it again for those of you who just showed up when Trey was here answering some pretty awesome questions and talking about his dream of being a anime voice actor. Now that was a pretty cool dream in my opinion. This is my Doge account. Says, hey Andrew, any thoughts on supporting the Doge economy after GME? I know that GME gets success. I'm going to use my attendees on more Dogecoin. I certainly will consider it. Dogecoin is something that is close to my heart. It's just a fun little gimmick, and maybe it has some great potential. But as of right now, I am probably going to be more bullish on Bitcoin. It is up 0.5% today at 54,000. That is pretty huge growth on the day. And if you guys haven't gotten your $250 free Bitcoin yet, I have already pinned that in the live chat in blue, but you can also grab it in the description down below. What programming languages do I use for data science? Python and SQL to do data and do data cleaning, visualization, and back-end pipelines. And I also play around with big scale languages such as Scala, Spark, and Amazon web services such as EC2 instances, EMRs, and the rest. However, right now I am mostly using my time to talk to you guys and make sure that the education that you guys are getting is top notch. Thoughts on Gush, says Chronic Kitty. We can take a look at that in our guest space right here. It's currently holding Tesla, but we can put Gush in there as well. Direxion, DLY, S&P, oil and gas. Now, oil and gas. Uh-oh, this is not Gush. This isn't Gush. This is just G. There we go. If you guys are here because you are curious about how GME and AMC are going to play out for the rest of the day, stay tuned. We did a technical analysis of AMC and GME just a second ago, talking about the different price points that it does have to hit and is expected to surpass. AMC specifically needs to stay above this 1035 level of resistance and support so that we can get it up to the next one, which is $11.18. So let's watch it grow here. And for AMC, for GME over here, we are looking at some pretty stinking significant levels of support and resistance. It's been bouncing off this 230, 238, 240 mark for a long time, and the next one has been rejected by multiple times is 245 and change. What do you think about GME at the moment I am up 90%. Micah, big congratulations for you and your attendees. Those of you who haven't yet told me what you're going to do with your attendees, let me hear it in the live chat. I told you guys yesterday that I am looking forward to getting a foundation that supports education of middle schooler and high schooler kids, somewhere between 14 and 17, to get them into the stock market and help them learn about financial freedom, passive income, and finances in general. Oh man, we are Gosu says he is up 140%. Just hold, if anything, sell 10% to realize a gain, but trust the process. We got a long way to go. There are many exit strategies of which we have covered on this show. Of course, I can't give you any financial advice, but the exit strategies are inclusive of some ideas like keep half that or a portion that you are going to diamond hand forever. That's never mind how high it gets, and then sell at 80% below the peak, and then the other half sell incrementally on the way up. Unfortunately, selling on the way up is something that I don't think is a very good idea because it does hurt the squeeze for everyone else. You are playing in the biggest prisoner's dilemma that has ever happened in the past. So if you want to win this prisoner's dilemma, if you want to stop being a prisoner, you do have to learn how to sell later, and that might actually be the process of maximizing regret instead of minimizing it. Remember, as I always say, minimizing regret instead of maximizing profit is a much better way to keep happy and stay in the market for longer. And that one of those most important techniques to do that is to make sure that you have set price points and know how much you want to incrementally exit your position when you hit certain price points. Oh, it looks like let's see. It looks like Apes in the chat for AMC. Nick Tapp says, yes, I'm in. And Tyler Nestorenko says, I'm up 100% on GME. There's going to pay off the rest of your debt. Only $5K and take your girlfriend on a nice weekend getaway in the mountains. If you guys are just joining us, I asked you guys to tell us what is your dream of using your attendees for. What exactly are you going to be doing to get show the hedge funds that look at these massive attendees that we got here. Like I said, if Trey sends me that PO box number, I am going to send him all of this prop cash, $10,000 worth. If you guys want your own prop cash, I do have an affiliate link down in the description below. It's pretty fun, makes you feel like a YouTuber, and at the end of the day, it's pretty fun just to hold money and pretend like it's real, because money is once again just an invention of human society. Dustin Calkin says, can you explain the difference between a trailing stop loss percent and a trailing stop limit percent, pros and cons? I have already started building that resource out, including an entire how-to WeBull process from buying a share, selling a share, and everything else. So slowly but surely that is coming out as a full course. Let's see. Daniel asks, I'm giving my wife the wedding she so deserves that she never got because previous financial struggle. Let's hit that rocket to Mars. Tyler Nestorenko talked about his girlfriend. We have Josh Hutchins talking about buying their new house with their attendees. Brick Fist Pow, invest and make more attendees. We have Scott wanting to buy a Lamborghini. Isaac Jolly, buy my mom something great for Mother's Day with my attendees. And Scruffy says, they'll give you my GME for Meatball. How much GME? That's the question here. Just kidding. Meatball is not for sale. Meatball should be in this scene by now. If you guys have not been acquainted with Professor Meatball yet, he is a PhD doctorate from the University of Cornell, and he is my mentor as well as my data science like star. Never meet your dream stars, but he is a star in my world. Stray X says, I will spend an entire year just playing video games and then learn to be an adult again afterwards. If this does start to moon and get up on the triple, quadruple, and quintuple digits, we are going to be playing video games for a long time. Oh man. We're gonna do a room tour when I can pull off all of the wires. That is my setup right now. I got multiple monitors, and it's just gonna be possible. It's just gonna be quite a hassle. Let's see. Arsh Majmudar, first time buyer. Can you recommend something about something? I cannot recommend anything. I cannot give any financial advice, but I can continue to give you financial education about exactly how these markets work. Let's see. Gosu says, is Scruffington. It's a nice slow burn. Hopefully it makes people realize that they hodl better this time. Oh man. Make my own YouTube channel, says Matt. He's gonna be at MattMoMoney. Hell yeah. Come on the show when you have your own YouTube channel and we will shout you out, of course. Andrew, what's your thought on impact of stimulus on AMC stock? It is looking like it is already being one of the biggest reasons why AMC is up here. The entire market is green. Like Trey said when he was here, when a market is green because people have enough money to put it back into the market, then it makes them a lot less afraid of taking riskier bets like AMC and GME. And remember that bulldozer we were talking about? You guys, Moon Platoon, get scissors in the chat because you are that bulldozer. You are the ones pushing that bulldozer all the way through AMC and GME, because without your effort and concentration on these stonks and the perception of these stonks on a day-by-day basis, it would be literally impossible to push that brick all the way through. I did shout out the fact that I just crossed 49,000 while Trey was here. We are now looking at 39,000 while Trey was here. We are trying to cross 40,000 subscribers, and we are hoping, crossing our fingers and trying our best to get there. Andrew Hawkins says, I have a white Audi R8 picked out, along with being able to trade on a larger scale and also continue to buying and selling real estate. Hashtag meet Kevin. Are you meet Kevin? But yeah, I get it. Hashtag meet Kevin. Yes, this is the American dream. Starting a YouTube channel, making millions. He is, I think Trey is one of the only Army people that is making that salary. $1 million. That's crazy. I do have to talk about that on his show. So get excited. That is going to happen tomorrow at 11 a.m. His time, which is Central Time, 9 a.m. my time. We are 715 subscribers away. If you are one of those that has not yet hit that subscribe button, I don't think it makes I don't think it hurts you. First of all, you can always change your mind later. Second of all, I don't think you are really thinking critically about investing in your future, right? When you come in on these live streams, it's because YouTube by chance decided that you should be here, right? It's not because you actually had a lot of choice in the matter. But if you choose to act on this live stream, you choose to click that bell button and make sure that you don't miss out on a single one of these chock full of data heavy streams, you will be taking the very first step of making financial freedom a very near success story. And that is something that we can really chew on. Just get our mouth and chew on. Okay, let's look back on the chat and see what you guys are talking about. Georgie Flores says, what is the guess AMC will close today? $10 or go to 11? Plenty of resistance at 10.40. It seems like it is just hitting the wall over and over again at this 10.50-ish line. If they do it one more time, I'm going to have to draw a solid level of resistance here. One of the things about AMC right now is that it is dancing with this 10.35 line. Unfortunately, right now, it is more likely that it's going to dance around this line until power hour and the market actually starts to close, which is when most of the volume is expected to rise to. One of the things about whether or not it's going to stay above 10 is looking at how it has performed historically, and but it's not like Friday where a lot of contracts are going to be expiring. As of right now, AMC staying above 10 or not, it doesn't matter as much. Pivovar just subscribed. Thank you so much for joining the Meatball Army, the Moon Platoon. Let's see, we need have you seen the short interest could be anywhere from 250% to 1,000% of the float? This is pretty generous in terms of how you calculate that number. So that is why I would take all of that with a big bucket of salt. Just be careful when it comes to that specific figure. That's why when the new FINRA report comes out, we will be here live streaming so that you guys know exactly when to expect that. 6,000 of you, I know you guys want to see the most up-to-date information. I want to be refreshed for when market actually closes. So I want to be coming back here in an hour. So I want to tell you guys this was the technical analysis of AMC and GME. We have a lot more DD to cover, so I hope you guys are tuned in for that, because 6,000 of you, I expect to see all 6,000 back when the market closes. All right, I'm gonna take one last question to see if there is one that really makes me chew on it. Let's see. While I'm looking for that question, make sure that if you haven't yet already, go ahead and slam that subscribe button. It helps you stay in tune with your fellow apes, and the Moon Platoon needs new recruits, because once again, that bulldozer does not start with a bunch of unorganized little wacky kids, the children of Reddit. No, we are a full army here, and this is a perfectly public forum to talk about anything you want, and I am here to listen to what you have to say. The live chat is gospel. So once more, people are talking about buying the dip. Michael says he wants to build a cabin and retreat center for addicts on his land. Let's see. Andrew just jumped on the CTRM train. Okay. What is the next target to achieve to purchase more GME shares? If you are purchasing as the price goes up, you are averaging up. So be careful about that. How are we going to the moon? Seems like we don't have any more last minute questions. So I will say, hey, you guys have been amazing as always. I do appreciate all of the support. If you guys haven't yet subscribed to Trey's channel, his channel is right there in the title of the video. If you guys haven't yet subscribed and invested into your future, my subscribe button is right below. And I know 60% of you haven't subscribed yet, so welcome to the Moon Platoon. Hitting that notification button, make sure that you do not miss out on a single live stream, because when I go live at market close in a few hours, you guys are going to see some massive movement. So for now, but not for forever, thank all of these people for supporting the show, every single person that sent a super chat, and everybody that's pressed that join button next to the subscribe button. I appreciate you guys so much. And for now, but not for forever, have a great day. And I'll see you on space. I keep on saying on space. I'll see you in space. Peace.